supposedly obsessed with numerology and its connection to symbolism, specifically in regards to religion. He created this site on the premise of this numerology, but its true meaning is still far from being revealed. Looking at the URL, it's clear that scrambled within the letters are the words, "the human," perhaps providing a clue as to what the site's meaning is. Upon entering the site, you are faced with a seemingly never-ending puzzle, one that offers no satisfying conclusion, but rather countless questions with no one to answer them. The gibberish on the site and the strange abstract art will give anyone who visits the site an off feeling. This, coupled with the dark religious overtones, makes it an overall scary experience. And the more you read, the more disturbing the site becomes, as the site acts as a portal into the mind of a madman. What is most shocking about this site is the unbelievable amount of detail that had gone into it. The site features a countless number of links that each take you to a unique page. Whether it's a page that contains mathematical equations and charts, religious texts or photographs, or just a long paragraph, it's impossible to know before clicking. Some people believe that Dennison used the site as a way to mathematically prove the existence of God. The complex mathematical charts and numerical symbolism certainly suggest that this is an attempt to say something about spirituality in general. And due to this, some have stated that this site in particular has actually convinced them that God is in fact real. But on the other side of things, you have people who believe that this is all just gibberish and a site created as sort of an art project. Well, I played around this site for about 5 minutes last night at 1 a.m., and let me tell you, there is nothing holy about it. I'm certainly not getting Jesus vibes from it. But even though we don't really know what exactly the site is, I still want to explore it with you guys and see if maybe we can get a better idea as to what it's all about. So let's get right into it. Okay, so I'm on the front screen of 9 and getting weird vibes already, alright? It says abracadabra a bunch of times, abracadabra, blah, 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 blah. You can't click on any of those, but you can click on Amaze In. So we're going to click on that. And we have creepy symbols. Okay, this is good. I love this. I'm not scared at all. Which one should we click? This one's got a funky little look to it. I that am, that 9, that am I, that I. Za, 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 za. Blessed be the name, be blessed. What? Scroll down a little bit. It says the great work, status unfinished. Again, this isn't stuff that you can click on, but to me, it just looks like a bunch of gibberish. But apparently some people think that this means stuff. Okay, so at the bottom here, we can either click this, 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 or this. I'll click this. Okay, alright, we have our first picture of the day. It's just strange. It is just very strange, and I don't like it, so I'm gonna hit the next arrow. Okay, this says, Sri Krishna's remembering. Many lives, Erwana, you and I have lived. I remember them all, but thou dost not. Oh my god, okay, well, look at how long this page is. Look at all this. Are you kidding me? Look, it's still going. What? Okay, here we go. These are like the mathematical equations that supposedly may be proven that the big man upstairs is real. You guys can take a look at that and tell me what you think. Not really feeling that whole theory, but it's crazy the amount of effort put into this page. Ew, look at that. Okay, whoa. Now there's a bunch of different links for us to pick. We can pick any one of these numbers, this star, some more of these symbols, or whatever that is. I'm picking my favorite number, 7. Let's see where it leads us. Ugh. You guys will have to let me know if you get creepy vibes from this. Okay, wow. Here we go. Call unto me and I will answer thee and show thee mighty things which thou knowest not. Nailed that one. I nailed that one. Okay, people are saying they get religious vibes from this. I'm kind of taking it in a different way, and I'm viewing this as like almost like a demonic thing, you know? It seems very dark to me. It doesn't feel like it's a message about God, but maybe the devil or maybe Satan or something like that. Okay, we got, oh God. I'm just not sleeping tonight. That is just where I'm at with this right now. Okay, here we have the abracadabra again. Oh, and this is like breaking down what this means. So there really is a code and a message to all of this. Every number equates to a letter, and every letter equates to a number. So everything can be coded and solved in the end in this page, but who's gonna take the time to do it? Not me. And apparently people have spent years trying to kind of figure this code out, and I don't think anyone has, or at least they haven't shared if they have. And here's another picture. I'm pretty sure that's Jesus, and these might be... Are those sperm cells? This really took a turn if that is true. So this is obviously a very creepy website, and it is certainly worth looking up if you are interested in this kind of stuff and if you want to know more about it, because I'm probably not the best guy to take you through it. That was like my first time really looking at it, and I really don't know what it all means. I don't think anyone does. And it might be one of those things where you just come to your own conclusion about. So I'm going to try and wipe that from my memory, and let's move on to the next one. Our next site takes the word crazy to a whole other extreme. The site angelsheaven.org suggests that our planet is on the verge of becoming completely destroyed by unstoppable disasters. But rather than accepting this fate, angelsheaven.org offers an escape plan, one that is a little out there. The site suggests that humans can trans-vibrate into other dimensions with aliens in order to escape this Earth. They believe that if we open our heart chakras, then we can summon aliens to save us from our dying planet. There's even multiple proposed evacuation plans for escaping this Earth in the midst of one of these terrifying disasters. The site itself is extremely obscure and hard to follow, but its imagery and messages are terrifying to even think about. There are also books and movies that are posted within this site that cover topics such as what things will be like inside an alien spacecraft, and how to avoid being chipped and tracked by our government. It's truly a strange website to visit, and certainly one that gives off a dark and disturbing aura. Little is actually known about the creators of the site, or why it's even a real thing, but the scariest part of it all is the fact that whoever made this website obviously believes what they're saying. So much time and work must have gone into these movies, books, and the website in general. It doesn't come off as a joke. This truly is what someone out there believes, and why they feel so strongly about it is a bit concerning. And this has many people questioning how or why they know so much. Real or not, this website is enough to give any visitor nightmares. Okay, I'll be honest, I've been putting this one off a little bit. I clicked on it for like 1 second last night and immediately clicked off because the shit just gave me weird vibes. Honestly, I'm not really trying to explore this one, but since you guys are here, unlawfully peer pressuring me, I guess we gotta give it a go. So here goes nothing, I guess. Okay, here we go. Okay. So, what the... Oh, what is happening? I'm not clicking anything. I am not even touching anything. So here we have angelsheaven.org. I don't even know where to start with this one. Heavenly angels are warning against chipping and enslaving of people. Himmelsengel warn vor chirp Kenzigmeyer und... That is a different language. I thought that was a name, and I'm going to say, that's a long one. Okay, so here we have some friendly people shooting beams of light out of their belly buttons. I'm sorry, but what is this graphic? What is this supposed to represent here? Who thought this was a good idea to include? I mean, this one's a very nice piece of art. This one's it's a rough Photoshop, but its purpose is served. And then there's just a Beats pill floating in outer space. Do we know why? Not exactly. Okay, we're going back to the main page here, and evacuation. Here we go. Evacuation. Let's learn about evacuation. Okay, in 2007, 2.5% of the terrestrials on the planet Earth have spiritual vibration parameters, positive state with open spiritual heart. These 2.5% of people are recorded by the Angels of Light in the database, the Book of Living, and they could be evacuated at any given moment. Apparently, if you have a positive state with an open spiritual heart, you can just literally be evacuated at any given moment, no matter what. To me, that is scarier than disasters. So at any given moment, one of these alien things, like this fucker will come down and just shoot you with a ray of light. And Ashtar Sirhen, the spiritual being of higher consciousness, she looks like a bit of a freak, if I'm being honest. Sorry to all my angel heaveners out there. Mother spaceships with headquarters. He emanate... What? He? If this shit is real, I am dead. So here it's talking about these other beings, these aliens, and it says, a hug with this beautiful being is an unparalleled and unforgettable experience which brings you, dear people, to tears. You hear that? We're dear people. That was a whip, for those of you who are wondering. Alright, I'll be honest, this is a bunch of nonsense, but some things I want to point out. First of all, 7,000 pages of text and books to download. Somebody is really committed to this cause. Who has this sort of time? But yeah, this is just strange. It's just weird. There's so much information here. You guys should definitely look at this website if you're interested, because there is just too much for me to even explore right now, and I'm trying to get off this website because I'm not really vibing with it. I'm not really feeling it, you know? And then there's just a picture of a cat. Love and like one another. Not sure how it fits into the theme, but okay. On to the next one. Though our first two sites were very abstract and disturbing in their own ways, our final website is disturbing due to just how real it is. Opentopia.com is a website that allows viewers to access random live camera feeds from all across the world. Many of these live feeds come from security cameras for businesses and even people's personal homes. It is believed that the creator of this website illegally taps into these feeds and displays them on Opentopia. This is both terrifying and also an invasion of privacy, as it is likely that the people who own these cameras have no idea that they're being tapped into and displayed to thousands of people. On some occasions, the inside of someone's home is shown when the patrons are still inside, and you can watch as they go about their day unknowing of the fact that you're watching them. There's a lot of mystery surrounding this site, as some claim that those who own cameras that are streamed to the site fully know that they're being watched, while others claim that they would have no way of knowing that the site is conducting these practices. Either way, it is extremely unsettling watching people go about their daily lives while you watch over them. The site today is made up of camera feeds from mostly businesses, but still every once in a while, someone's personal home camera will stream through the site. So this is one that really gives me weird vibes, and I just hate to even think about it, especially in today's society where our cybersecurity is constantly at risk. What if you were one of these people being watched, and one day you found out that thousands of people were just watching you live your life? I mean, that to me is terrifying, and if I ever found that out, I would be out. That one didn't land. So yes, obviously this site is terrifying to think about, but let's give it a look to see if it really is that scary. Alright, so immediately we're hit with trending webcams, and the first one is the Lakewood boat ramp on Devil's Lake. Sounds like it could kind of be an interesting one. Okay, and you got some waves crashing. See, this is probably a harmless one, right? You're not really seeing anybody. Oh, and the weather is really picking up. This is an interesting live feed. Doesn't seem too scary, doesn't seem too out there. So, okay, let's see what else is here. Oh, Okot. This is a couple hours away from me. Looks like a nice day. See other... Oh, there's comments. Pembus... Penis. Alright. This is already a strange sight, but I'm really not getting creepy vibes from it, you know? Oh, an animal shelter. Okay. I like dogs. Love dogs, actually. Oh, there's somebody. There's somebody. Look it. See, this is when it gets weird. Does this guy have any idea that I am watching him right now? Oh, here's like a cafe. I'm sure there are people sitting there eating there during the day who probably have no idea that we are watching them. Luckily, nobody's there right now, so I don't feel too weird about it. I want to see if they have one that's like in somebody's home, or like one where there's a lot of people. I'm not sure that's Opentopia right there. I am not sure about that one. Alright, I'm switching the position on my laptop because the fan is just too loud right now for whatever reason. Alright, so here we have Kent State, an actual university. And interestingly enough, there's nobody walking there right now. But if you look, 19,000 people have viewed this. And I'm sure that there are students walking in and out, totally unknowing of all this, you know? That makes me wonder if my campus is on there. Let me just look up Buffalo, alright? Okay, no, these are just distilleries. Let me just look up New York then. Oh, here we go. Rochester, that's right by me. That's like probably an hour out. The feed doesn't really show anything. That's interesting though. Ew, okay, here we go. Staten Island driveway cam. Oh, look. This is somebody's house. This is somebody's driveway. Their vehicle's there. Their neighbor's there. You can see it all. You can see when this person comes home and when this person leaves. Do they know that this camera's streaming? How could they? I don't know, unless they put it up here. This is just weird. This is so weird. Look at this. It's a computer lab. Okay, that is weird. So in the Rochester Institute of Technology, a college that's about an hour away from here, they have their computer lab being live streamed on here. I wonder if the students going in have any idea about this site. Probably not. I mean, think about it. Would that be something that ever crossed your mind when you go into your computer lab? And this one kind of hits a little close to home here, because a lot of the work that I do at my school is in the computer lab. And I would be shocked if I found out that I was being live streamed when I was in there. So does the school really allow this? I don't know. This Opentopia is very interesting to me, and it's very creepy to me in a weird kind of way. So I might do another video just fully on this, and maybe I'll go to this college and see if people have any idea what's happening there. So let me know if that's something that you guys want to see, but for now, I think I'm done with Opentopia. Well guys, those were 3 scary websites that you probably shouldn't visit, but let's be honest, they're kind of interesting and they're kind of fun to go on. Honestly, I say they're not
law enforcement to help find the young boy, with the group being accompanied by a camera crew from the local Channel 2 station, as everyone shared the same hope that the child would finally be found. And so they were off, with many searchers directing their focus on the nearby woods, while others, including Justin's own family, would search closer to the property as well as its neighboring land. This included rummaging around various sheds and piles of trash, as they were made to leave no stone unturned that day, with everyone geared up for a long, grueling day of searching. Though in the end, all they needed was a few minutes.
Something's in there.
Nathan, that's happening.
No camera. Where's he at? Where's he at? In there.
With the cameras rolling, we see the moment that Victor Turner discovered his own son, stuffed inside an old cabinet in his own camper, with his reaction making one thing very apparent. Justin was no longer alive. The footage is devastating, and made worse upon the discovery that not only was Justin dead, but he had been brutally assaulted and murdered by strangulation. But there was something even more unsettling about this footage. The fact that that very camper had already been searched in the days prior, and likely numerous times. Yet somehow Justin's body was never found, meaning that whoever the killer was may have hidden him there days after the disappearance.
The latest word about the boy's grim fate has really shaken up this Moncks Corner neighborhood.
They were clearly dealing with an incredibly dangerous and deranged individual, and tracking down whoever was responsible became law enforcement in the area's top priority. Though this certainly didn't mean that results were guaranteed, as there was a severe lack of physical evidence found on the scene, making it incredibly difficult to find any definitive information as to who might have done this. And despite their best efforts,
3, 2, 1, Happy New Year!
a full year passed,
It's 1991
and then 2, and then 3.
Happy 2000!
Then a full decade passed, then 2, and then 3. From the start, Justin Turner's case was ice cold, and in the end it seemed clear that it would remain this way forever. Until...
Breaking news this afternoon out of Berkeley County, as the Berkeley County Sheriff's Office has made 2 arrests in the Justin Turner case.
The Berkeley County Sheriff's Office confirms that yesterday they arrested Justin's father, Victor Lee Turner, and his stepmother, Megan Renee Turner, in the upstate, both charged with murder.
35 long years after Justin Turner's body was discovered, it would be the very man who found him that was charged for his murder, along with his wife and Justin's stepmother. This supposedly came as a result of improved forensic technology, as well as other information that had previously been unreported, like one account where stepmother Megan had been overheard talking about how she and Justin had gotten into a fight that very morning, with the woman eventually laughing about it, and saying, "But I won that fight." From the very beginning, Megan was always considered a suspect in this case. In fact, she had even already been arrested for his death at one point in 1990, but was swiftly released on account of a lack of physical evidence. And this lack of physical evidence is still a factor to this day, as the recent arrest of this couple hinged mainly on circumstantial evidence, with one of the key pieces being that news footage. Investigators pointed out a number of strange moments in Victor's behaviors and actions that day when they went back and reviewed the recording, with the most glaring being that he had found his son literally seconds into the search, entering that camper and going right for the drawer that he was hidden in, almost as if he knew where to look. And given that he owned the property and he owned the camper, it makes more sense as to how Justin's body could have seemingly just appeared there, as he and his wife were the ones who had the easiest access to it. On top of this, upon finding Justin, Victor didn't rush in to check on his condition, and he seemed to just assume he was dead despite only getting a quick glance. He didn't rush to hold him, he didn't yell out to him, he just backed away and told those around him that he had found his son. Shortly after, it's alleged that Victor asked a detective on the scene what would happen if a family member had done this, with this question supposedly being posed before it was even revealed that Justin had been murdered. The sheriff on the case later proclaimed about the footage, "You look at it, you look at the actions, you look at the body language. I'll let the people draw their own conclusion." On top of this, the same sheriff also recalled that right after the body was found, Victor and Megan basically refused to ever speak to detectives again, and they never once called in to check on the case for the entire 35 years. With the sheriff saying, "Nobody that I'm aware of from any of the family has ever heard from them again. I never got one phone call. Not one phone call from his daddy or his stepmother. What are y'all doing about my son's death? Not one. What does that tell you?" Watching the moments that Victor found his son's body, now knowing the context, disturbing doesn't even begin to describe it. And the fact that it took 35 years for this couple to finally be placed behind bars is baffling. But things were about to get a whole lot more shocking.
During our hearing, we requested that the charges against Megan and Vic be dismissed. We were very fortunate today that we got a copy of the order from the judge dismissing the charges against both Megan and Vic.
As on June 7th, 2024, months after their arrest, Victor and Megan were released from prison and all charges against them were dropped, with the judge citing a lack of any new conclusive physical evidence, as well as the fact that nearly 20 people who were initially involved in the case, including witnesses and those who initially provided key testimony, had since perished, with the judge believing that it was now impossible to get the full story. On top of this, it was also discovered soon after the arrest, a notorious serial killer just so happened to be in the area on the day of Justin's murder. His name was Richard Evanitz, and though it's unknown how many victims he truly has, it appears that at least 4 kidnappings and 3 slayings have been attributed to him, with some of these victims being taken in broad daylight when they were getting off the bus. Richard has long since passed away, and there's really no verifiable links to prove his involvement with this crime, with this potentially being just a strange coincidence, as it is worth noting that it seems like the rest of Justin's family still believe that Victor and Megan had killed him. But all of this left the case in a position that the judge felt was unsolvable, leaving the case without conclusion and without justice. Meaning that in this footage, we may never truly know if Victor had just discovered his son, or his victim.
The 3-day search is over, but not in a way anyone wanted to see.
Vivas que não recomendamos para crianças nem para pessoas sensíveis.
Recently I discovered something truly distressing. I was being double charged for Netflix. It turns out that I was paying for an old account that I didn't even realize was still active for well over a year, and I only found out thanks to today's sponsor, Rocket Money. Rocket Money has helped save its customers up to $740 a year when you use all of the app's premium features. They've also helped save their customers over $500 million in canceled subscriptions. Rocket Money is an all-in-one personal finance app that helps you track your subscriptions, lower your bills, and overall just manage your money better. It's incredibly easy to use and consolidates all of your reoccurring bills from all of your separate accounts into one one easily digestible dashboard, which is huge considering that literally everything now requires a subscription. And best of all, with Rocket Money, you can cancel your subscriptions right from the app, which saves so much time and stress. I immediately made use of this, and it helped me realize that one of the stock footage sites that I've been using for years had actually doubled its rate out of nowhere. In addition, I found a bunch of other stuff that I was paying for that I realized I just didn't really use anymore, or just wasn't worth the price. And within just an hour of using the app, I had already saved over $100. I highly recommend this service, especially to those wanting to take control of their finances. So go to rocketmoney.com/Crowley or use that link in the description to get started today for free.
George and his friend, the man with the yellow hat, were going on a camping trip. This is a beautiful spot to set up camp, George. George turned around and saw something scary. It was a thin trail of smoke.
There seems to be something innately interesting about survival shows. For decades, audiences have been enamored by depictions of people pushing themselves to the limit in order to survive harsh and almost inhumane conditions. Most notably, and one of the more tame examples, is Survivor, which no doubt popularized the genre, as it isn't just a staple of television in the US, but all the other countries that have since created their own versions of the show. In France, the show is called Koh Lanta, and was created back in 2001 by the company Adventureline Productions, or ALP for short. And by the year 2015, the show was one of the most popular in its market, having seen 13 successful seasons. And so, riding the high of this impressive feat, ALP decided to try their hand at a new show, one that was far more daring.
Hur fasen ska detta gå?
The show was called Dropped and would follow two teams of 4 contestants who would be blindfolded and dropped into an undisclosed location each week via helicopter, with each team having the same mission: make it to civilization, charge a phone, and make a rescue call. And the first team to do so would win, while the losing party would have to vote one member off. It was a fairly interesting idea, but it also already had a proof of concept, as there was actually an identical show being made in Sweden at the time that was already well received. Though Dropped wanted to turn up the interest even more, and that's exactly what they did when they announced that the cast would be composed solely of famous athletes, most of whom turned out to be French Olympians who were already well beloved in the country. It had all the makings of a certain success, though in the end, this show would never actually make it to television, with the showrunners proclaiming that the program would not see the light of day. And this was all thanks to the events of March 9th, 2015. It was the start of their second episode. The first had seen the elimination of professional footballer Sylvian Wiltord after his team failed to make it out of the wilderness first, which left 7 contestants who were now ready for round 2. The day's shoot began in La Rioja, Argentina, with the cast being blindfolded in preparation to be loaded up into their helicopters and dropped at their next location. Olympic gold medal swimmer Alan Bernard was one of the first to step onto the craft, but was quickly told to exit, as his team had been the first to be dropped in the last episode, meaning that to make it fair, it was time for the other group to go first, thus giving them slightly more time. And so he stepped off the craft and waited with his group, as the other team instead loaded in. There were 2 helicopters on the scene. One was set to carry 3 contestants: Florence Attu, Semil Muffet,
they come to the line, and Muffet touches and just gets there.
And Alexis Vastine, along with a crew member and 1 pilot. Meanwhile, the other craft was strictly for the crew, holding 4 production workers as well as a single pilot, with Alan Bernard and his group staying on the ground with their backs turned to the craft, as they eagerly anticipated the return of those helicopters to then take them. And so, with their blindfolds on in the pitch darkness, the team listened, as they heard the sounds of the crew cheering on a successful takeoff, though the cheering would be cut short by an awful sound. The sound of crushing metal.
C'est beau.
The aftermath was recorded on the cell phone of someone standing nearby, showing us a large group of people rushing towards a massive plume of smoke. where they would find the remains of one of the aircrafts, mangled and reduced to an unrecognizable mass of steel, with none of the contestants being able to make sense of what had just happened. It's very possible that the incident itself was captured by the production's own cameras. However, this footage has never and likely will never be released. Though coincidentally, they weren't the only ones recording, as someone watching nearby just so happened to be filming the takeoff of these two crafts, showing us the reality of what had just transpired. Just as the two aircrafts had taken to the sky, the second and lowest helicopter began rapidly ascending, with the pilot seemingly failing to realize that the other craft was directly above them, causing the two to collide, and then plummet to the ground below. In the end, 10 people went into the sky, and none made it down alive. The footage makes little sense even today. The weather was perfect, the crafts were some of the best in the world, and both of the pilots not only had 30+ years of flying experience, but they were both flight instructors themselves. Not to mention that the show's security coordinator, who was in charge of facilitating the takeoff, had actually worked on the Swedish version of the show and had ample experience in this exact situation. And yet, this is how it ended. It was eventually determined that the higher helicopter was likely flying out of visual contact from the lower helicopter, and that the pilot of the ascending chopper likely just didn't realize how close they were, with reports also indicating that he may have been distracted by the actual filming process, something we've tragically seen before.
We're gonna pull out. We don't know what has just happened right there.
And because of this, it appeared that at least some pilot error was to blame. But it was ALP that was found largely responsible, with alleged serious safety oversights being discovered later on, with it appearing that this crash was the result of multiple small factors coming together to form one catastrophic accident. After the incident, Dropped was swiftly cancelled, while the team that had so narrowly avoided getting on that flight and in turn likely having perished themselves were left in complete and utter shock, forever changed by the accident. With Alan Bernard, the man that's said to have been physically on that doomed craft for a split second, later recounting that there was a life before and after Dropped, because you don't come out of such an accident unscathed. In the end, AOP was indicted on manslaughter charges and found to be an inexcusable fault for the disaster, though it doesn't really seem like they faced any sort of actual legal punishment, with the company continuing their work on other programs to this day. But one thing that I was surprised to find in my research was that ALP is actually no stranger to the world of disturbing television moments. In fact, they had experienced one just a single year before this accident. As mentioned previously, ALP was already quite versed in the world of survival television, as they had run 13 successful seasons of Koh Lanta. Though what I failed to mention is that the company had actually produced 14 seasons. Or at least they attempted to. It was season 13, during the very first day of filming, when contestant Jara Baban collapsed after the show's second challenge, with the show continuing to film as if nothing happened. Anonymous reports from the set claim that once on the ground, it took the medical team nearly 5 minutes before intervening, as to not interrupt their recording, and once they eventually did tend to him, he became more alert and complained of having severe cramps. But the show's primary doctor, Terry Costa, didn't believe that his ailments required an emergency airlift, as this would have cost the production company far too much money, especially on the first day of filming. Instead, Jara was diagnosed with dehydration and was brought back to their makeshift infirmary, where he would lay for nearly 2 full hours, until he was finally taken away by a proper medical team. On his way off the island, Jara Baban would pass away from cardiac arrest, at the age of just 25. Cardiac arrest that was completely missed by the show's doctors. The testimony from those on the scene painted ALP and Dr. Costa in an extremely negative light, as their inability to act quickly and recognize the ailments of Baban likely contributed to the young man losing his life, with some claiming that the doctor and the showrunners were far more interested in keeping the production running smoothly than actually caring for the young man. And though ALP denied any wrongdoing, the season would essentially be cancelled right there on the spot. But disturbingly, despite the filming lasting only 1 day, Baban's death wasn't the only tragedy to occur as a result. Due to intense public ridicule, Dr. Terry Costa would end his life just days later, stating that all the negative news reports about him were wrong and that they had sullied his good name, writing in a final note, "I'm sure that I treated Jarrah in a respectable manner, as a patient and not as a contestant," adding, "Having to reconstruct this destroyed reputation would be unbearable," before ending his letter with a message to those on the shoot that had spoken out against him. The author of the anonymous comments about the circumstances of Jarrah Baban's death, and those who spread them, will have to face their conscience. In the end, Koh Lanta would return a year later and has been going strong ever since, as ALP did not appear to face any serious repercussions for the incidents that transpired under their watch, with their faults in both cases being debated to this day.
Emergência 911, a vida como ela é na tela do SBT.
It's July 5th, 1993, in downtown Sao Paulo, Brazil. A doorman working at a busy office building looks up to the sky and notices a woman sitting on top of the structure, her legs dangling 7 stories above the pavement below, one wrong move away from certain death. Precisely what she wanted. The man calls the police immediately, though surprisingly, they wouldn't be the first on the scene, and instead, they were beaten by a camera crew.
Terminando o verão, né?
The group was from the show Aqui Agora, a news program from the network SBT that had become notorious for their sensationalized and shocking stories. In their history, they had captured live footage of police riots, kidnappings, and even murders, which they would then broadcast on air as part of their show. And this unfolding situation was their content for the day.
Nós fomos ver o que estava acontecendo. E quando nós chegamos ao local, o corpo de bombeiros chegou, os bombeiros chegaram junto conosco. O que é um suicídio? Onde? Nós vimos junto. Quando o bombeiro olhou para cima, estava lá a menina, sentada no parapeito. E eu tomei um susto, a câmera olhou também, nós tomamos um susto.
Her name was Daniele Alves, and at the age of just 16, she had entered that office building and climbed up to its roof with the hopes of ending her life. And minutes after Aqui Agora arrived, she did just that, as their cameras captured it all.
É terrível. Daqui a pouco, Aqui Agora vai mostrar as imagens chocantes de uma jovem pulando para a morte. Atenção, são imagens exclusivas que não recomendamos para crianças nem para pessoas sensíveis.
Later that night, that footage would be packaged together into a roughly 10-minute segment, which the network promoted heavily throughout the day, hyping it up to be one of their most shocking episodes ever. And supposedly, it was. As though it appears that the full segment is currently lost, the footage of Daniele's fall was said to have been displayed almost entirely in full, showing the moments just before and just after she had landed, where she was said to be still somewhat alive. It was more than shocking, and left viewers outraged that something of this nature could be shown on TV. But while showing the footage proved highly controversial enough, it was the context surrounding the footage that made it even more depraved. As mentioned previously, police were called to the scene to assist in efforts to help Daniele Alves, yet the first to arrive was that Aqui Agora news crew, and this wasn't a coincidence. They were all about capturing events as they unfolded, and in order to be the first on the scene, they actually tapped into the police scanners, monitoring all of the calls and information being passed through officers in order to get leads on potential stories, which is how they got word of this incident, hearing the calls and speeding over as quickly as possible. It wasn't illegal per se, but it surely wasn't ethical either. And this was only the start. After Daniele jumped, the crew that had filmed her had already captured their dramatic footage for the day, and as the officers and medical personnel dealt with the aftermath, the crew decided to turn their focus to the next element of their story: Daniele's parents. They packed up their equipment right away and headed straight for the home of Daniele's mother and father, with it being unclear how they even got that address in the first place. And there, they once again had beaten the police, who were still back at the scene trying to piece everything together. Though rather than waiting for them, the crew instead decided to take the lead, going up to the door, ringing the doorbell, and telling Daniele's parents that their daughter had just passed away. The crew then supposedly took the parents to the police station, consoling them all while their cameras kept rolling, as the crying parents made for the perfect footage for their segment. Exploitative is the only word for it, but what they did next, well, that was something far more evil. Having dropped the parents off at the police station, the crew then got to work creating their segment for the night, and as part of it, they needed to find a reason as to why Daniele did this. They first theorized that this was likely due to a drug addiction which had somehow spiraled and led to her jumping, but then they decided that that just wasn't dramatic enough, and they instead shifted to a different story, one that they reported to all of their viewers as if it were a fact. They reported that Daniele Alves had ended her own life because of her abusive parents, placing the entire blame on the family that they had just supposedly helped. And there was one massive issue with this. It wasn't even true. The claim appears to have been quite literally based on nothing. It has no verifiable backing and seems to have been a complete guess. In fact, just days later, Daniele's best friend spoke out and said that Daniele had done this because of a broken heart, not because of drugs or any sort of abuse. It's sickening, as the crew cared so little about Daniele's own story that they seemingly just made up their own. And imagine for a moment being those parents, going about your day when a TV crew comes to your house and tells you that your daughter is dead, and despite consoling you, those same people then broadcast your daughter's death for the whole world to see, and blame you for it. Naturally, this didn't go without repercussions for Akiagara, who had crossed the line in the most soulless way possible, and the effects were swift and powerful. As the rating soared 33%, making it more popular than ever before. The network would end up being sued by Daniele's family, who was eventually awarded $1 million as a result, but realistically, no amount of money could ever be enough, as the show's actions permanently affected that family and destroyed their grieving process in a way that I can't even wrap my mind around. But this did little to slow down Akiagara, as they remained on the air for 4 more long years, during which they leaned even more into these unfolding crime stories, leading to them witnessing numerous other deaths, and even being taken hostage themselves on multiple occasions. Akiagara would continue on air until the year 1997, when one day the show was pulled due to its declining ratings, and in its place, the network would instead begin airing The Disney Club.
You look down the track and there is a train coming toward you. What do you think would happen?
It was an exciting day for the crew of the upcoming movie Midnight Rider, the Greg Allman story. Years had been spent planning and scripting for this biographical film about Greg Allman of the Allman Brothers. And this day, February 20th, 2016, would be the day that they would finally start filming. It was nothing more than a camera test, a day in which the crew would practice filming, as well as getting acquainted to their equipment and new co-workers. But for the group of 20, the excitement in the air was palpable, as they were given access to a stunning piece of land in Nahunta, Georgia. So stunning, in fact, that the film's director, Randall Miller, just couldn't wait to begin the actual process of filming. Slicing through the property was an old railroad that had crossed over a scenic bridge raised high above the Altamaha River, the perfect location for a shot that Miller had been envisioning. It was set to be a dream sequence where Allman's character would wake up on a hospital bed in the middle of the tracks and see a vision of his brother, and it was a shot that Miller just had to have. However, there was one major issue. The crew was given permission to film on the property, but not the actual railway, as this was owned by a separate company named CSX, and when Miller asked them for permission to film the shot, he was denied multiple times, as these tracks were still very active, making it far too dangerous. But being on location and seeing that bridge, Miller couldn't help himself. And so he directed his crew to set up the scene anyway, believing that they could quickly steal a shot without anyone noticing. Miller had supposedly done his research too, and discovered that only 2 trains were set to roll through the area that day, and he knew the general intervals in which they were supposed to pass. Based on this, he figured that those trains wouldn't arrive for a few hours, giving them more than enough time to film the movie's very first scene. And so they quickly set everything up, rolling out a metal hospital bed and placing it towards the center of the bridge, with Miller assuring his crew that this was in fact safe, and that they had nothing to worry about, as the camera began to roll. Minutes later, the bed began to shake, and the silence around them was shattered by the sound of a whistle. Before them was an unexpected 3rd train, heading straight for the bridge that the entire crew was now on. Miller had gotten the schedule wrong. At this point, the crew was filming a considerable distance into the bridge, but the shortest and really only route to safety was to go towards the oncoming train, And so that's precisely the route they took, and as they did so, there was little panic within the group, as rather than rushing to safety, they all seemed more focused on retrieving their equipment, believing that they had more than enough time to salvage everything. As after all, losing this expensive equipment on day one would have been devastating for the production. They likely had no idea that from the sound of that first whistle, they had just 60 seconds until the train would cross that bridge, whether they were off it or not. As they began to realize just how quickly the train was approaching, their movements became more hurried, which is where one major problem occurred. That metal hospital bed. It was incredibly heavy on its own, and though it was designed to roll, its wheels kept getting caught on the tracks. And worst of all, it was set up horizontally, which essentially turned it into a barricade. And despite their best efforts to save everything, their time was up, and as the camera continued rolling, the train would arrive. At this moment, the train itself also had a camera rolling, which showed that even in those final moments, the crew was still trying to salvage their equipment. What happened next was a blur. Some were able to leap to safety, while others managed to jump to the side and cling onto the bridge. But there was still one thing that remained in the train's path. That hospital bed, which upon impact was torn to pieces. Pieces that were flung all over the area, striking multiple crew members and leaving many injured. But it was 27-year-old filming assistant Sarah Jones who was struck by the largest fragment, with a force so strong that it caused her to fall directly in front of the train. In total, 7 crew members were hurt but alive, while Sarah Jones had tragically been killed. On the very first day of production, in the very first shot, the unthinkable had happened. And when it came to passing the blame, most turned their attention to Randall Miller, as he was the one who ordered the scene to be shot despite being denied permission numerous times. And this public disdain towards him only grew as he and his production company denied any responsibility, and instead, they blamed the railway company. Just 1 week after the incident, Randall Miller requested a new permit to begin filming Knight Rider once again, asking if they can begin as soon as possible. This, however, would never actually happen, as he was instead arrested and given a 1-year prison sentence for manslaughter, as well as a 10-year ban from directing any films, a mandate that he would actually go on to break, though he was swiftly forgiven, and today he continues to direct. But while it's easy to focus on the morbid nature of this case and the man responsible for it, there was one unexpected outcome of this horrific accident. Upon her passing, Sarah Jones' parents set up a foundation called Safety for Sarah, which pushed for safer working conditions on film sets, with a movement bringing to light a number of safety concerns that were often brushed aside and ignored. And all in all, their efforts have made TV and film sets significantly safer, giving their daughter a purpose even after her death. On top of this, Sarah Jones was also honored by countless production companies across the world, as crews began writing her name on their film slates, with there ultimately being over 2,000 of these tributes for her, from some of the world's most well-known productions. But by far the biggest tribute was when she was honored at that year's Academy Awards ceremony, a stage that she always dreamed of making it to.
When you saw her name up on the screen at the Academy Awards, what were your feelings?
Overwhelming.
She made it to the Academy. She made it.
The footage then comes to an abrupt end, only to start again seconds later. But this entire time, no one answers that door. The wait was just too unbearable for the child as she then took off. Yelling incoherently in the street before running out of view of the camera. Frustratingly, this footage was only viewed by the homeowner well after the fact, and reports seem to indicate that this was a property that they rented out rather than lived in, with it being unoccupied on that night. But after seeing the video, the homeowner immediately contacted law enforcement and shared the video online in the hopes that more information would come forward, as it seems that neither they nor the police had any idea who this child was or why she needed help. But since these clips were first shared, these questions have still yet to be answered, at least publicly, as there have been no updates from law enforcement. Along with this, there have been no accounts from neighbors about the incident or any footage from other homes in the neighborhood, perhaps implying that this was her one and only stop of the night. It's like after this footage, this girl dropped off the face of the earth, with this entire situation being a mystery to this day, leaving us with only theories. The first and most popular theory is that this girl was an escaped victim of kidnapping, or perhaps an abusive household, and had run to the closest home to ask for help. We've seen situations like this many times before, with the most popular example at the moment being the case of Ruby Frankie, whose son escaped their house and ran to their neighbor for help.
Wondering if you could do 2 favors, taking me to the nearest police station. Well, actually, just one's fine.
This certainly falls in line with this girl's behavior, as she was clearly scared about someone or something following her, hence why she kept looking back. And given that there have been no updates to this case, and that seemingly no one else saw her that night, it would indicate that whoever she was running from had recaptured her shortly after. And what makes this theory even more horrifying is that many online users believe that this girl isn't the only person shown in this footage.
Help, please!
As in the background, some can see what appears to be movement behind the bush, and potentially even a figure.
Please help!
And this just so happens to be the direction that this girl is looking in every time she turns back, almost like she knew someone was hiding there. Which brings us to our second theory, that this entire thing was a setup. The belief here is that this girl was coerced into going up to a stranger's home to beg for help, so that when this unsuspecting homeowner would open their door, those people who made the girl do this would then rush into the home and rob the person. This could explain why she was looking at that bush so frequently, as that's where this person or these persons would have been hiding, and she was looking to them for guidance, perhaps unprepared for the homeowner not to open their door. Both of these theories are disturbing in their own right, and both clearly indicate that this girl is in need of help, regardless of what the situation is. But still, there's been no confirmation as to whatever happened to this child, even despite the public interest. One of the biggest talking points online came from some theorizing that this girl might be Serenity Denard, a then 9-year-old girl who had gone missing in February of 2019 from a children's facility in South Dakota, who looked eerily similar to the child shown in this video. But in my research, I was able to find a Facebook post from one of Serenity's mothers, who shared that they were in fact aware of the video, and that they had actually contacted law enforcement about it. And in her post, she claims that investigators told her that the girl had been identified at some point, and that she had lived in that neighborhood, with there being no further elaboration as to why she was asking for help. This is quite literally one of the only updates I was able to find, but unfortunately it was one that I wasn't able to confirm, and it also fails to explain what exactly happened to this girl, leaving this footage and this entire scenario as one of the many mysteries of the internet. Throughout my time here on YouTube, I've stumbled across some of the most frightening things on the internet, but one of the discoveries that scared me the most was my own personal information, just out there in the open on random sites that could be accessed by anyone. This is all because of data brokers who sold my information, making private things like my phone number available for anyone to see. But luckily I was able to combat this with the help of today's sponsor, Aura. They take care of the hard part and automatically remove your information from these sites, along with making sure that it stays off. Aura is all-in-one digital security and includes alerts if your personal info has been leaked on the dark web, real-time fraud alerts for credit and banking, a secure VPN, antivirus, a password manager, and 24/7 monitoring to keep your identity secure. It really is the ultimate tool to protect yourself from these predatory and oftentimes unavoidable companies that you find online. Companies that only serve to rip us off, which is honestly so infuriating and was incredibly demoralizing for me, which is exactly what led me to Aura. They take all of that worry and stress away. Try Aura for 14 days at aura.com/NeoCrowley, and in those 2 weeks you'll discover where your data is being exposed and sold. I'm not leaving myself vulnerable, and you shouldn't either. It started with a police chase. An officer parked alongside a highway in North Amsterdam had witnessed a black Mercedes speeding down the road and was now desperately trying to keep up with it. But the effort was to no avail, as the Mercedes would soon disappear from the officer's view. And when it would come back into view minutes later, it wasn't moving. It was instead left abandoned on the side of the road, the driver's side door hanging wide open, and the driver himself being nowhere to be seen, leaving that officer alone with the suspect's car but no suspect. However, the vehicle hadn't been left entirely empty, as in the driver's rush to flee the scene, he had accidentally left his cell phone behind, and so the contents of this phone would be searched, which quickly led to the discovery of this driver's identity. But for investigators, there was a far more pressing finding on that device. A finding in the form of a minute-long video stored on the man's camera roll that indicated that this driver may have been involved in a crime far worse than just speeding. Alongside another man in the passenger seat, the camera was focused on a car in front of them, with both men seeming intent on catching up with it, as in the moments before this recording started, something had happened between them, which the men inside this car felt they had to get revenge for.
Voor ons net hebben brutaliteit met ons gemaakt. Deze mannen voor ons hebben net de brutaliteit. Run, maat, ze gaan niet, run!
They referred to this unseen incident as an act of brutality by a group of men in this other vehicle, and by the looks of it, it's likely that this car had simply cut them off, as there was a freshly closed lane in the stretch of road at the time, which created an unexpected merge. And this is most likely what this group inside this separate car thought too, as they were showing no signs of road rage, and were instead just casually driving with the flow of traffic. However, it's clear that the men behind the camera felt differently, as in their minds, what this other driver had done to them was so awful that it was worthy of only one punishment: death. The man in the passenger seat brandished a pistol and pointed it directly at the driver of this vehicle. The footage from here is incredibly shaky, and the window had been rolled down, causing the audio to peak and become distorted and indecipherable. Based on the footage, it's unclear what happened to the driver of this vehicle or the other occupants, and finding this information became priority 1 for law enforcement. In their research, they determined that this video was shot on May 12, 2014, at around 9:40 p.m., 1 full month before they had stumbled upon it, and it had been taken on the A1 highway near entrance 2101. And yet, when they checked their files to match this information with any of their cases, they realized that there was no record of this incident. This crime had never so much as been reported, despite it seeming to depict a shooting in the middle of a busy highway. To make matters more confusing, police were able to track down the men who took this video and carried out the actual attack, and yet neither of them claimed to know what happened to the people that they shot at, and both refused to elaborate any further, leaving investigators in a strange position: victims. And so they studied the footage even more, which is when they made a disturbing revelation about these victims. Throughout the video, the perpetrators refer to the people within this car as a group of men, and while the footage we have today has the occupants' faces blurred, they were able to conclude that the driver was in fact a man. However, they discovered that the passenger next to him is clearly a woman wearing a headscarf. And most shocking of all, in the back seat was what appeared to be a child, meaning that they had been shooting at what, in all likelihood, was a family. 10, where they revealed this footage but disguised the voices and faces of the perpetrators for unknown reasons. And in releasing this, they asked the public to come forward with any information that could help identify this family. They asked for witnesses on the scene, car repair shops that may have fixed a car with bullet holes, any hospitals that had shooting victims on or around that day, and most importantly, they asked for the family inside this car to come forward, as without their testimony, convicting these men was nearly impossible, as it wasn't fully clear what crime they'd even committed. That was 11 years ago, and to this day, no one has come forward, leaving us with only theories. The first theory is that the people shot at in this footage may have been undocumented immigrants, or perhaps one of them had a warrant out for their arrest, meaning that if they were to report this crime, or if they were to have gone to the hospital with a bullet wound, then police would have certainly got involved, and in turn they would have gotten in trouble as well, essentially forcing them to stay quiet as saying anything would put their freedom in jeopardy. Another theory is that the shots may have simply missed the vehicle, and the driver decided not to report it, with some believing that this whole situation was no big deal. But to me, this doesn't seem like something that would be so easily brushed off, especially because a child is involved, though it is possible that perhaps this family was afraid to report the crime, as they clearly knew how dangerous these men were, and feared that reporting this crime would only further put a target on their backs. And finally, there's the theory that this weapon never fired at all. This is where the audio peaking becomes a major factor, as it's extremely difficult to make out the sound of gunshots, as the gun was literally outside of the vehicle when it was seemingly being fired. But it is worth noting that investigators working the case seemed confident that the weapon fired at least once, and I also personally hear a distinct popping sound at the end. For sure. And it also is possible that this group was using blanks, with this all being an attempt to trick the other driver into thinking that he was in danger. But even with these theories, we still have no idea the fate that befell this family, and it's clear that they have no desire to come forward, for reasons we just don't know. Which leaves the Amsterdam shooting video, an internet mystery that may never be solved. Urgent, I need help, please. We are from BSAS West Zone, Castelar, San Juan neighborhood. Her name is Emma Rosario Culk, who's been missing since Friday, June 12th. If you saw her, please call. Any information will be appreciated. This post was made to the subreddit r/Argentina on June 16th, 2020 by a user named u/NaramNaram, who asked for the public's help in finding a missing woman named Emma Culk, and in the comments he would offer more context, saying, "She went out to buy something and never came back. She was last seen here in the neighborhood. Sanchez and Pavan is the area where she went to buy something. She was dressed in the clothes that she's seen in the photo. She was carrying her wallet with her ID and a cell phone." Quickly, the post was inundated with concerned citizens wanting to help in the matter, with the gravity of the situation being made even greater, as earlier that day, Naram had made a similar post, which revealed that Emma Culk was actually his mother. This revelation only made the post more important, as people left comments offering support and encouragement, with many even providing advice on how he could potentially track her down, to which Naram seemed genuinely grateful. Across the entire internet, this seems to be the first post ever made on Emma's disappearance, but it would be far from the last, as people spread this information far and wide almost immediately after Naram's post, which was also followed by several local news reports, which proved that Emma was in fact a real person and was in fact missing, with these articles mentioning something that her son had not, that she was feared to have been taken. The only thing we know for sure is that she went into her house, left her bike, and for some reason went out but did not come back in. Apparently, she did not leave on purpose, and that is what worries us the most. Things were clearly very concerning, and the tension of the situation only increased as a day passed, and then too, with Naram vowing to keep everyone updated on the status of the search. And sure enough, right after this update, Naram's missing mother would finally be found. The worst news: Emma Rosario Culk was murdered. She had been missing since June 12th. Her son killed her with stab wounds and then buried her in the backyard of his house. He was arrested. Rest in peace, Emma. Emma Culk had been found dead, murdered and buried in her own backyard, with the perpetrator allegedly being her own son, Daniel Culk, who had confessed to stabbing her once in the chest and then twice in the head before burying her body in the backyard, with a motive never being given. The ending to Emma's search was disturbing, but perhaps the most shocking part was the revelation that she was killed by her own son, 20-year-old Daniel Culk, which immediately called into question Naram's Reddit post, as he had claimed to be Emma's son, leading many to wonder, was Naram the killer? And so, desperate for clarification, someone commented, "By any chance, are you 20 years old?" To which Naram actually responded, writing simply, 25, before eventually leaving the following explanation. "Apparently it was my brother. That's what the police said when they declared the crime." This would mean that when Naram had been making these pleas to find his mother, in reality not only was she already dead, but she had been killed by his own brother and buried in their backyard. It's one of the most chilling things I've ever come across on Reddit, but the intrigue of this case doesn't exactly end here, as there was something about Naram's story that wasn't quite adding up. Just days before the disappearance of his mother, he had left a comment on an unrelated post saying, "When I was 8 years old, I wanted to ride a bicycle without hands, according to me because it was easy. I was on the street, dirt, and I let go of the handlebars, and here I am at 19 years old, with the handlebars marked on my abdomen." In his own words, Naram wasn't 25, but instead 19 years old, and potentially 20 years old by the time his mother was found, which put him at the exact age range as Daniel Culk. This prompted a wave of speculation and confusion and spawned the enduring mystery: who exactly is Naram? While making things even stranger, digging deeper into his posting history, you can find another comment where he claims to have been working the same job for 6 years, which seemed to contradict the idea of him being 20, thus prompting even more confusion, which eventually caught Naram's attention, who responded by stating, "I didn't write that. It must have been my brother. I don't use this social network. I only used it twice, for a work issue, and now because my mother disappeared. This account is not mine." This recounting of events made Naram's initial story even more twisted, as if this was true, then not only was it his own brother that killed the mother he was looking for, but he was literally using that same brother's account. And again, this gets stranger. Around the same time, Naram would thank the internet for its help on the case, and then proceed to swiftly disappear, leaving the account untouched for over 2 years. But this silence would be broken in 2022 when they suddenly returned, with their posts being slightly unhinged, gloating about their internet status and bizarrely lashing out at random users who questioned him on his past and present motives. And in these ramblings, he would drop the bombshell that he wasn't actually Emma's son. He now claimed to be Daniel's best friend, writing that he allowed Daniel to make the post on his account to spread the news about his mother's disappearance, which he was completely unaware that Daniel himself had caused. This was the last real update in this case, and it only threw more fuel on the fire of this mystery, with people wondering what version of events, if any, were true. When I hear about this case today, many seem to believe that the entire time Naram was actually Daniel Kolk, and he had made this post to make it seem like he was searching for his mother, and perhaps to even use any given advice to help conceal what he did. As remember, many were offering suggestions on how to find her, which Daniel in turn could have used to essentially do the exact opposite, to help make sure that she was never found. This is tricky because the account posted briefly after Daniel was supposedly arrested. However, the status of this case is entirely unknown to this day, as there have been no updates as to whether or not Daniel was actually charged, with some choosing to believe that this was him the entire time, and perhaps he was even held in prison for a few years before being released, thus explaining his 2-year absence. Another theory is that Naram was initially telling the truth, and that he was Daniel's brother, and that he was simply using the account to spread word of his mother's disappearance, before eventually abandoning it. And perhaps the most recent posting on this account was because it may have been hacked, which would explain the massive tone shift. Or maybe it's the most recent version of events that's the right one, and that this is actually Daniel's best friend. But why initially lie? And how do you explain the apparent inconsistencies in his age that are found throughout his posts? This entire internet mystery is one of the messiest I've ever come across, and nothing seems to make any sense, with the most inexplicable part being the very real murder at its core. A mother who was killed by her own son for no apparent reason, and given the lack of updates, it's hard to know if justice was ever served. It took several months for Angeline Pete's family to report her as missing. She had a long history of leaving home for extended periods of time, running off to join the circus and hitchhiking rides all across the Vancouver area, before eventually returning home to her normal life. But this time it felt different. None of her friends or family had heard from her since May of 2011, and it was now nearing the end of summer. This was especially odd considering that Angeline was known to be constantly texting, as well as updating her Facebook profile, with that profile now sitting completely dormant. But within that page filled with your typical selfies and normal life updates, there was one post that stood out, the final post she ever made. This photo was posted without context on May 20th, 2011, a day that just so happened to be the very last time that the vast majority of Angeline's friends and family members had heard from her. And when looking into the context of this image, her disappearance only becomes more concerning. That night, Angeline had been drinking with her fiancé Robert Calden in downtown Vancouver, and while the two were waiting to catch a ferry back home, something had sparked an argument, which eventually led to a full-on physical altercation. This fight caused such a stir that eventually police would arrive on the scene, where they noted that Angeline's lip had been busted, leading to them placing Robert under arrest. Though in the end, no charges would ever be filed, as Angeline refused to give officers a statement and instead insisted on just going home, which led to the whole thing seemingly being dropped. It was directly after this that Angeline would post this photo to her Facebook account without any sort of context, before proceeding to disappear into thin air. Her motivation for doing this isn't 100% known, but one could assume that she was trying to make a record of this attack, perhaps in case something were to happen to her. The timing of this is more than a little suspicious and paints a horrifying picture of the potential fate of Angeline. That she had been murdered by Robert Calden as a result of their fight on the 20th of May. It's a case that seems as straightforward as it is disturbing, but that's only on the surface, as there was another factor at play here, as when the police stopped this couple from fighting on that fateful night, Robert wasn't the only one facing jail time. Angeline was no stranger to abuse. She had a long history of it herself, with her ex-boyfriend claiming to have suffered dozens of black eyes throughout their relationship, which had ended years prior. This violent behavior often stemmed from her trouble with alcohol, and Robert was clearly one and the same, with the two forming an extremely toxic relationship that often ended in one or both of them getting hurt. It was all too normalized for the pair, which was highlighted by one of Angeline's final texts, where she wrote, "Gee, my lip hurts. I hate him so much that I love him." Now, I do want to make it clear that this is in no way meant to come across as victim blaming, but this is vital information for this case, as Angeline's history with violence had landed her in prison numerous times, most recently in 2009 when she was arrested for getting into a massive bar fight. This arrest in particular is noteworthy, as it carried with it multiple conditions, one of which was that Angeline was given a 9 p.m. curfew, and the other was that she was not allowed to drink, with both of these conditions being broken on the night of May 20th, when police intervened in her and Robert's fight. This meant that Angeline was now likely going to be reincarcerated, and sure enough, that same night, officers arrived at her home to question her on the matter, but she failed to answer the door, which led to a warrant being made for her arrest 5 days later on May 25th. That day, a squad car pulled up to Angeline's apartment to bring her into custody, but when police entered the home, they would only find Robert, who just so happened to be on the phone with her. And officers claimed to have spoken with Angeline during that phone call, where they advised her to turn herself in, though she claimed that she was no longer in the area, and eventually hung up the phone. This would be the last time that officers would speak to Angeline Pete, and seemingly according to Robert, she returned home and left the very next day on the 26th, and never came back. This whole revelation muddies the water in this case, and provides us with our second theory, that Angeline Pete had run away to avoid reincarceration. But there's something unusual to me about this phone call with police. Now, there's hardly any information about this case online, but from all the articles that I've read, it seems that no one in Angeline's life had heard from her after this photo was taken, with the exception of Robert. And when police spoke with her, it was only over the phone. They too hadn't laid eyes on her since the night of May 20th, prompting some to wonder if Robert had arranged for some sort of decoy to make this phone call. Though, however it happened, since that phone call, there has been no activity on any of Angeline's online accounts, and she has never deposited or spent a single cent from her bank account. From that point on, she's been essentially invisible. That was 15 years ago, and today we still have no concrete answers as to what happened to Angeline Pete, with some taking this as a sign that something sinister had in fact happened to her, as how can you go that long without leaving a trail, and without at least trying to come back? Especially in Angeline's case, as she was a mother. Angeline had a 7-year-old son who was by far the most important thing in her life. At the time she went missing, this child was staying with her father, Angeline's former partner, but she still played an incredibly active role in his life, and she wanted to be as involved as she possibly could be. And yet, after 15 years, she's made no attempts to try and reach out to him. Again, people have taken this as a sign that Angeline has perhaps been killed, and it isn't just Robert who they think might have done this, as some believe that she may have been killed by someone that neither they nor Angeline even knew. As I mentioned previously, Angeline had a habit of hitchhiking, and she was known to do so in a way that was overtly dangerous. And interestingly, there were some unconfirmed sightings of Angeline after she went missing, with some reportedly seeing her in Port Hardy and Grand Perrier, areas that she would have had to catch a ride to. Now again, these are totally unconfirmed sightings, but what's so chilling about this is that if she had been hitchhiking through those areas, then she likely would have found herself doing so along Highway 16, which is now known as the Highway of Tears. Without getting too deep into this stretch of road is notorious for its disproportionately high number of women who have gone missing on it, and especially Indigenous women, with Aboriginal organizations claiming that as many as 40 Indigenous women have been killed or kidnapped while on this stretch of road. And coincidentally, Angeline was an Indigenous woman herself, who may have found herself hitchhiking on that very road. Angeline's disappearance is one of those cases that you can convince yourself that every theory is right. But as of right now, there's just no way to know what truly happened to her. And while this is an internet mystery for us, for Angeline's family, this couldn't be more real. Many of them are suspicious about Robert and believe that police didn't do a good enough job investigating him, as he was never even considered a suspect. But they also hold on hope that Angeline is still alive and out there somewhere, and they'll often hold events and vigils to keep her name in the spotlight, and to assure she knows that she can always come back home. And it's this hope that has fueled her son since she disappeared, as all throughout his childhood he played hockey as a way of helping to find her, with one family member saying, "That's why he wants to play hockey. So if he gets famous, his mom will find him."
On camera and improve just all facets of this channel. Like I'm not content with what I'm putting out just yet, and I wanted to get it to the point where I feel like my videos are really something that I can be proud of. And you guys are helping me reach this, like I guess my fullest potential with all the comments that you guys leave me and all the nice words that you leave me. Like it's crazy to find such a nice community on YouTube. Like there's so many stereotypes about how, oh, the YouTube comments, they're brutal, they'll tear you apart. Really, for the most part, like I've had like the nicest people ever come through my channel and share their stories, share their feedback, give some constructive criticism here and there, and just be like nice. I feel like I stumbled upon something special and I'm lucky in that sense. Like honestly, your comments, like they're so nice and they make my day. And there have been times when I was like, oh, I'm done with the channel. Like I'm frustrated. I don't want to do it anymore. And then all of a sudden you guys come in and just, you leave like a nice comment or be like, yo, when's the next video or something like that. And that kind of stuff, it sounds stupid, but that motivates me to pick up the camera and just make something. It kind of brings a tear to my eye. It's a real tear. It's a real tear right there. That's real. That is real. Hopefully one day I will reach 300 subscribers. But, you know, if not, I'm enjoying what I got going on here. I'm a lucky man. I can't complain, and I can't really ask for much more. It's just crazy. I don't know. Everything's crazy right now, and I'm just excited. It's great. It's Christmas time too, so I'm extra jolly today, you know? So what is next for the channel? Well, I want to keep improving my videos and my content. I want to start working on some new series. I want to start working on some bigger projects, and maybe potentially some more like vlog stuff. I was going to ask you guys about that because I don't want to just start posting vlogs if you guys like aren't okay with that. So I don't know. I was thinking about posting some videos that weren't necessarily scary in nature and were just kind of like fun, something goofy. I will let you guys comment your response to that down below if you guys feel any sort of way about that. If you guys don't really care, then I'll just go ahead and start posting some. But no matter what, these scary videos, these spooky videos will probably always be the core of this channel. And I really want to improve those scary videos and really start going cool places to do some ghost hunting, start doing more extreme stuff, and hopefully you guys will stick along for the journey with me. You know, I've said it from day one. Actually, I don't know if I said it on this channel, but my goal from day one was to post 100 videos on this channel, and I posted around 53 now. This might be the 53rd or 54th video, and honestly, like, it feels like I'm just getting started. So I might end up even going past that 100 video mark, but I will definitely be here for a while longer. So hopefully we'll continue to see some growth. Hopefully you guys will stick with me, and hopefully, you know, we'll just keep this momentum going. Like, it's pretty exciting right now. Okay guys, I'm done talking for the night. I should probably just shut up now, but really I want you guys to know, like, if you're watching this, I appreciate you more than you would ever know, like, seriously. So can I go back to bed? Oh, wait. Oh my god, wait, that actually just moved. It actually worked! I've done a video on Charlie before, and it didn't even come close to working, so this is a good sign. And it said I get to go back to bed, so I guess I'll just dab on over. Fucking book it, man. See you later, boys. See you in a couple hours. Oh, I feel like death. That was a bad idea, but it felt so good. This is normally the point in the day where I'm like, should I go out and exercise? And I'm always like, no. But today, I can't answer that question for me. I have to ask the board. Charlie, should I get some exercise today? Wait, was that movement? I don't know. Oh, is that convincing enough? I don't know. Oh my god. Since when does this work? What the hell? There's no way this game is legit, but the fact that it's even working has got me stressed. Oh wait, I have to exercise now. Oh man, it's like 30 degrees outside. I really don't want to do this. You're coming with me. Ready to go for a walk?
My God! Okay, it's happening!
I can't feel my hands. This is pure misery out here. It's starting to rain a lot harder. Screw you, Charlie. This was a bad idea. He's enjoying it though. Alright, we just finished our 1 mile walk. Okay, half a mile walk, but I rounded up. As you can see, a little bit rosy red here. I can't feel anything. Jesus, and it's not even winter yet. My nose is starting to run. I think I got a cold from doing that. So now I'm wondering, should I stay home and be antisocial? Or should I actually be social? Time to ask Charlie. Charlie, should I spend the rest of the day alone like every other day? Oh, I'm gonna need a little more movement than that, honestly. Are you serious? I'm suing. I am suing Charlie. Charlie, should I be antisocial today? Oh my God. Okay, first of all, man, Charlie must really care about me. I don't know what's going on here. The air conditioning is not on. It could be like a draft or something. Like, I'm not gonna assume anything. Let me know in the comments what you think is the cause for this. All I know right now is that I have to go be social.
Hi, welcome back to my channel. I just bought this hat. Really cute.
7. Hi, so I'm being social and I'm taking you out on a nice date. I decided to take you for a really nice date.
You're so sweet. Where are we going?
Well, we're going to the local Walmart.
The Walmart?
Come on, it'll be fun. Welcome to the date. Okay, so I'm back at home now. Allison is feeling a little bit under the weather.
No, don't film me.
So we have a big decision here to make. It's gonna be very important. So since Allison isn't feeling well, Charlie, should I pull the plug and just end the misery now? It said yes. It has been very nice knowing you.
Wait, what did you ask?
I'm pulling the plug.
Wait, I'm not on a plug.
I'm pulling the plug.
I'm not on a plug.
I pulled the plug.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Rest in peace. Charlie just coming in clutch right now. We're about to go and get some dinner, and I'm thinking, should we eat healthy or should we get Burger King? Let's ask. Well, I didn't ask a question yet. Frickin' Charlie. Wanna shut the hell up, Charlie? Wanna let me speak, Charlie? Charlie, should I eat healthy food tonight? Charlie, what the hell's going on?
Maybe resituate the pen.
I can see your shadow trying to move it, by the way. Exposed. Charlie, you son of a bitch. Shoot me straight, Charlie. Can we just get some Burger King? I'm hungry, man. Charlie, I am hungry. Wait, did it move? Oh, I thought that. What? Oh my God! It actually moved.
Well, it just told us we shouldn't get Burger King.
So no Burger King, eh, Charlie?
Sorry, Charlie.
Alright, I feel like I have disgraced Charlie enough for one lifetime after today, so I think it's time to switch over to the Ouija board. So I am a huge Buffalo Bills fan. That's why I hate everything. And there just happens to be a primetime Monday night game against the New England Patriots tonight. Long story short, if you don't follow sports, the Bills are terrible and the Patriots are amazing. I don't even know if I should watch or not. And I was kind of debating back and forth whether I should or shouldn't. So I'm going to the board. I'm gonna ask the board if I should watch the game tonight. I kind of hope she says no, just to spare me. If there's a spirit here that would like to communicate, you may do so through this board. Should I watch the Bills game tonight? Oh my God, that's so creepy. Oh my God, stop. I hate this. Okay, guys, I shit you not, like this is actually disturbing to me, because usually this stuff doesn't work for me, but now all of a sudden Charlie and the Ouija board is working. What is happening today? Are the Bills going to win tonight? It just moved over yes again. Ew, okay, thank you for your service. What? Thank you for speaking with me tonight. Goodbye. Guess we're watching the Bills game tonight. I totally forgot that I had homework that's due tomorrow. I could not do it hypothetically, and just kind of like embrace the L. Maybe I should do it. I gotta ask the board. If there's a spirit here that wishes to communicate, you may do so through this board. Should I do my English homework, or should I just take that out? No. Alright, thank you for talking with me. Yeah, you got the fucking thing stuck. Thank you for speaking with me. You may do so through this board. Alright, have a nice day. Thank you, spirit. I'm one of those people that's always like, oh, Ouija boards, they're not real. But when this thing starts moving, I gotta say, it's creepy. I will just say that. It is creepy. Alright, I'll give it that. Let's do this homework. This is a really pretty angle.
I think that's good enough for today.
Alright guys, so it is now officially the next day, and overall, just off of the sidewalk in Los Angeles. And in her own words, you heard her say that it looked something like a mannequin. A broken up, pale, white mannequin. She had no idea that she was actually looking at the corpse of a 22-year-old girl named Elizabeth Short. Without even knowing it, Bersinger had just stumbled upon the crime scene of what has now become one of the most mysterious murders of all time. Elizabeth Short was born in 1924 in the city of Boston, Massachusetts. Now, her childhood was very strange to say the least. Her father was a man named Cleo Short, who for a living designed and created mini golf courses, which may I add is probably the coolest job ever. BRB, changing my major. But in the 20s, as the Depression hit, I think the demand for mini golf courses probably went down a little bit, if we're being honest. And soon Cleo was facing some real financial pressure. And in 1929, Cleo drove his car to a bridge, parked it there, and jumped off. Except he actually didn't. He faked his own suicide and promptly fled the area and moved all the way to California. That's really messed up. So for most of Elizabeth's childhood, she believed that her father was dead. And everybody else did too. Until one day, Cleo actually sent a letter and apologized to her and basically explained the whole situation. And Elizabeth, or as many people called her, Beth, actually accepted his apology. And they actually developed quite a good relationship just from sending letters back and forth. Which that's really mature of her. Like, I can't imagine most people would just be that willing to forgive their father if they did something like that. Because as I've stated before, that's pretty messed up. And now it was actually around the same time where Beth started to develop a love for the cinema. She loved movies, and even more so, she loved the idea of Hollywood. And she soon became engrossed in the idea that someday she would be a star herself. And that's when she made the connection. She wants to move to California to become a movie star, and her dad was living in California at the time. Ding. So she made the decision to pack her bags and move cross country to live with her dad in California. And her time in California really didn't go too well. Like, really didn't go too well. It wasn't even a full year that she had lived there until her father had kicked her out of the house. Cleo claimed that she was lazy and just mooching off him just because she needed a place to live. And finally, he just had enough and said, "Get out." Now, eventually, Beth was able to get a job, but she still wasn't able to afford a place to live, so she was just kind of bouncing from household to household. She really wasn't doing well. And after a brief run-in with a law where she was caught underage drinking, she was actually sent back home to Boston. And if we're being honest, she probably should have learned at this point that maybe LA just wasn't right for her, and maybe she should have stayed in Boston. But she was young and she had these dreams, and honestly, I gotta respect that. So just a short while later, she moved back to California. And this time she moved into the heart of Hollywood. Now, there are plenty of details about this time period in Beth's life, but I'm just gonna kind of give you a brief rundown because it's very repetitive. But basically, Beth was living a lifestyle of partying and going out and drinking, and basically just having a grand old time. And all the while, she was unable to find a steady job and a steady household. Again, she was just moving from house to house in the area until she would eventually get kicked out for being a bit of a slob. Now, eventually she met a man that she was actually kind of into, and his name was Robert Manley. But the only thing was that he was married and he had a kid.
but the two of them maintained a good friendship and they hung out almost every week. Now, on January 8th, 1947, the two had actually attended a party together, and later that night they stayed in the same hotel room. But supposedly they hadn't slept together that night or at any other points in their friendship. And in that night in particular, Beth had actually slept on a chair in the room, while Manley fell asleep on the bed. I'll be honest, it seems a little bit sketchy, and it definitely kind of is, but anyway, we'll keep that in mind for later. So the next morning, Manley had to leave the hotel, and he said goodbye to her in the lobby, and that was the last time that Beth was ever seen in public alive. So for the next 6 days, Beth was not seen by anybody, and she had actually disappeared. Which, you know, I love my disappearances, so yes, but also no, that's horrible, oh my god. And her body was discovered 6 days later on the 15th. And her body was messed up. She had slits cut into her mouth to form a smile, almost like the Joker. And her body was also cut completely in half, and it was drained of all its blood, which is why the body was so white that it was mistaken for a mannequin. And the body was clearly cleaned at a location separate from where it was dumped, because there wasn't a speck of blood on the ground. Now, along with this, chunks were removed from separate parts of her body, and there were also all sorts of cuts and bruises all over. And her body was posed in a very sexually suggestive way, with the legs spread open and the arms over her head like that. And her eyes were wide open. Now, doctors suggest that whoever had committed this crime must have had some form of medical experience because of how particular and exact these cuts were. And so because of this, many people believe that the killer is either a doctor or a surgeon, because the way this body was dissected, it was professionally done, which sounds very strange, but it's the truth. Now, this gruesome murder immediately became a huge national story, and Beth was quickly dubbed the Black Dahlia, which was a reference to a popular movie at the time called Blue Dahlia. So over the course of the next few months, the LAPD received a bunch of letters from the supposed killer of the Black Dahlia. And adding validity to this anonymous person's claim, he actually sent photos of Beth along with her birth certificate, her address book, and her business cards, which basically proves that whoever was sending these letters was likely the killer. But despite some fingerprints being pulled from the package, they didn't match anyone in their systems. Now, since the time of this murder, there have been hundreds and hundreds of suspects. Like, there are more suspects in this case than any other that I've ever seen, like by a mile. After just 1 year of investigation, police had already considered 192 people as suspects. And shockingly, to this day, there have been over 500 confessions from people saying that they committed this murder. And yet none of them were arrested. Which, that's crazy, because essentially what that means is at least 499 people lied about committing this horrible murder, which is about the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. But it just goes to show you how difficult of a case that the police were dealing with here. And what made it even more difficult was the amount of BS that was being reported on by the national media. I mean, papers and tabloids would just make stuff up at the time, and people would take it as fact. And that information has been passed on all throughout time, and to this day it has muddled the truth of this case. Like, for example, there were reports that Beth would sleep with any man who would feed her, and that she was a call girl or a prostitute. But to this day, there's been no evidence of that. It was just something that tabloids reported on at the time, and everybody just kind of believed it. So basically what I'm saying is that there was so much information out there that wasn't truthful that it made the case 10 times harder to solve. But to this day, there are still a few suspects that in my opinion really stand out. And one of them, I am all but convinced committed this crime. Now, the first suspect we're going to be talking about is a man named Mark Hansen. And the case against him is interesting to say the least. On the day before Beth's disappearance, he actually spoke to her on the phone, meaning that he was one of the last people to talk to her while she was alive. And when police had questioned him about what he had talked to Beth about, apparently he gave conflicting statements. Also, Beth was living with Hansen's girlfriend at the time, but despite this, he actually still tried to seduce Beth, and she actually had to turn him down. So could Hansen have killed her in a rage because she wasn't attracted to him? I mean, unfortunately, that motive has caused more than a few murders in the past. But one of the most interesting clues that points to Hansen being the killer was actually in the belongings that were sent into the police. Beth's address book was found in there, and on the cover of the address book was the name Mark Hansen, which that alone isn't incriminating, but it definitely is sketchy. And it's also been rumored that Hansen spent some time in Sweden's medical surgical school, which is significant because, like I said, there were exact cuts and procedures done to this body, and whoever killed her would have had to have had medical experience. But in terms of evidence, the case against Hansen kind of stops here. Yes, there have been some reports that link him with the mob, but those have not been confirmed, and I'm starting to believe that that was another one of these tabloid lies that has just been passed on through time. So with no proof of that, I can't count that in the evidence. But could it have been a murder out of jealousy and rage? Sure. And I think that Beth turning him down is one of the most significant pieces of evidence in this particular case. But again, it's not really incriminating. And as for the address book, Hansen actually said that he had never personally used it, and he had just given it to Beth as a gift to kind of help her out. So it's weird because I feel like there's enough information here to make me suspicious of Hansen, and to this day I'm not surprised that he's still considered a suspect, but there just isn't enough to fully convince me. And for that reason, I have to look at some other possibilities. So when looking for a suspect in a murder case, I think you always have to start with whoever saw that person last. And in this case, that was Robert Manley. As mentioned before, Manley had stayed with Beth at a hotel the night of the 8th, and he had actually seen her the day that she had disappeared. Now we all know that Manley was married and he had a kid, and yet he was spending so much time with Beth, who was an attractive, vulnerable 22-year-old girl. And they had even been sleeping in the same hotel room. Now, I'm not going to say that there's anything inherently wrong with that, but I'm just saying that kind of raises a few eyebrows. And the night before Beth's disappearance, the two had been out drinking and partying. So perhaps they got back to the hotel room in a drunken state, and maybe Manley decided to sleep with Beth because he wouldn't have been thinking straight. Now, realizing afterwards that he had essentially just ruined his marriage, maybe he killed Beth to keep that secret from getting out. I mean, in theory, this kind of sounds like a realistic and possible story. But the truth is we can't say for sure whether any of it's really true. And Manley maintained that he had never actually slept with her, and because Beth's no longer with us, there's no one who could really tell us otherwise. But to me, what makes the case against Manley so interesting is Manley's mental state. Manley was actually discharged from the military due to the fact that he had some form of mental disability. He was said to have frequent nervous breakdowns, and he even claimed that he was hearing voices in his head. And after Beth's death, things had gotten so bad that Manley was actually put into a psychiatric center by his own wife. This was a man that by all accounts wasn't mentally well. But again, we have a suspect who raises some serious questions, but ultimately has no real evidence against him. I mean, all the evidence that we have is based off of speculation, and we all know that that's not going to win any court cases. And Manley was actually able to pass 2 polygraph tests at the time, which, let's be real, they aren't always the most accurate, but passing 2 tests certainly helps his case.
Plus, there's also no evidence that Manley had any experience with the human body, making it unclear how he would have been able to perform such elaborate operations. So again, I think we have to look elsewhere. Now, to me, our third and final suspect is definitely the most intriguing. And that suspect is a man named Dr. George Hedel. And there is so much to unpack here. So in 1999, George Hedel passed away, and he left behind a son named Stephen and a daughter named Tamar, along with a ton of other kids that don't really matter. Wait, okay, that kind of sounds harsh. Let me backtrack on that one. They don't really matter in terms of this case right now. Is that better? Not really. Now, both Tamar and Stephen had not met up until their father had died. And when they finally met for the first time, Tamar actually admitted that she was suspicious of her own father being the Black Dahlia killer. And this was a claim that seemingly came out of nowhere for Stephen because his father really wasn't considered a serious suspect. So in an effort to clear his father's name once and for all, Stephen decided to devote his life into solving this crime. And he was more than qualified to do so, considering that he was actually a retired homicide detective, and he had solved over 200 murders in his life. But instead of clearing his father's name, he actually became convinced that his father was the killer. So for starters, he discovered that his father had issues with sex. By all accounts, it can be assumed that he was a sex addict, and he had multiple lovers in his house, even despite having a wife and kids. And one of these lovers was apparently Beth. But the sexual obsession took a dark turn in 1949,
when his own daughter Tamar accused him of having sex with her when she was just 11 to 14 years old. And apparently there were also witnesses who claimed that they had seen this illegal relationship, but despite this and the allegations, he was never charged. But this is so significant because during this investigation, police had actually bugged Dr. George Hadel's house, and what they caught was just disturbing. In one of the tapes, a woman could be heard screaming multiple times from somewhere in the house. And later that day, Hadel was caught talking to someone, saying, "Realized there was nothing I could do. Put a pillow over her head and cover her with a blanket. Get a taxi. Expired 12:59. They thought there was something fishy. Anyway, now they may have figured it out. Killed her." Okay, wait. Who talks like that? But their surveillance continued, and eventually they caught Hadel saying something even crazier. "Supposing I did kill the Black Dahlia. They couldn't prove it now. They couldn't talk to my secretary anymore. Because she dead." I don't think he's actually Southern. But in my mind, he's like a cowboy. Yeehaw. What the fuck can I say? I think I need a break. Now this statement is especially shocking considering that Hadel's secretary had just died from a drug overdose. A death where many believe Hadel had actually murdered her. And this was believed because Hadel was the only one with her at the time that she died. And before he even reported her death, he had burned most of her belongings, maybe in an attempt to cover up some form of evidence. I don't know. Whatever it is, it was sketchy as hell. I mean, holy shit, this guy kind of sounds terrible and terrifying. But just because he was accused of these horrible crimes, and maybe if he even did do them, it doesn't make him guilty in the Black Dahlia case, but it paints the picture of the type of man Hadel was. Not a very good one. So let's look at some of the evidence against him in the Black Dahlia case. To start, he was a doctor with surgical training. Also, by many accounts, he had had a romantic relationship with Beth before her death, something that was confirmed by his wife at the time. A picture was also found in Hadel's belongings that many people believe is of Beth, and his son Steve is convinced that this is indeed a picture of the Black Dahlia. But to this day, it still hasn't been confirmed or denied whether this is even her. Also, Hadel hadn't become an official suspect in the crime until 1949, after his daughter had came forward with her allegations. And interestingly enough, just 1 year later, he left California and moved to Hawaii, or maybe the Philippines. I don't know. I see a lot of conflicting reports on where he moved, but he left California. So one could maybe believe that he was fleeing.
It's also noted that there are similarities between Hadel's handwriting and the letter sent in to the LAPD.
Plus, there was a car spotted at the scene of the crime on the morning of the murder that supposedly matched Hadel's car. Now I look at some of this evidence, plus the history of Hadel, and I feel like it's a pretty strong case against him. But I'm left wondering why he was never charged of this crime or really viewed as a serious suspect back in the day. Like, he was viewed as a suspect, but he wasn't at the top of the list. And I mean, based off of the tapes and the fact that he had burned his secretary's belongings, I mean, it seems pretty clear that he maybe should have been charged with her murder. So why was he never charged? Well, there's a theory out there that might explain this. So at this time, the LAPD was notoriously corrupt. I mean, in terms of regulations, things are nothing like they were now than they were back then. And it's believed that the LAPD actually had reason to protect Hadel. Now, allegedly, Hadel was using his office to perform illegal abortions in the Los Angeles area. So if members of the LAPD or big businessmen or Hollywood actors came into his office for either them or their wives or girlfriends or baby mamas, and that information had gotten out to the public, then that would be a huge deal. Like, that could ruin somebody's career, and that could really get you in a lot of trouble because abortions were illegal. So assuming this is true, Hadel could have easily blackmailed the Hollywood elite or even the LAPD and threatened to release all the incriminating evidence against all of them if he were to be arrested. And this really makes sense to me. Like, I can imagine some big businessman or some big politician telling the LAPD to back off this guy or else they were about to get exposed. And the LAPD was so corrupt at the time, you guys already know.
And adding some validity to this theory, the LAPD has now admitted that most of the physical evidence in the Black Dahlia case is missing, meaning that it was potentially disposed of in order to protect Hadel.
So I really don't think that this theory is that much of a reach. So I think going off all of the evidence that we have today, Dr. George Hodel is definitely my main suspect. And his son Stephen Hodel actually went on to publish a series of books that kind of includes all the evidence against his father. And his first book was actually read by the head deputy DA, Stephen Kay. And Kay was so swayed by the book that he actually went on record saying that he would have no problem charging Dr. Hodel with 2 counts of murder. 1 for Beth and 1 for his secretary. Too bad Dr. Hodel is dead now. Not F in the chat. So what do you guys think? Was Dr. George Hodel actually the killer, or do you believe that it was someone else? Make sure to let me know in the comments. Others that have gained infamy over the past 16 years, they all seem to share one similarity, that at this point they've either been captured by police or for whatever reason are no longer alive. And though their stories are still incredibly frightening, they fortunately no longer pose any sort of danger to the public, as they have in some way, shape, or form been accounted for. Well, that is all but one at least, as I can only think of a single example of a YouTube killer that after committing their heinous crime has essentially vanished off of the face of the earth. It's a man whose guilt was never in question, yet who is now walking freely among the general public, somewhere out there. And to make his story that much more shocking, it's a man who we're already familiar with.
I want my daughter to know that I love you.
This video is sponsored by Audible, the leading provider of spoken word entertainment. Audible is a one-stop shop for audio entertainment, meaning not just audiobooks, but podcasts, theatrical performances, and guided wellness programs as well. And whether you're looking to be inspired, unwind, or simply be entertained, Audible is a great source for all of these needs, as there's something really convenient about being able to just listen to something, as opposed to having to take the time out of your busy life to fully read a book or watch a program. For me personally, I've used Audible to listen to Stephen King's The Stand, which I had on in the background when I was cooking, working, and especially when I was taking long drives. And fans of my channel will likely take a special interest in Audible's large selection of horror content, but other than that, they really have something for everyone. So if this sounds interesting to you, then go ahead and visit audible.com/Nick or text Nick to 500-500, which will not only get you a free 30-day trial, but you'll also receive 60% off your first 3 months. March 24th, 2014. An obscure home video is uploaded to YouTube with the title, "Cute Baby Laughing at Mommy Blowing Bubbles." The clip shows a mother holding her daughter as she blows gum bubbles, much to the enjoyment of the baby, who is laughing along completely infatuated with the ordeal. This would be the first video published to a channel called Trent Pascal, which was run by a man of the same name. And pictured within this video was his wife Savannah, the mother of his 2 children, along with his daughter Mackenzie. From the outside looking in, Trent was clearly a man who cared deeply about his family, as many of the uploads on this channel centered around them. And this theme would continue on for years to come, as Trent would officially switch to a new channel called Big Money Tea, where he continued posting more family content, using the page as a way to document their memories together, along with occasionally showing off his RC cars and tech tips. His videos were fairly low quality, and the channel is about what you would typically expect from a dad who was just using the site to archive footage, which equated to the channel being as obscure as it gets, as none of his videos would ever gain any serious traction, or at least all but one. As on October 21st, 2020, Trent would post one of the more infamous videos in YouTube's recent history, which instantly turned this mundane channel into one of the site's darkest.
I'm recording this because I want my daughter to know that I love you, Pascal. I'm so sorry that I've done this. I want you to know that you mean everything to me. I didn't choose this. Your mom chose this. She's been cheating on me for a long time. I didn't do nothing wrong to her.
Much like his time had began on YouTube all the way back in 2014, this video His final video would also have his wife Savannah and daughter Mackenzie as its primary focus, with its title simply being his daughter's full name. Only, unlike his inaugural video, this clip was far more disturbing.
I put everything into this relationship. I have done nothing to your mom. I've never hit her. I've never hurt her. I've never called her names.
The video shows Trent as he calmly addresses his daughter, explaining that he had caught her mother cheating, and that he was sorry and heartbroken for what was to come. The video then ends abruptly as a noise can be heard in the background, leading him to run and hide in a dark room. Without context, it's hard to understand what is happening with this video, though naturally, many would assume that it was in regards to an impending divorce. However, the reality was far more bleak than that, as in the moments immediately following this video, Trent would approach Savannah with a loaded handgun, and in an instant, open fire, shooting her twice and eventually killing her. Trent would then go on to upload the video to YouTube shortly after, not as an apology for some divorce or anything like that, but as an apology to his son and daughter for killing their own mother. Making matters more disturbing, while Trent talks, he appears completely emotionless, and despite multiple attempts to fake cry, no tears ever fall.
I'm hurting so bad. I didn't do nothing wrong to her.
And all the while he's talking, he seems more focused on his hair and looks rather than anything else.
I'm like, why me? My hair's a mess and I look horrible. Oh, sorry. Take these off.
And instead, he seems totally void of any regret or empathy for the situation that was now unfolding, and the fact that he had now robbed his children of their mother, all because he thought she was cheating. And ultimately, he paints himself as the real victim, as their mother was the one that had supposedly cheated on him. The context of it all made this story almost unbearably upsetting, and it would only get worse as new details emerged. In the days following, it would be revealed that the noise heard while filming that had initially caused Trent to run and hide was, in all likelihood, Savannah herself arriving home.
You love me like your own.
And according to the police report, Trent was hidden within the shower of their bathroom when he ambushed Savannah and subsequently took her life, which, if you listen closely to the end of the video, you can clearly hear the rustling of shower curtains. Implying that this video was likely taken mere minutes before the murder took place, and he was seen and heard here on camera, hiding in preparation to carry this out. Given the shocking nature of this situation and this video, the story unsurprisingly became huge news across the world, and it even made a spot on YouTube's Darkest Channels 3. But if you had watched my video back when it was released, you'll likely be a bit confused as to why we're discussing it here, as if you remember, Trent's story had seemingly come to an absolute end the very day that he posted his last video.
And we're following breaking news from the Greenspoint area tonight, where a Harris County Sheriff's deputy shoots a man in front of a shopping center.
Investigators say the man shot was on the run, accused of killing his estranged wife.
We have a picture of the suspect in this case. That suspect is 48-year-old Trent Pascal.
Immediately following the slaying of Savannah, Trent would flee the scene, with police later tracking him down in a Walmart parking lot in Houston, Texas. There, Trent would refuse to comply with police demands, as he faced the officers with the murder weapon still in his hand. And in one fleeting moment of desperation, Trent would raise that weapon, causing police to immediately open fire. Thankfully, Trent was unable to discharge his weapon in time, and no officers would be injured, though Trent himself would be shot multiple times, leaving him in critical condition, though he would eventually go on to survive the ordeal, and after nearly 2 months of recovery, he would be back to full health and placed behind bars. This is not only where Trent's story ended on YouTube's Darkest Channels 3, But it also seemed to be the ending of his story in general, as he would likely spend the rest of his life in prison. And truthfully, out of all the cases I've covered on this channel, I probably would have picked this as one of the least likely to have any major updates, as it seemed about as open and shut as it gets. But little did I know that at the time of posting that video over a year ago, Trent Pascal wasn't even in prison. Following his recovery in December of 2020, Trent would then be turned over to authorities, with his guilt being completely certain, as other than his own incriminating video, and the fact that he had raised his weapon at police officers, he was also caught on camera by his neighbor immediately following the shooting, as he was talking on the phone to his aunt and confessing to everything he did. Plus, Savannah's own mother had been with her when she was shot, and had witnessed everything before escaping the scene. Trent was undoubtedly guilty of murder. Yet, despite this and the disturbing behavior exhibited before and after his crime, the courts would make the bizarre decision to allow him to go out on bail. The decision was shocking and immediately met with criticism, as in Texas, bail can be denied to those who the court deemed to be a risk to the community. And due to the fact that Trent had obviously murdered his wife, pulled a gun on police officers, and the fact that his children were still out there, well, most considered him to be just that, a risk to the community. Yet for whatever reason, the judge didn't see it this way, with his bail being posted at $250,000. And despite the steep cost, his parents would scrape the money together and pay to have their son released, who, other than wearing an ankle monitor and showing up to regular court hearings, would be able to live a somewhat normal life until his inevitable conviction. By the end of December, Trent Pascal, the undeniable killer, would be released among the general public in Houston, Texas. The decision was immediately met with disagreement that would only grow over time, as within the span of just 2 months, Trent would find his way back into custody on 2 separate occasions, both of which for violating the terms of his bail, though in each instance, they allowed him to go back on bail. There was every opportunity to assure that this man never walked this earth freely again, and yet every time they chose to let him leave. And unsurprisingly, these dangerous decisions would eventually lead to a devastating consequence. On April 13th, 2021, a call would be made to authorities in Houston, Texas, stating that a used car had been stolen from a local dealership. The caller described how an anonymous man had entered the business and asked to drive a black Chevy Tahoe parked in the lot, to which the employee, a man named Jack Ford, happily obliged. As the two set out for their drive, Jack began to notice that the man was acting somewhat strange, calling his behavior suspicious, but not enough to stop the test early. However, out of the blue, the man would then turn sharply into a gas station parking lot and bring the car to a sudden stop. Once there, he would pull a knife from his pocket and order Jack out of the car before quickly speeding away. Police would later arrive on the scene, where upon checking the CCTV footage from the gas station, they'd make the startling discovery that the suspect looked eerily similar to Trent Pascal. But this couldn't be, as Trent had an ankle monitor on, which showed that he was still at his parents' house, who had taken him in after posting bail. Confused, authorities would rush to the home where, rather than finding Trent, they would instead find his ankle monitor, clipped in half and lying on the floor. It was Trent Pascal who had stolen that car, and not only was he armed and dangerous, but he was now officially on the run. The news was extremely concerning, not only for members of the community, but for Savannah's parents in particular, as during Savannah's murder, her own mother Shirley was present at the scene, leaving her with the possibility that Trent could come back to finish the job. But even more worrisome was the fact that Savannah's parents had become the guardians to Trent and Savannah's children, who were now left without parents. And with Trent on the loose, there was a very real chance that he could try and take his kids back, using whatever means necessary. But it wasn't just Savannah's parents who were left devastated by the news, as Trent's very own parents had now been put in a truly awful position. They were the ones who had paid for his release 3 separate times, which added up to a whopping $550,000. And with Trent on the run, his parents were set to lose all that money. To make matters worse, this was money that they allegedly didn't even have, and they were forced to use collateral as well when signing the contracts, which would also be taken from them due to Trent's behavior. And according to those close with the family, that collateral had included their very own house, meaning that with Trent gone, not only were his parents going to lose all their money, but they'd also be losing their home as well. The same home that they allowed Trent to stay in. So despite everything they did for him, Trent would just turn around and put them in a situation that would essentially make them homeless. With Trent now completely missing, all parties involved were searching desperately for him, as from the second he disappeared, his whereabouts were completely unknown, meaning that his next move was impossible to predict, a next move that to this day has yet to come. As since that moment Trent went on the run back in April, there has been no substantial updates on where he might be. At one point, U.S. Marshals believed there was a sighting in Green Bay, Wisconsin, though to this day nothing has come of it. And other than this, there's been no other reported sightings or clues as to where he might be. And for all intensive purposes, Trent has essentially dropped off the face of the earth. This is a situation I became aware of practically right after he had escaped, and since then I've been checking for news almost daily to see if there's been any sort of development, as I had a strong feeling that at some point, the guilt that Trent must be feeling for basically ruining his parents' life would finally eat at him enough to turn himself in. But so far, nothing. Which just further showcases how deeply narcissistic this man is, something that was already on full display within his final video. And with Trent having completely vanished, the big fear now is that he is going to come after his children, whether it be today, tomorrow, or 10 years from now. Which is something that Savannah's parents now have to live with on a daily basis, as they've even told the press that we're constantly on guard, constantly watching, it's high anxiety, it's been a very hard year. And until Trent is hopefully one day caught, they are sadly going to have to continue living with this fear. And given the way this case has gone so far, I can safely say that Trent Pascal's story is nowhere near over. Okay, so I have a last second update here. I had put off making this video for months because I've been waiting for a huge development to happen. And finally, it did. And of course it happened right after I completely finished this video. But as it turns out, YouTube's missing killer isn't missing anymore. Just before the start of the new year, police in Marion County, Florida were alerted to a man matching Trent's description, who had been spotted in a nearby trailer park, with the caller noting that the man was still currently residing there within his van. Following the tip, authorities would gather evidence and eventually head to the area on January 3rd to confront this man in person and to see if it truly was Trent. The vehicle would quickly be located, where inside, a man would refuse to step out. With their weapons raised, police would knock on the window and yell at the man to surrender, when suddenly a single gunshot rang out from inside the van, followed by silence. Inside the vehicle, Trent Pascal was dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Looking back on Trent's first ever upload on YouTube, all the way back in 2014, is haunting, as in this moment, they were a happy family. How could anyone have imagined that things would end up here?
Accused of fatally shooting Savannah Paschal. Paschal fatally shot himself when sheriff's deputies arrived.
As nearly 8 years later, this little girl and her brother are now left without either of their parents, both of which having been taken away from them in the worst ways imaginable. It's truly one of the most awful stories to come from YouTube, as the collapse of this family was so sudden and so brutal. But at least we can find some peace in the fact that it's over now, and Trent is no longer here to cause any more pain, and instead he'll only live on in infamy, just like the many other YouTube killers before him. A tragic story that this time has finally reached its end. I want to give a huge shout out to my gold tier patrons and my god tier patrons, Anarcho-Queer1994, Bazoo42, Biznacker, Bray, Karen S, Daniel. Believe that it is run by a serial killer. And when you take a look at their content, it's no wonder why. With over 100 uploads, it would be impossible to go over every single video in this channel's catalog. So I'll just be picking out the ones that I find most important for understanding what this channel really is. And what better place to start than the channel's first real upload. The video is titled Pet Monster Forgotten Video, and it features a bizarre musical montage of people dressed up singing different songs. The video itself is incredibly strange, but features our first disturbing clue. While some of the songs are playing, strange pictures flash along the sides that are concerning to say the least.
Happy, make me feel so good. You make me wanna ride the big wave, baby. You make me feel so good. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Now the first part shown shows a picture of a woman with the words "before accident," followed by pictures of women who were kidnapped and hearts around them. And when I watch this, the whole thing obviously feels very off to me. I mean, what accident happened to that woman? And where did these pictures of kidnapped women come from? And just as importantly, why were there hearts around their pictures? As creepy as this video is, it doesn't really tell us much. Sure, our imagination can run wild as to what this could be, but how can we really come to any conclusions here? Well, luckily for us, we have many more videos, and these videos shine a light on how dark this channel really is. The very next video posted to this channel also happens to be one of its most popular. The majority of the videos on this channel have under 2,000 views, but this one has over 1.7 million. It's titled Exploring Summer Night Streets - Hookers, and it's incredibly strange. Simply put, this video shows this person driving around Italy and filming random prostitutes, with most of them seemingly not noticing. This alone is very odd to watch, but what makes it creepier is the background music. That horror-themed background music is not something that I added in post. That is actually the music that plays with the video, which could be an indication that whoever made this video had sinister intentions while filming these ladies. Also, at one point, a woman is crossed out with a red X and the phrase "troppo grassa" is shown. Translated from Italian, this phrase means too fat. So from our first two videos, we can start to understand who this person is. And I don't mean who they actually are, but who they are as a person. Based off of the first video, they seem to have some kind of interest in kidnapping. And based off of the second video, they clearly seem to objectify women, as evident by the troppo grassa line. And I think we can say that already it's noticeable that this person has a twisted view on women. All of this context makes the next video all the more disturbing. It's a short video, but one that I saw around the time that it first came out, and it left me completely terrified, and still does to this day. Who is this woman? Why is she in the bathtub with clothes on? And why does she scream? These are the unanswered questions that I have after watching this clip. But stemming off of the idea that whoever runs this account has an interest in kidnapping, well, it makes me incredibly concerned for what's happening here. Could this lady be a kidnapping victim of this channel's creator? The next cluster of uploads features videos that get progressively more twisted. These videos include one that was titled Favorite Song of Beginner Kidnapper Doctor, which includes a disturbing song from the point of view of a sex doll, which ends with a line, "When you're done, put me in my box. I'll be quiet, I won't talk." And really think about these words. When you're done with me, put me in my box. I'll be quiet, I won't talk. To me, when I hear this, I instantly think of death. Well, when someone dies, you put them in a coffin, which technically speaking is a box, just a six-sided one. And then once they're in there, they obviously will be quiet and can't talk because they're dead. And with the song itself being about a sex doll, I take it to be about having sex with a woman, then killing her and burying her once you're done. I know it's extremely graphic and brutal, but I truly believe that this is what this song was supposed to be symbolizing. From there, he posts other videos entitled Audio/Video Torture for Kidnapped Girl and Old Footage How to Find a Girl. And in the caption for Audio/Video Torture for Kidnapped Girl, they write the following: Instructions for normal people like me. Be attention. Do not listen or watch this video. Contain hypnotic, flashing, and psychedelic sound, voice, and image. Here is a brief excerpt. This footage is exactly the kind of thing that you would use to torture someone and force them to stay awake. And at this point, it's becoming very clear that the creator of this channel is trying to insinuate that they are a kidnapper. Which makes me wonder, how could this content still be on YouTube? I mean, like I said before, this channel has been around for 4 years, and yet these videos are still up, and so is the channel. This has led me to wonder if this whole channel truly is real, or if it's all just some sort of publicity stunt. But this topic is something that we'll cover in a bit. For now, let's get back to their content, because this is where things get even darker. On February 2nd, 2016, 00390 posted what many familiar with this channel agree is one of its creepiest posts, and one that just strengthens the theory that whoever is posting these videos is in fact a kidnapper. One of the things that I find most disturbing about this clip is how difficult it would be to fake. I mean, I think you would be really hard pressed to find anyone who can let their body go as limp as she does. Like, the way she moves just seems so abnormal. I even thought that maybe this could be some type of doll, but there seems to be moments where she actually moves parts of her body, which this may explain why the title says semi-unconscious. Many of the rest of the videos on this channel consist of its creator following around and filming unsuspecting women. Each of these videos gives off such an uneasy vibe, but there are just too many to go through for just this one video. But as he follows these girls around, it seems clear that they don't want him to be filming them. But mixed within these videos are a few others that I think are worthy of sharing. So before I go on, I'll play a few of those for you now.
He complimented her, which is one of our rules. No compliments ever. Okay, let's review.
Always get the girl alone.
We work one-on-one, people. You separate the prey from the herd. Next.
Lie, lie some more.
Yes, until you have something real to offer, you lie.
Whether real or fake, all of these videos have gone on to prove that this person either is or is just pretending to be a kidnapper who preys on women. But there's another strange layer to this, and it's one that may show us that not only is this person a kidnapper, but also a murderer. Sprinkled into his dark and disturbing videos are random posts of food. These foods consist of pasta, sausage, and whatever this is. But the key ingredient that all of them have is meat. Can you guess where I'm going with this? When I was researching for this video, I started to really focus in on these specific posts because they seemed so out of place on this channel. But then I started to think about it. This person allegedly stalks girls, then kidnaps them, but then what? Well, maybe when he's done with them, he kills them, and after that, he eats them. I couldn't think of any other logical conclusion as to why these videos would be posted other than this. And wouldn't you know it, when you look at the caption of the dollhouse stove working test, cooking some meat video, this idea is confirmed. Using this as context, when we view the channel's About tab, it takes on an incredibly sinister meaning, as they put, "Do not offer me money for affiliation, or visualization, or other. I am not interested. At best, offer me some typical food of your country," which could now be seen as him asking for the flesh of other women from other parts of the world. So if this channel is actually real, then what we appear to have here is a stalker, a kidnapper, a murderer, and a cannibal, all wrapped up into one YouTuber. But in the end, what actually is this channel? Is this truly the work of someone evil, or is it just another ARG? Well, based off the looks of things, it seems the consensus conclusion is that this is in fact an ARG. As terrifying and as creepy as this whole channel is, if this truly were real, then I don't think it would have lasted this long on YouTube. Plus, I'm struggling to find a motive as to why someone would want to broadcast these actions to the whole world. Sure, some serial killers will ultimately commit their crimes simply because they are egomaniacs, desperate for attention. But this person doesn't show their face or their name, so the attention they are getting from this channel isn't personalized in any way, and therefore it probably wouldn't provide much satisfaction. Personally, I think this account was created for the sole purpose of creeping others out, and I do have doubts that this person actually is a kidnapper or a killer, but there still is some darkness to this channel. All of these videos that I had mentioned previously of them following and recording girls seem completely real. What his motives are for doing this isn't exactly clear, but even if it was just part of his ARG, it is still incredibly intrusive. I mean, recording anyone without their consent like this and following them around does equate to stalking, so I still have many concerns. And despite my personal opinion that this is all just an ARG, I still wasn't able to find any concrete proof of this. So the truth is that I still don't really know what we have here. In fact, he would be left with far more questions, as the video he would go on to post would leave hundreds of thousands of people horrified, disturbed, and in many cases, scarred for life. With the clip setting off what may very well be the darkest mystery to ever unfold on the site, and perhaps one of the most disturbing in the entire history of the internet. Before we fully get into things here, do you have any idea how many subscriptions you are currently paying for? I didn't until I was introduced to today's sponsor, Rocket Money. Rocket Money is an all-in-one finance platform that allows you to save more and spend less. This personal finance app allows you to manage subscriptions, lower bills, build a custom budget, and grow your savings all in one place. Rocket Money has saved me over $100 by canceling unwanted subscriptions that I completely forgot I was paying for, while also helping budget my spending by creating a spend-to-earn ratio, a tool that I use monthly to help me feel more in control of my finances. And with this, I've been using their Smart Savings feature, a tool that automatically deposits savings into a savings account with an amount and frequency that I set beforehand. So if you'd like to save more and spend less, join the 3.4 million members using Rocket Money by going to rocketmoney.com/Crowley or by clicking the link in the description to get started for free or to unlock even more features with premium. That is rocketmoney.com/Crowley to get started for free and to get your money right in 2023. Of all the cases I've covered in the world of internet oddities and mysteries, this one is probably the most unique, as the contents of this mystery involve videos that can barely be broadcast in any capacity, due to just how disturbing they are. And although I'm sure some of you will be disappointed that the videos themselves are not shown in their entirety, I can assure you that these clips are ones that you don't want to see. And on that note, let's go back to that old dirt road. The location was one of many examined by this explorer who goes under the name Beanbag Adventures on Douyin, the original Chinese version of TikTok. And for the sake of this video, his real name will not be disclosed as he's never made it publicly available, so I'll just be referring to him as X. X's channel features a multitude of creepy locations left to the mercy of time and isolation. But of all the places he would go on to visit, he could tell immediately that this one was going to be different. As he entered the structure, he was greeted with an overwhelming stench that covered the building in its entirety. The mask he wore helped block out some of the smell, but not nearly enough to make it a pleasant experience. Noticing this, X immediately began to suspect that something was off, as he roamed the halls of the lab using the smell as a marker, following it to uncover its source. This led him past the first floor and down into the structure's basement, which consisted of old concrete rooms and tunnels, almost like some sort of fallout shelter. And as he passed by one room in particular, he knew he had found the source of the stench, as the smell coming from its opening was nearly unbearable. But having come all this way, he decided to push on and enter the room, turning on his camera just a few minutes later to reveal what exactly he had discovered.
来吧，兄弟们想看的。地下实验室，心理承受能力强的朋友，随着镜头来。接下来大家所看到的一切物品。
As he enters the room, X shows a large pool-like structure lined with old pieces of wood, and as it comes into frame, he prefaces the discovery by saying that the contents within this pool are merely props from an old movie. He then proceeds to point the camera down inside, revealing thick green water, and floating within this water were what looked to be children. Mere babies, and dozens of them, decaying in the water. X then begins to gag and runs out of the room, shutting off the camera right before getting sick. The video is shocking, and as it made its way through the Douyin site, it was met with mixed reactions. Many took X's word to heart, believing his explanation that the children were simply abandoned props left over from some movie that must have been shot there, while others called it an outright hoax, believing that X's demeanor and the editing of the video came across as disingenuous, before going on to assume that the explorer had just set it up himself. But within this crowd were a select few who were more concerned. The bodies looked so real, and each one appeared to be in different stages of decomposition. And that smell, if they were simply made of plastic and rubber, then why was that smell so unbearable to the point that X had gotten physically sick from it? Following this line of thinking, if somehow this were to be real, then that begs the question, what were all these bodies doing in an abandoned laboratory? Given what seemed to be their level of decomposition, it was clear that they hadn't been there for more than a few months, yet this structure has been left abandoned for decades, and you can tell as much just by looking at the infrastructure. Due to this video having been posted in 2022, this automatically rules out the idea that this was part of China's one-child policy, as that was abolished back in 2015. Plus, that policy wouldn't have matched anyway, as some of the children seen in that water were, well, just that, children. None of them were infants, and some were even comparable in size to those as old as 5 or 6, which seems to immediately rule out this explanation. Digging into the video a bit deeper, a few others began to notice what they believed to be an off-putting detail, as directly after X states that the bodies in the pool were simply props, he then goes on to say that this video was going to be censored, and that you'll only ever see this from him. This prompted the theory that the movie prop line was just some sort of cover-up to allow the footage to be shown across Douyin, so that he could expose the true horrors transpiring in this old lab. Admittedly, some of these details are a bit bizarre, but despite all of this, the theory that these bodies were somehow real was merely speculation, and far-fetched speculation to say the least, as most would go on to assume the footage to be fake, carrying on with their lives and forgetting all about this bizarre video. And it wasn't just the viewers who seemed to immediately forget about this footage, as X himself would continue posting as usual immediately after this, making no mention of his discovery in that laboratory. And much like that laboratory, in the months that followed, X's video would soon be lost to time. Or at least this was the case, until December 26th, 2022, when X would once again follow that old dirt road and return to the strange room.
兄弟们，防空洞里面那个实验室，一池子小孩，一池子小孩。今天我又来看一看，拍上点视频，胆小的勿看啊，接下来注意细节。
This time, things within that tunnel were different. Upon entering, he would see strange bottles and tubes on the ground, which hadn't been there before, and as he approached the pool, he could now see children's clothing scattered all across the pathway, including a cap which would commonly be worn by a child. The pool itself was also slightly altered, as there was now a large blue tarp covering the majority of its surface, concealing its contents. However, at the far end was an opening, just large enough to reveal that those prop bodies from before were in fact still in there. Only this time, the idea of them being movie props was far less believable. It had been 10 long months since X had first peered into that pool, and now the bodies he once claimed to be from a movie set were far more decayed, to the point that not just the bodies were shown, but the bones within them as well. Skulls, ribs, hips were all on display, being revealed by the peeling of their rotten flesh, in a scene that looked all too realistic. So much so that X was now referring to them solely as dead bodies, as that level of detail would have been nearly impossible to fake. X then pulls out his phone and reveals the date and time, December 26th, 2022, 11:26 a.m., before turning to the exit and leaving in a hurry.
看时间啊，2022年12月26，兄弟们，这个味儿啊，我居然能挺住，不知道说点什么。哎呀，这里还有这些药瓶子，拜拜了。哥走了，我去，这个臭啊！啊，拜拜，拜拜，拜拜。
The second video was far different from the first, as its validity is much harder to argue against. I obviously won't be showing it here, but the bodies were just too realistic. I honestly don't think they could have been faked, as even across all the big budget movies I've ever seen, no dead body props have ever come close to this level of realism, which makes it seem all the more unlikely that someone could have faked this just for a TikTok. And that sentiment was shared across the site almost universally. Rather than being a source of speculation like that first video, people were now left simply horrified, having likely witnessed the sight of a dozen dead children. And this wasn't the only major difference between the two clips either, with the most relevant coming from the contents of the video themselves. For starters, those bottles, clothing, and that tarp were all not there upon his first visit, meaning that whatever this pool was being used for, it was still being actively visited and worked on after that first video was made. And worst of all, the number of bodies shown in that water was significantly higher the second time around, meaning that whatever he had walked in on was still clearly actively happening. Despite this disturbing detail, this didn't stop X from returning just a few days later, determined to reveal all of the horrors of that old lab. And upon this third visit, he would follow that tunnel even deeper, this time finding tubes with fetuses in them, skulls, and even a fully complete vertebrae, piled on top hundreds of other bones. He'd even uncover multiple large bags filled to the brim with even more skeletal remains. And what made this all the more confusing was that all these bones were from what seemed to be fully grown humans, meaning that within this abandoned building were bodies ranging from newborns to children all the way to adults. According to a few people across Reddit, X would make one more video in this laboratory, this time focusing his search on the upper levels of the building, revealing more bones seemingly belonging to children, as well as kids' toys and masks.
还是实验室的化学用剂，这里还有不明的液体，这里还发现了小孩子的面具，小时候的回忆，一张面具，开心。这里还有一个皮箱，里面一只高跟鞋。这个应该是医院拍的片子。在走廊东侧发现了一个特别的格局，这个房间格局像不像是特别危险。医院的1楼、2楼、3楼空空如也。
I personally couldn't fully verify if this location was the same or not, but it does appear similar enough to at least mention here. With that being said, we were left with 3 to 4 short videos, and so many questions, the most overarching of all being what the hell was happening in this laboratory. This question prompted numerous theories, one of the earliest being that a serial killer had been using this location to dump the many bodies of his victims. This would kind of make sense, as up until X had visited the building, it was virtually untouched for decades, making it the perfect place to commit heinous crimes far away from the public eye. But the main problem with this theory is the scale of it all. There were just too many bodies for it all to have been done by one person. Even a group of mass murderers would have a hard time amassing so many victims. And given the fact that most of these bodies seemed to belong to children, and the fact that they were disposed of in such a bizarre way, made many others begin to shift their beliefs towards other theories, with by far the most popular being that this location was being used as some sort of black market organ trade. This idea became a main focal point following the second video in particular, as many of the bodies shown had openings in their chest cavities, which revealed that they all seemed to lack any internal organs, prompting the belief that the kids were killed for their organs, perhaps in a medical facility somewhere else, and their bodies were dumped in this location afterwards, assuming that they would never be found. And in the minds of many, this wasn't just being done by some random group, and instead they believed it was being carried out by their country's own government.
China has no effective organ donation program. That's because culturally, Chinese people believe the body must stay intact even after death.
The organ trade in China is quite the rabbit hole, but to make things simple, China has one of the lowest percentages of organ donors out of any major country. But despite this, it's somehow known as one of the easiest places to get an organ transplant, especially for wealthy individuals. People even travel there from other countries to get life-saving procedures, as transplants that could take years and years in the US can be done in China in the matter of weeks, as long as the money is right. Which begs the question, where do these organs come from? Well, in recent years, China has been caught executing prisoners that were not sentenced to death simply in order to use their organs in this trade, all because of the staggering amount of money that can be made per procedure. And though this practice works for adults, there is one thing that these prisons don't have: children. So when a child needs a new organ, let's say one of a high-ranking official or a wealthy member of Chinese society, where do they turn? This idea has prompted the belief that China has been doing some shady things to obtain these organs, like perhaps kidnapping and killing innocent children, simply to use their organs and save other wealthy children in order to gain a massive profit. Now I have to say that this is not a fully confirmed theory by any means, but it is a fairly common belief even among members of China's own population. And because of this, X's 4 videos prompted outrage across social media, with many calling out the government for their involvement. And as soon as those fingers started to point, the case took a drastic turn. On the morning of January 15th, the Beanbag Adventure channel would disappear from the Douyin site without explanation, which honestly comes as little surprise. X had shown his face all over these videos and was clearly not shy about exposing this lab, and with so many people now blaming the government, it was only a matter of time before he was silenced. In fact, X himself even foresaw this happening all the way back in that first clip.
视频的限制啊，大家心里也懂啊。
Unsurprisingly, when X's account went dark, many immediately began to fear the worst, believing that he was not only silenced on social media, but silenced altogether, likely being thrown in a prison somewhere or just killed outright. Because of this, X was hailed as a hero for risking his life to show the world what was truly happening there, and most believed that this would be the last time we would ever hear from X again. But as it turns out, something much stranger would happen from here. Just a few days after its removal, the Beanbag Adventure account would re-emerge, this time with all 4 of these videos missing. And even more bizarrely, he just continued uploading videos from there, going to different locations and making that same content he once did before stumbling across that lab. Despite the massive virality of the story, not once has he ever acknowledged any of his previous findings. And if you look at his page today, you would never know that just a few months before, he had the entire nation in an uproar. The whole situation is incredibly off-putting, and who knows what happened to X during that time his account went down. But whatever it was, it clearly frightened him enough to never speak of this abandoned building again. For many, this behavior confirmed their suspicion that the government was somehow involved in whatever the activity was happening within this structure. While for others, this confirmed that this was all somehow staged. As if it were real, the chances of X being alive right now would seem to be rather unlikely. Plus, within all his exposés of this lab, he never actually revealed where it was, causing doubt in the minds of a select few. But if I'm being honest, I just don't believe that those bodies could have possibly been faked. Though due to the nature of cases like this in China, a true answer has never and likely will never be fully revealed, leaving us with nothing more than speculation, and a mystery far darker than any we've ever delved into. I'll be monitoring this case for the next few surrounding the perimeter of a South Ogden home. There's those inside the house, a group of renters just enjoying their night, unaware of the fact that outside they were surrounded. And then there's you, watching, not only unaware, but helpless to the situation unfolding before you, as not only have you witnessed the stalking of a home, you've also witnessed the moments before a murder. Before we start, this video has an incredibly fitting sponsor, Hunt a Killer. Hunt a Killer is a horror subscription game where you're given realistic evidence each month, which you then use to piece together and solve a mystery. The evidence given ranges from old notebooks to police reports and even audio recordings. It is incredibly detailed, with clues being hidden deep in the information you're given, and it truly makes you feel like you're a detective solving a real-life mystery. Typically, these boxes are centered around murder cases, but this latest season is a little bit different, because it's actually based off of one of my favorite movies, The Blair Witch Project. I was lucky enough to receive the box early, and it seriously is proving to be one of my favorite mystery games. And right now, just for my viewers, you can go to huntakiller.com/Nick and use the promo code Nick for 20% off your first box. That's huntakiller.com/Nick with the promo code Nick. Thank you again to Hunt a Killer for sponsoring today's video. In the moments following these clips, gunshots would ring out as the stalkers opened fire on a group of people inside the home. The situation would wind up with 24-year-old Kyle Van Coleman and 61-year-old Kevin Nelson being shot to death, with another young man being struck, just barely surviving. And what's most disturbing about this situation is that a motive for this attack has never been found, and neither have the killers. Security footage would show one of the men running away from the scene, but his identity has never been found, and the same is true with the others. And with this case nearing 4 years with little to no leads, it's getting colder and colder each day. An unexpected, unmotivated, and unsolved killing. It's a terrifying thought, as it could happen to anyone. The aftermath of this event was obviously disturbing, but the way they stalked this home before their crime is chilling to say the least. And it somewhat reminds me of another infamous video clip that in many ways was even more twisted. It was June 25th, 2011. A camera points inside the home of Laura Giddings, a 27-year-old law student who was only a short time away from completing her bars. In the video, we can't see Lauren, but the man behind the camera knew she was home. His name is Stephen McDaniels, a classmate of Lauren's and her next-door neighbor, and over the previous months, he had become romantically interested in Lauren. A feeling that was far from mutual, with Lauren turning down his offer for a date. And most people would just leave it at that. But for Stephen, the rejection made him fall deeper, to the point of obsession. He would follow her, track her movements, and since they were neighbors, he knew where she lived, and he knew when she was home. Which brings us to this clip, which, without context, is creepy enough. It shows Stephen pointing the camera in Lauren's home, seemingly trying to catch a glimpse of her. All the whilst, Lauren was completely unaware of the man outside her home. But with context, it's even darker, because not only did this clip show the moments of Stephen McDaniels stalking Lauren, it also shows us the moments before her murder. Immediately following the video, Stephen would continue his stalking inside the home. He would enter Lauren's house and creep over to the room that she was sleeping in. But as he approached, he ended up stepping on a creaky floorboard, causing Lauren to wake up. She yelled at him to leave her house, but in an instant, Stephen would lunge at her, wrapping his hands around her neck and choking her to death. The following day, he would return to her house to dispose of her body, chopping her up into pieces and throwing her in the trash. Every time I see this clip, I get chills because she never saw this coming. But some of the darkest moments of this case actually came after this footage. In the days following her death, authorities were viewing this case as a disappearance, given the fact that there was no body, and Stephen wasn't even considered a suspect, to the point where a news station casually interviewed him, assuming he was just the clueless neighbor.
I mean, the last time anyone heard from her was an email that she sent out, and no one's heard from her since.
In the meantime, Stephen believed that he would never be caught, as by this point, the garbage should have been taken away, along with Lauren's body. Stephen really thought he was in the clear. But there was one problem. That day, the garbage truck had ran late, and detectives had gotten to the scene just before the truck would take Lauren's body away. And as the detectives pulled up, they would check the garbage can and find Lauren's sawed-off torso. It said that if they had arrived just a few minutes later, the garbage truck would have been taken away, and Stephen would likely have gotten away with murder. But the interesting thing is, at the time Stephen was being interviewed by that local news station, he had no idea that Lauren's body had been found. And in this moment, he believed that the garbage truck had already been taken away, and that he would never be caught. And so, when the news reporter mentioned the fact that they had found a body, we see Stephen's live reaction and his realization that his dark secret was about to come out.
I think that's where they had recovered the body or whatever they recovered from there.
Body?
Had you heard anything? Had you seen anything there? Had you seen anything there? Are you okay, sir?
I think I need to sit down.
Okay.
In the days following the interview, Stephen would be arrested and sentenced to life in prison. There's something about watching these moments, recorded on video. It's so haunting. But the moments before a murder aren't always released in the form of footage. In fact, many of these moments are shown in the form of pictures. And there's one that has haunted me since my childhood. And I'll never forget watching some TV program as a kid and seeing this picture. The photo shows 2-year-old James Bulger with 2 other boys walking through a shopping center in Bootle, England. In February of 1993, Bulger was visiting a shopping center with his mother, Denise. During their shopping trip, Denise had taken her eyes off of her son for just a second, only to realize that he had vanished. He was by her side one moment and gone the next. After the mall was searched, it was realized that James was truly missing, and authorities began searching for the boy, which led them to this photo. It was a still shot taken from the CCTV footage in the mall that shows Bulger leaving the shopping center with these two unidentified boys. The discovery was strange, but it gave Denise hope, because the boys who were with James seemed like kids themselves, which made Denise relieved. They were probably just innocent kids trying to help a lost 2-year-old. And so, for a brief moment, there was hope. Hope that didn't last long.
Good evening, you're watching the news from ITN. Tonight's headlines: police hunting for the missing Merseyside toddler have found a body.
Bulger's deceased body would be quickly found just half a mile away from the mall, having sustained traumatic injuries. It would be just a short investigation, as authorities were quickly able to discover what exactly had happened, thanks to eyewitness testimony and the CCTV footage. On the day of Bulger's disappearance, 2 boys named Robert Thompson and John Venables had skipped school and visited the shopping center. There, they were seen on security footage, seemingly looking for someone, with one of the boys later admitting that they were looking for a child to abduct, and that's when they saw James. They grabbed him, as seen in the photo, and took him down to a nearby canal. There they dropped the young boy on his head and dragged him around the area, causing multiple facial wounds. The kidnappers would then walk James into nearby Liverpool and take him into a variety of shops, all the while James was still crying and bleeding. It's said that throughout the entire kidnapping, at least 38 people had witnessed the injured boy, but no one reported them. All the red flags in the world were there, and people just didn't say a word. And if just one person had called the police, then maybe the story wouldn't have ended the way it did. After their trip into town, John and Robert would take James into the village of Walton and onto a nearby railroad, as shown from this grainy photo taken from a security camera. This would be the last moment that James would be seen alive, as he would be tortured once the 3 reached the railroad. The amount of torture and injuries that James sustained were unimaginable and unsurvivable, especially for a 2-year-old. After James had passed, Robert and John then buried his head under rubble and left his body on the train track. And they did this in the hope that the train would hit James, making this all look like an accident. The train would come by soon after that and strike his corpse, cutting it in half. It's devastating, and when you see this moment, you have to wonder how different things could have been if someone had just stepped in. But in a case as jarring as this one, there's one more shocking note that I didn't add. As I mentioned previously, Robert and John were just boys when they killed James, and I'm not talking 16 or 17 years old. These kids were 10 years old. The torture, the kidnapping, all of this evil came from the hands of 2 10-year-old boys. There are simply no words for it. Despite being children, the 2 were tried as adults and recommended by their judge to serve 15 years minimum. However, they would be released just 8 years later due to a change in legislature. Cases like this are incredibly frustrating, as people were just too willing to sit back and do nothing to help this child. But there's another case that I've come across that might be even more infuriating.
Okay, ma'am, how can I help you?
I woke up this morning and my daughter was not in the house. I don't know if she walked out or I don't know what's going on, but she's not here.
How old is your daughter?
She's 5.
The following was just a clip of Antoinette Davis's 911 call on November 10th of 2009. And the pain in her voice is clear and it's understandable why she was feeling this way, because her 5-year-old daughter Shania had just gone missing from her home. The night before, she was sleeping peacefully in her bed, and the next morning, she was nowhere to be seen. It's a mother's worst nightmare, and authorities would quickly rule that foul play was likely. Their theory was that someone had snuck into the Davises' home and stole Shania during the night without being noticed. As the search for Shania began, police would soon acquire security footage that showed the young girl being carried by a man in a nearby hotel. The footage shows the two near the elevator, about to head up to the man's room, with a screenshot of this recording being released to the public in an attempt to help find the man in the photo. A lot can be insinuated from just this one frame, but as we'll soon find out, things were even worse than what they seemed. On the 13th of November, a man named Mario McNeil would come forward as the man seen in the viral photograph. He would turn himself over to authorities, but at first refused to speak any more on the situation. However, the following day, he would reveal a disturbing fact about Shania's disappearance. He told authorities that Antoinette had fallen into debt with Mario, as she had owed him a substantial amount of drug money. However, Antoinette didn't have the money at the time, and needed to find a way to pay Mario back. And it was then that Mario suggested she used a different kind of payment: sex. And so that's exactly what Antoinette resorted to. Only she didn't sell herself.
I woke up this morning and my daughter was not in the house. I don't know if she walked out.
Instead, she used her 5-year-old daughter as payment, giving her to Mario so that he could use as a slave. It's the most vile thing a mother could ever do, and it's not even the worst part. The quote-unquote substantial amount of money that Mario was owed was just $200. Antoinette sold her own daughter for $200. Shania would later be found in a ditch alongside of the road, having been suffocated to death by Mario. And piecing things together, it appears that after this clip was taken, Mario had taken the girl up to his room and strangled her there. Today, Antoinette is still in prison, with Mario being sentenced to death. These moments before murders are all disturbing in their own way, and they all have something in common. They were captured on CCTV footage, but there have been other moments captured by the victims themselves, as they show a first-hand perspective of what was soon to come. And in many ways, that can be even more horrifying. Most notably, 24-year-old Cindy Loof had posted a selfie to her Snapchat, expressing her excitement for her upcoming date. She had no clue that this would turn out to be the moment before her murder. That night, Cindy was set to meet up with a woman she had met on Tinder named Bailey Boswell. The two had been on a date the day previous, with things going well enough to warrant a second date. However, things would take a strange turn when, after being lured into Bailey's apartment, Sydney was introduced to Aubrey Trail, a 51-year-old man who happened to be Bailey's boyfriend. Cindy had no idea that this was never planned to be a date. It was a setup for her murder. At the home, Aubrey would strangle Sydney with an extension cord, choking her to death. From there, the two would saw her body into 14 pieces and discard them throughout the area. It was certainly twisted, but this murder was anything but random, as it was later confirmed that the couple had planned to murder her that evening, with them being caught on security footage purchasing the saw they used to cut up her body the day before the killing. This was all planned out. But why kill Sydney? Well, the answer would be difficult to find at first, as there was no sign of either Bailey or Aubrey. The two had left town as soon as authorities started looking for them. But despite them running from the police, they weren't completely out of sight. as the two would frequently post videos online updating the public on their case and cussing out those trying to track them down.
The Lincoln Police Department apparently wants everyone to believe that we're hiding, that we haven't talked to them, that we're avoiding them. I wish the family the best. I mean, no disrespect to anyone. I wish Sydney the best. But as far as the police department, you.
It's truly bizarre, and despite the two being on the run, they would eventually be caught and questioned, which is when the true horrors of this case would be revealed, as the 51-year-old Aubrey Trail would admit to running a cult. He referred to himself as the vampire, and he enlisted the help of young women to help him steal different antiques, perform sexual rituals, and carry out heinous murders. He told the women that doing these tasks would give them powers, and that the more brutal the murder, the more power they would gain. It's extremely disturbing, and it's especially shocking knowing that he actually did have a following, with at least 12 women being linked to the cult. However, despite this information, and Aubrey apparently bragging at one point that he had killed several people, there is to this day no actual proof that he was responsible for any other murders besides Sydney's. It's something straight out of a movie, with the case featuring many twists and turns, with perhaps the most dramatic coming back in the summer of 2019 during Aubrey's trial.
Please be seated.
Bailey is innocent and I curse you all.
Stop recording.
Inside the courtroom, he would slash his neck open in an attempt to take his own life. He would, however, survive the ordeal and would later be convicted of first-degree murder, with Boswell still awaiting her trial. With everything that happened in this case, it's crazy to think back to where it all started. Sydney was just a young woman excited for her date, who had no idea that this day would be her last. And for her, she likely saw no red flags that night. Before our final case, the warning signs couldn't have been more obvious. It happened in Warren, Michigan, where 20-year-old India Mackey would enter the car of her 18-year-old boyfriend, Kevin Dixon. And it's unclear what exactly had sparked it, but as the two sat in the vehicle, an argument began, and the two started shouting back and forth. As the argument progressed, Dixon would pull out his handgun and start loading it. However, it appears at the time that Mackey didn't believe he would actually shoot her, and so she pulled out her phone and calmly began recording him. The video shows the two speaking back and forth as Dixon wipes his fingerprints off of the bullets he was loading. As the video continues, Dixon talks about how he's going to shoot her.
You think I'm playing, huh?
Okay.
You think I'm playing, huh? Hit you with this big 4-5 hollow tips, gonna eat your up.
But Mackey appears unbothered. And watching this all, it's so shocking how casual the video is. It's very clear that Mackey didn't think her life was in danger. She just sat there, casually responding to him and holding the camera still. Her hands weren't even shaking. Mackey didn't believe that Dixon would go through with this. But he did. Immediately after this video stopped, Kevin Dixon would shoot India Mackey point blank with the very gun he was cleaning in front of her. She was killed instantly. After the shooting, Dixon would drive erratically away with Mackey still in the passenger seat before eventually being pulled over and arrested for her murder. Kevin Dixon remains in prison to this day. December of 2019, Harley Dilley would vanish.
But first, a heartbroken mother waiting for her missing son to walk back into her arms.
Tonight marks 7 days since the disappearance of 14-year-old Harley Dilley.
Like many kids his age, Harley was interested in video games, such as Roblox and Madden, and he had been posting videos of himself playing these games since the young age of 10 years old. Over time, Harley would begin to show his audience more and more about his life, with topics ranging from his hobbies to his recent performances at school. And even through this, there was nothing that really seemed to hint at anything dark happening in Harley's life. But over time, a clear trend starts to emerge within these videos, and that is the fact that Harley and his mother would frequently get in arguments.
So yesterday, well actually today, my mom and I got into an argument because I didn't want to walk to school. Because I live like 4 blocks and it's like 34 degrees.
This is something mentioned multiple times throughout these early videos, and it's nothing all that surprising. I mean, after all, most kids will argue with their parents, and it's likely that Harley was using his channel as an outlet to express his frustrations. But any idea of this being your typical family bickering would soon be thrown out the window in October of 2018, when Harley would hold a now-deleted live stream titled, "I'm Scared."
What's up? It is Harley Dilly. Probably one of my worst days of my life. My mom wanted me to go with her to go get a friend. And I said, I don't want to. I have work to do, so I want to go home. We argued for about a good 5 minutes. Then she snapped. She said she was going to call police, and she said she already did. And she locked me out of the house. So right now, I'm outside. Yep, the house is locked. I haven't ate anything, and I still haven't even got to get my work done. My mom's gone. She won't answer the phone. I legit was scared.
In the video, we see Harley outside in the cold as he explains that his mother had threatened to call the police on him over an argument that the two had had. On top of this, his mother also locked him outside of the house without any food or water on a frigid October night. Now clearly these aren't really healthy things for his mother to be doing, especially given the fact that at this time, Harley was merely 12 years old. And this extreme punishment came from a situation that didn't seem all that bad. The whole situation is a major red flag that's made all the more concerning after Harley says the following line.
I just want you guys to wish me good luck because the future could hold bad things for me. I don't want to find out what that could mean.
The relationship between Harley and his mother clearly comes across as toxic within this video, and this was far from a one-time thing. In fact, in details that would later emerge, it would be revealed that Harley's mother had actually called the police on him on 5 separate occasions, one of which coming when he was only 10 years old. Now you might take this information and just assume that Harley was a poorly behaved kid. However, in actuality, Harley had ADHD as well as high-functioning autism, 2 disorders that can cause hyperfixation, outbursts, and many of the behaviors that had led to all of these family arguments. And in these situations, Harley is practically powerless to stop his own outbursts or destructive tendencies. And it's really up to his mother to understand this and find a way to help him with these habits. But rather, it's made clear that she would punish him instead. And it's important to add that with these outbursts, I haven't seen anything stating that they were violent or anything physical. Rather, it just seems that they were merely occasional behavioral issues. And this friction-filled relationship extends past just Harley and his mother. On one particular video, we can hear Harley's father, Marcus, yelling and screaming in the background at Harley's mother and 4-year-old sibling because the young child had spilled their drink.
God damn it!
Just fucking don't fucking pop all over the fucking table, but throw that goddamn thing in. All over the left.
You are so fucking mean. He is a child.
My dad's being an asshole right now in my bed.
Now, time would go on, and these slight moments of concerning behaviors would show up here and there, but for the most part went unseen from his channel. Harley would eventually switch to a brand new page in 2019 called Harley Dilly 2.0, where he continued posting similar content until eventually, on December 10th, 2019, when he would post a typical looking Madden Mobile gameplay video. A video that would turn out to be one of the darkest on the channel, not because it showcased any family fighting or anything along those lines, but because it would prove to be the last video that Harley would ever make. 1 week later, on December 19th, 2019, Harley would complain of an upset stomach and ask his mother if he could stay home from school. She would not allow him to, however, telling him to, quote, "get your ass to school." And so he left the house, walking towards the school as he always did. Only this time, he wouldn't make it there. Day would turn to night, and not only had Harley not shown up to school, but he wasn't at his home either. And to make matters worse, it was yet another freezing cold night. Still, Harley's parents did not seem overly worried, as they would end up waiting until the next morning to report their son as missing. Harley's mother Heather would take to Facebook in a now deleted post begging people to help find her son, but days would quickly pile up into weeks with no sign of the 14-year-old boy. As search efforts ramped up and the story became national news, people began to stumble across Harley's channel, discovering videos like the "I'm Scared" livestream, calling many to question the parents' potential involvement in his disappearance, as it seemed throughout these videos that Harley had been potentially neglected or even abused. This theory was especially prevalent given the fact that they had waited a whole day to report Harley as missing, as well as the cold message that Heather had left Harley with that morning. However, most others believed that Harley had just ran away under the guise of going to school. Either way, authorities had no clue where Harley could have gone, as he just vanished without leaving a trail behind. However, on January 13th, 2020, this would all change. That day, police had searched an empty home across the street, which at the time no one was living in, as it served more as a summer home for the owners. When searching the house, police would find clothing that belonged to Harley, including his jacket, sweatpants, a single sock, and slip-on shoes. His glasses were also found lying there as well. It was clear that Harley had been in that home, but the rooms were all empty, and there was no sign of him at all, other than his clothing. It wasn't until investigators decided to look up the chimney that they would find what they were looking for. Lodged within the narrow, claustrophobic opening was Harley's decomposing body, trapped within its four walls. Coroners would later conclude that he had died of compressive asphyxiation, which happens when respiration is prevented by external pressure of the body. According to official reports, it was believed that Harley had attempted to get inside the locked house, knowing it was vacant, by going through the chimney. Right next to the house stood a telephone pole with prongs like a ladder that he would have likely taken to get up there. Once on the roof, Harley then supposedly attempted to slide down the chimney, an opening that was just 9 by 13 inches. But once halfway down, Harley would become stuck, having just enough room to shed his clothing in an attempt to have just a little bit more space. Unable to climb out of the chimney, and now in a minimal amount of clothing, Harley would have been stuck there in the cold, with virtually no hope of survival, as no one was home to hear his screaming. It would be within that chimney that Harley would slowly suffocate to death. It's a heartbreaking way to go, but even though this is the official conclusion, there are still many who point blame at the parents, with many even thinking that they were somehow involved. This is not only because of the circumstances seen throughout the channel, but also because of the behavior of Harley's father. While police were frantically searching for Harley, his father had allegedly bragged about the amount of coverage that this case was getting. He had also told his colleagues that he was taking out a life insurance policy on Harley just a week after he had disappeared and 2 weeks before his body was found. And when describing the relationship that Marcus had with Harley, his own son, He described it as strained, saying, "We know each other, and there's a relationship there. He knows I'm his dad and he's my son, but the relationship is rocky." Now honestly, I have never heard a father talk like this about their own son, especially when that son was missing. And so I can understand why people have red flags about the parents, especially with the dark clues left behind on his channel. Plus a slew of other minor inconsistencies throughout the entirety of the case that truthfully would require a full documentary to go over every detail. But ultimately, there is no actual concrete physical evidence that proves that this was anything other than an accident. An accident spurred on as a combination of Harley's autism and his frayed relationship with his parents, a relationship that led to his eventual running away and ultimately his death. And seeing it play out through his channel is an eerie thing, as it subtly hints at the fate that would soon befall him. But in Harley's case, these clues were hidden, buried within a channel that was otherwise nothing out of the ordinary. But this isn't always the case. Sometimes you stumble across a dark channel with nothing to hide, and oftentimes those can be the most disturbing.
More doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
This next channel takes us all the way back to the spring of 2006, a time that was essentially the dawn of YouTube. It's a period that has left behind some of the strangest contents on the site, and through it all was a single forgotten account known as Leather Smoke Me, a channel seemingly dedicated to smoking cigarettes. The page shows a man who rarely speaks, as he finds creative ways to smoke, with his very first upload being called Gas Mask Smokin'. The video itself is quite uneventful, as this man does exactly what the title says. He smokes a cigarette with the use of a gas mask. And though it's clearly a fairly extreme way of smoking, it's nothing compared to what we'd see in his following videos. Throughout his first year, this man would smoke cigars out of his nose, smoke multiple cigarettes in his mouth, and even a combination of both. It is definitely a strange thing to watch, especially all these years later. But in the realm of early YouTube, it was nothing all that crazy. However, as the years would go by, we would see Leather Smoke Me continue to push boundaries and find new ways to smoke more and more. At one point, he even built a contraption that allowed him to smoke 10 cigarettes at a time. It's really a shocking thing to see, just the way things progressed throughout the early years of this channel, especially knowing the effects that just smoking on an average basis can have on your body. But as time went on, his smoking habits weren't the only noticeable change. In the beginning, we can see that this man looks to be clearly an adult, but definitely isn't all that old, and just based off of the footage provided, he seems to be in decent health, or at least as healthy as someone can be with the lifestyle he was living. But as time goes on, his appearance starts to slowly change. He begins to look much older, with noticeable paleness and aging within his face, and along with this, his appearance becomes much more fragile, to the point where this man looks to be completely withered, even having a noticeable bandage on his neck in his later videos. And all this happened in the span of just a few years, yet it seems like he's aged a lifetime. By 2011, Leather Smoke Me just looks like a shell of a person, but he just kept on smoking and uploading these videos. I mean, his upload frequency was pretty crazy, considering that in just 5 short years, he would post around 229 videos, without ever taking any major time away, something that is somewhat surprising, especially for a channel as small as Leather Smoke Me's. But nonetheless, he seemed to just love making these videos, and he just kept on smoking. Until video 195. In it, we see the unrecognizable man smoking a single cigarette while listening to Lady Gaga's Alejandro. By the ending, the song finishes, and he attempts to speak to his audience, but his words are impossible to understand. The video was posted on July 10th, 2011, with the caption, "Still here and still smoking." This would be the final video he'd ever post. The red flags here are obvious. An obsessive smoker who was withering before our eyes and just randomly stopped posting on a channel that was so clearly one of his life's passions. It's not hard to speculate on what became of him. And just by following the trail he left behind, the evidence confirms my dark suspicion. In a video uploaded on January 31st of 2011, we see this smoker looking especially ill, something that is confirmed by his description, where he says, "My return after cancer surgery." He elaborates more on this in the following video when he writes, "Hey guys, after a 6-month battle with oral cancer, I'm still here and still smoking. Dave." With this information, we know that Dave had cancer, a cancer likely caused by his rampant smoking. Yet even through a major surgery, he was still continuing to smoke these cigarettes, doing the very thing that likely led to his failing health in the first place. And as it turns out, the cancer would prove to be fatal. I wanted to let Dave's friends on here know that he passed away last night. I have good memories of our friendships over the last 11 years, and he will be missed. This comment, along with multiple others on the channel, addressed to Dave, all seem to confirm what many of us were thinking, that Dave had passed away after posting this final video. It's a channel that is probably as dark as it gets, a man documenting the literal thing that would end up taking his life. And it's so saddening seeing his addiction get to the point that even though he knew it was going to kill him, he just kept on smoking. It's almost as if this channel shows a man in a 5-year-long suicide. Now, though this channel is dark in and of itself, there's a whole other side to this all that might make things even more disturbing. And it's something that initially I had completely missed until I read the following comments. The thread reads, "Smoker with cancer, such a frail man in his late 40s. He loved to smoke." Someone then responds with, "Exactly correct. The man ruined his life. I love it." The original commenter then replies, "Me too. Love the damage that Dave inflicted on his lungs. So f***ing hot. I'm pretty much following in his footsteps. I have an insatiable craving for my smoke." It's a alarming set of comments, as it's almost as if these people were sexualizing Dave's death and the fact that the smoking had caused this horrible cancer. And it's made even stranger when the commenter says he wanted to follow in his footsteps. It's something that could have easily been chalked up to as a troll, until you realize that throughout many of his videos, even in the beginning, there were similar sexualized comments, with people saying stuff like, "Hot as hell, just missed some lung spit. Hot mate, be great for you to do more vids where we can hear the cough and the wheeze. Hearing that is the hottest thing of all. Keep smoking hard, fella." And, he was starting to show his illness a bit here, with his sunken eyes and getting skinny. Cancer god. Love it when smokers' cancer starts to shrivel them up. Even in YouTube standards, this is a strange comment section, and it's clear that people were viewing Dave's cancer and his death as sexually appealing. And after watching this video, I then realized that Dave's entire channel was seemingly meant to be fetishized, as he posts videos of himself showing off his gut and his wheeze for his audience, knowing that they're enjoying it in a sexual way. He even at one point posted this fairly disturbing clip where he has someone wrapped in latex completely with a gas mask on, and then forces them to smoke. All the while he touches himself in a sexual way that I'm clearly not going to show. But this is definite fetish material. And further going off that, he even subscribed to and linked to a number of other smoking channels that were obvious fetish pages as well, that follow the same mold as him, and he went as far as to put these accounts on his home page. And of the 4 separate channels that he links to that showcase other obsessive smokers, none of them have uploaded in years, making me wonder if they suffered from a similar fate. But ultimately, it proves that Dave created this channel not simply as a hobby, but as a fetish as well. Now, having a smoking fetish is a fairly common thing, But it's easy to tell that this is very different than just that, as these people seem to be aroused by the most disturbing parts of smoking, the coughing, the wheezing, and the eventual cancer and death. Now, I've heard of fetishes where people like to watch others destroy their body, typically from overeating, to the point where they become obese and handicapped, along with others who fetishize the idea of doing that to themselves. They like the feeling of their own body shutting down slowly over time, thanks to their destructive behaviors. Although this is something that I wasn't really sure actually existed. But watching this channel, I can't help but wonder if Dave was into something similar. Maybe he liked the idea of his body decaying due to his smoking, and that's why he did it so obsessively, and continued to do it even when his health began to fail. So maybe this was the end game all along with this fetish, but either way, it's dark no matter what, because on one hand, it may have been his overarching goal to end his life by way of cigarette smoking, but on the other hand, if it wasn't, then you just have a group of people who are sexualizing this man's cancer and ultimately his death. But judging by his descriptions and his frequent upload schedule, it's hard to believe that he wasn't at least aware of his audience, even posting videos especially for specific users who left comments making special requests. For his followers, Dave's passing was ultimately something they expected. But for our next channel, the disturbing mark that they would leave came out of nowhere. It was an account that featured sparse and practically unwatched content. The channel's name was Big Money T, and featured just a select few videos by a man named Trent Pashal. Over the course of the next 5 years, it seemed the thing that he would film most was his RC cars and family trips, showcasing his 2 young children, as well as his wife, Savannah. It was the type of content that someone puts on YouTube, so they can look back on and remember their good times with the family. The channel would remain active up until late October of 2020, when it would take the ultimate turn for the worst. Trent would upload a video titled simply by his daughter's full name, as the video was directed at both of Trent's children, as he apologized to them, further stating that this was their mother's fault and that he had caught her cheating.
I'm recording this because I want my daughter to know that I love you, Pascal. I'm so sorry that I've done this. I want you to know that you mean everything to me. I didn't choose this. Your mom chose this. She's been cheating on me for a long time. I didn't do nothing wrong to her.
It's a clip that you can tell is deeply personal, and probably not something that should be posted for everyone to see, as at first many would likely assume that this was in regards to a potential divorce, or something along those lines. But in actuality, what Trent was talking about was far more twisted. On October 21st, 2020, the very day that the video was posted, Trent would hide in the shower of his bathroom, waiting for his wife Savannah to come home. Once Savannah had entered the bathroom, Trent would jump out, pulling a gun and firing twice, hitting her in the stomach. Savannah would later pass away due to her injuries. Immediately after the murder, Trent would post this video to his children, apologizing for murdering their own mother, while at the same time blaming her for all this happening.
I put everything into this relationship. I have done nothing to your mom. I've never hit her. I've never hurt her. I've never called her names.
Throughout the video, Trent appears to cry on multiple occasions, although no tears actually fall.
I haven't done anything wrong. I'm like, why me? My hair's a mess and I look horrible. Oh, sorry. Take these off.
And it comes across as completely emotionless, as he shows no remorse for killing his wife and the mother of his kids. It's also made all the more disturbing, as he's clearly more focused on his hair and his looks, all the whilst he swears up and down that he is a good man.
I'm hurting so bad. I didn't do nothing wrong to her. I provided what I could. I've done what I could for her. I've done nothing but good for her. And I've treated y'all good. I've done good things for y'all.
After the video would go live, Trent would then call Savannah's aunt to confess to his crime and then take off from the home. Police would later find Trent at a local Walmart, where he would pull a gun, but before he could shoot, authorities would open fire, striking the man in 3 separate places. And though being in critical condition, he would go on to survive these injuries and is currently awaiting trial. It's a shocking crime and an equally as shocking video, especially given the fact that it was addressed to his young children, who now are without their mother. I mean, the whole situation is just wrong. But there is one more detail that makes this video even more disturbing. Throughout this final post, Trent can be seen looking to the right very often in a clearly nervous manner until the end when something catches his attention, causing him to grab the phone and run into a dark room before the recording would suddenly stop. And at first, I honestly thought that he was just nervous about the police coming and catching him. But in actuality, I don't think that that's the case. Instead, I think that his nervous looks to the side were being done in anticipation to his wife arriving at home. I say this because when he eventually gets up to hide, it sounds like someone had entered the house.
Love me like your own.
And when he walks into this dark room and shuts the camera off, you can clearly hear what seems to be the movement of a shower curtain. This sound is definitely noteworthy, considering the fact that Trent had hid in his shower before killing his wife. So I personally believe that this whole video was premeditated, and rather than this being filmed right after the murder, he filmed this immediately before, as he likely shot and killed Savannah just moments after stopping the recording. It's a revelation that makes his demeanor all the more surprising, as he shows no remorse, regret, or even that much nervousness for that matter, despite knowing what he's about to do. The video itself quickly went viral as the story became a national talking point, which led to YouTube stepping in and removing Trent's channel altogether, stating multiple community guideline breaches. However, today, this twisted clip can still be found circulating throughout the site. And as is the case with each of these 3 channels, the videos they have all left behind elicit that same uneasy feeling when you watch them back today, knowing the fate that would soon befall each of them. But out of all these channels, none of them quite match how visually creepy our final page is. The channel's name is Francine Dancer, and before I can even begin to describe her videos, just have a look for yourself. That was a clip taken from her 2010 video called Tomstat Blues 088.avi that plays out the bizarre scene of a cat-stuffed animal playing a keyboard, as well as a lady named Francine playing the guitar and singing. But out of all the elements of this decade-old video, it's clear which one is the most concerning. Highlighted within this clip is this off-looking, lifelike figure standing nearly motionless. However, there are certain moments where it appears to be moving, likely as a result of Francine dancing alongside it. It's unclear upon initial viewing what exactly this thing is, but the way it just stands there in such a limp manner implies that whatever it is, it's likely not alive. It's a figure that makes this video extremely unpleasant to watch, and as we're about to see, this wasn't the only clip that would feature it. In fact, in her very next upload, Francine gives us a closer look. It's something to me that appears completely unrecognizable. I mean, the figure does look very mannequin-like. However, this face is like no other mannequin I've ever seen. It looks dirty, almost decrepit. And to make things even darker, this thing appears to be hung by the ceiling. Francine would go on to post 4 total videos featuring this thing before abandoning the channel altogether, having gone unnoticed by the majority of the platform. Well, that was until just recently, when some of these clips were picked up and shared across TikTok, throwing the channel and its strange contents into the limelight. Without context, many felt frightened, with the majority looking to the comments for guidance as to what was happening within these videos. And there, many would share the supposed story of Francine. The story goes that Francine used to be a star on TV, before the partner she performed with eventually passed away, essentially ending the show that the two had made together, and thus ending Francine's lifelong dream of becoming an actress. This would cause Francine to suffer a mental collapse, leading her to steal the body before it was buried and hiding it within her home. Once there, she would film these videos to relive the show that they once had in a desperate showing of denial, until eventually police would intervene and take the body back, leading to the arrest of Francine. Now, normally, something as outlandish as this could easily be chalked up as an internet myth, but in actuality, someone would link to a separate video posted back in 2007, and in it we see her performing with a tall, lanky man who has the same body type as this figure. The figure is always shown wearing a bleach blonde wig, which one would imagine that if this man were to wear a similar wig, then the resemblance would certainly be there. It's a story that is extremely haunting, and if true, would certainly be one of the darkest internet mysteries found to date. But in actuality, it's really anything but. Just by doing some light research, it's revealed that Francine Dancer was in fact a star on TV, but not in the traditional sense. It seems that Francine had starred in a number of public access television shows in LA, where she would become somewhat of a household name thanks to these bizarre shows that she would put together. And these shows were very similar to what we see on her YouTube page, and not just from a content perspective. They are all similar because they both feature the same figure. And the show didn't just run more than a decade ago. It seems that it was actually active as of 2018. And within the clip, we can see Francine dance with not only that notorious lifelike mannequin, but with a new one as well. It's a revelation that completely disproves the myth that this thing was actually a corpse, a theory that baselessly spread around thanks to a few people trying to get a cheap scare out of it. But even though this is the case, what is the actual purpose of this? What are we actually watching here? Well, in other clips posted to YouTube, we see that this figure's name is actually Starry Dancer. It is essentially just a dressed up and painted mannequin. In one episode, Starry is even described as Francine's boyfriend. But ultimately, it seems pretty clear that this is all just an act. It's not an ARG or anything that's meant to be scary. It's just a bizarre, funny show that was really only made creepy due to its lack of context and false stories. And sure, the mannequin is still quite creepy, but the strangeness of it all has helped to propel Francine into a household name for many, while being completely harmless. There's always more to a YouTube channel, and whether it be in a positive or negative way, what we see is never really the whole story. And oftentimes, the pages that seem the scariest end up being the most harmless. It's the accounts that are hidden, buried in a sea of normalcy, that typically hold the darkest secrets. And after 3 installations of this series, I can confidently say that we're just getting started. And I can only imagine what we'll uncover next. Genuinely creeped out. The flyers read, "Have you been having strange dreams? The Willamette Valley Dream Survey is investigating a recent spike in bizarre, unexplainable dreams. If you have been experiencing any unusual dream activity, You can help by reporting a summary. Please call with a description of your dream. No further information was provided, except for a phone number. There was just something about it. It's such a strange request, and it's all so vague. Who's behind this? Why do they want to know about my dreams? And was there truly a spike in unexplainable dreams? As it turns out, the answers to these questions wouldn't be easy to find. Upon reading the posted flyers, many searched online for any information about the survey because something about it just didn't seem right. And if you were going to share your personal dreams, you'd likely want to know who's on the other end of the line. But nothing turned up. Google searches for the Willamette Valley Dream Survey failed to turn up any results, and no one in the area had any idea what this was all about. There was seemingly no trace of the survey, except for on these flyers.
This is a Channel 2 news brief.
Around this time, a few local news sites picked up on a story, with one actually tracking the origin of the telephone number. Strangely, the number had previously been affiliated with a German-language immersion program that was based in Oregon, but upon contacting the program, the school director said that the number was no longer in use by them, and that they weren't affiliated with the survey whatsoever. So who exactly that phone number belongs to was still left a mystery. But there was one more big discovery that this article made. There's all this intrigue around this survey, but did anyone actually try and call? And does the phone number even work? Well, according to this article, it actually did. When you call the number, the phone rings for a few seconds before an automated female voice eventually answers. The robotic voice says,
"Thank you for calling the Willamette Valley Dream Survey. Please leave a detailed account of your dream after the tone. Transcripts or audio from your report may be duplicated in other media."
After this, a tone played, and there was nothing but silence. No further information, just silence. Upon telling your dream to this number, you hang up, and that's the end of that. No one heard back from whoever was behind this survey. No one got a follow-up text. They simply now had your dream, and that was that. But all this shows us something very important. That whoever is behind this put in serious effort to set up this automated messaging system, and that the phone number is in fact real and operational. This shows me that this wasn't just a hoax that someone quickly pulled together to maybe creep some people out. Either this was some sort of elaborate, well thought out ARG, or it was actually real. Aside from the Oregon Live article, this case gained its most exposure when it was brought to Reddit. Perhaps in an attempt to find answers, a Redditor by the name of Marcus Yallo snapped a picture of one of the flyers on a telephone pole. This gave the mystery national recognition, with people all over the country being captivated by this off-putting flyer. However, scrolling through this thread, it doesn't appear to have brought forth any actual answers. But there is a reason that I mentioned this post, and that's because some of the comments. The majority of the comments left behind on this thread consist of people saying that they actually had been having some strange dreams that week, with many stating that they were the strangest of their lives. One person wrote, "I have had 2 dreams that I can remember in my entire life before this week. This week, I've had so many that I've woken up in a full panicked sweat, believing that they were real, very vivid, very strange, and very real. Something is going on, either in the water or the air." Perhaps this was just a strange coincidence, but maybe there actually was some type of increase in unexplainable dreams. But how could it be possible? Despite the interest that this case gained in 2015, its popularity soon died down. There was never any real progress made on solving this mystery, and many just gave up on it altogether. We knew that the number worked, and we knew that people really were having strange dreams, but we knew nothing else. The mystery lived on, but the intrigue didn't. But the dream survey would eventually appear again, only this time it would come with a darker twist. On April 30th, 2020, a post was made on Reddit with the title, "Saw this strange poster this morning in Utah. Anyone know anything about this?" The post was accompanied by a photo of a flyer taped onto a sign. The flyer read, "Have you been having strange dreams? The Happy Valley Dream Survey is investigating a recent spike in bizarre, unexplainable dreams. If you have been experiencing any unusual dream activity, you can help by reporting a summary. Please contact and leave a description of your dream." And just like that, the mystery was back again. Now this bears an obvious resemblance to the flyer for the Willamette Valley Dream Survey, except this time it was called the Happy Valley Dream Survey. And rather than being located in Oregon, this flyer was posted in Utah. And for context reasons, I should point out that Happy Valley is the nickname for that specific location in Utah, and Willamette Valley was the nickname for the location that the Oregon flyers were found. Another slight variation is that the most recent flyer included an email address, and the phone numbers were different despite it seemingly coming from the same person or group. But other than that, the similarities are obvious, and much like the Willamette Valley Dream Survey, it also has a working phone number. The day the story broke, a YouTube account by the name of One Regit actually called the number and recorded the entire thing.
Please leave a detailed description of your dream at the tone.
Last night... Whoa, there's like feedback.
Almost immediately after the robotic voice finishes its message, feedback can be heard on the other end of the line.
Last night...
Feedback that likely indicates that someone was listening in. So someone from this survey likely entered this phone call and was listening as he was speaking. Those who called this number claimed that immediately following the phone call, they received a text thanking them for their participation in the survey due to how quickly everyone received this text and the fact that it was sent to seemingly everyone who called. It appears to be some sort of automated text. This again shows just how much work must have gone into this if it were in fact fake. But this wasn't the end of it. Those who called also reported that they received a call back from the number, calls that would happen at random hours of the night. The phone would only ring for a few seconds and then quickly hang up, making it all but impossible to answer it on time. Now, much like the original Willamette Valley Dream Survey, there doesn't seem to be any real conclusions on what this survey really is. Some believe that there truly has been an increase in strange dreams, which a quick Google search actually reveals to be true, thanks to the current pandemic.
Causing some to have sleepless nights, others are in fact experiencing the very opposite, more vivid dreams.
Because of this, some people think that this is actually being done by scientists to gather data, but I do have my doubts about that. Why would the survey be so ominous and so vague? Plus, why would they need to know the specifics? Others think that this could be a group investigating similar dreams that we are all collectively having, which would indicate that something like the man is happening again, only this time it's real. But what would they want to know about our specific dreams? Why would that be important? What could they signify? What could they mean? That's something that we'll get to in a minute, but there's something we have to cover first. Because with every mystery, there are twists and turns. And for the Happy Valley Dream Survey, the biggest were yet to come. On Reddit, users Aliens Did 9LL and one Reddit were seemingly leading this whole investigation and were incredibly active in trying to figure things out. Others were chiming in here and there with bits of information, but these two were clearly in it the deepest. On the original post, one Reddit had mentioned how he was feeling uneasy about everything, and he was beginning to get worried about what he had gotten himself into. At the time, this was something that did concern me, but ultimately, I didn't think too much of it. But after I had initially recorded this entire video, I woke up the next day to discover that both of these users had disappeared from Reddit. Not just in the sense that they were unactive, but their actual accounts had been deleted. Along with this, the video that one Reddit had posted that showed his phone call with the dream survey was gone too. So now the question is, what happened to them? Well, it's possible that these two ventured too deep within this rabbit hole, and they found out the truth behind this incredibly secretive survey, and they discovered something that they weren't supposed to see. Maybe they panicked and they deleted their accounts in a desperate attempt to distance themselves from the situation. Maybe what they found really was that bad. After their disappearance, multiple posts were made questioning their whereabouts from people who were genuinely invested in this mystery, and also for those who were just worried about the two. But the people who made these posts were met with threatening messages from anonymous users. Some of these threats were, "Trust me about the dream studies. Don't look into it any further." One Reddit and Aliens Did 9LL deleted their accounts on purpose. This is not a marketing scam. It goes deeper than you think. And this is not a marketing scam. Don't make the same mistakes I did. So how deep does this all go? What could this survey be hiding that's so secretive? Well, sometimes the only way to solve a mystery is to jump down the rabbit hole. I wanted to call the number for the Happy Valley Dream Survey, but for multiple reasons, I didn't want to use my own phone. Really out here about to buy a burner phone. I don't think I've ever been this sketchy in my life. We got the goods. I sat down with my brother Patrick and my girlfriend Mariah to make the phone call, because oddly enough, they both had had strange dreams during my process of making this video. Here you go.
Please leave a detailed description of your dream at the tone.
So I woke up with my brother in this weird like indoor resort kind of place that was really run down, and this one guy yelled at me like, "Hey, like how you doing?" I was like, "Oh, good." And I like turned to keep following my brother Nick, and he's like sprinting away. I'm like, okay, well I guess I better run too. And while I'm running, this guy like catches up to me almost immediately. He like knocks me over and starts dragging me away, and I'm kicking and screaming. He's like telling me all these horrible things, like he's gonna cut me up and like take me back like to him and his buddies, and like for years they're gonna like have their way with me and like all this horrible stuff. And I completely recognize him for some reason, and it was Rob Lowe. So I don't know why. Immediately after our phone call had ended, I received a text from a number thanking me for my participation. Okay, but right after we hung up, we got a text message. This confirmed to me that these initial messages were in fact automated. Though I still wasn't sure if the Willamette Valley Dream Survey was connected to any of this, I still wanted to try calling just to see if anything would come from it. We don't even know if this phone number is active. That's the craziest part.
Thank you for calling the Willamette Valley Dream Survey. Please leave a detailed account of your dream after the tone. Transcripts or audio from your report may be duplicated in other media.
So last night I had a really horrifying dream about me and my boyfriend. He started like pushing me under the water and I couldn't breathe. In my dream, I just felt like I couldn't breathe and that my lungs were filling up with water. The dream ended abruptly when my boyfriend woke me up.
So I was the hero and the villain of that story, I guess. Wow. With both phone calls made, I decided to text the Happy Valley number to see if I could provoke a response. Initially, I texted the number asking who runs this, along with a few other texts to try and get their attention. That night, I heard nothing back, but the following afternoon, I received my first response. The number simply responded, "Happy Valley Dream Survey," and nothing else. Immediately, I followed up by asking, "What is this for?" After half an hour, I received another text. "I'm sorry my responses are limited. You must ask the right question." Within minutes, I responded by asking, "Are you a real person?" But I heard nothing back. And the next morning, I began growing increasingly desperate. As a Hail Mary attempt, I asked, "What is the right question?" But as the day neared an end, I couldn't help but think that I had reached a dead end. That was until, out of the blue, 9 hours after my previous text, my phone buzzed. 2 consecutive texts were sent. The first reading, "That is the right question," with the follow-up being, 9 goes, 5 jit. Immediately I started trying to make sense of it. I plugged the phrase into Google, but nothing but gibberish came up. I typed the individual words into Google Translate, but again, I got nothing. I knew the phrase wasn't likely just gibberish. It had to mean something, but I wasn't sure if I would be able to crack it. And that's when I got a break. Looking up 9go, I found an obscure site that translated the phrase into Creole Haitian, but that site showed its translation to French as septanum, and septanum translated to English meant September. So 9go translates to September, so September 5 jit was what we were left with, which is all that I needed to know. It all made sense. Currently on Reddit, there is a growing movement from what many claim to be a cult. A cult named 5 September 2020. This cult believes that some type of apocalyptic event is going to unfold on September 5th, an event that's going to be carried out by some secretive organization. And quickly scrolling through this sub, it appears that dreams are deeply rooted within this cult's mythology. Some posts even suggest that dreams could be the secret to surviving this impending disaster. So maybe the cult set this survey up for research purposes. Or maybe they think that our dreams could actually be visions of the end of the world, and they're investigating mass dreams that our population has been experiencing lately. So it appears that the Happy Valley Dream Survey may have actually been set up by a cult as research for the end of the world. Now there are still a few questions left over, but one of the most important questions out of all this is, what happened to the 2 Redditors? Well, perhaps they found the same information that I did, and the 5 September group came after them. Or maybe they were working with the group the entire time, and their disappearance was a stunt to draw more people to the movement. And what about the original Willamette Valley survey? Well, as I got deeper within this mystery, I actually started to believe more and more that these 2 cases are separate. But I discovered something just hours before I was about to post this video. It appears that there was a similar group on Reddit to the September 5th cult that was afraid the world would end back in 2015. And though I don't know much about that group, it appears that they were also having dreams and visions of the end of the world. The group's name was April 30th, 2015, which also happens to be the exact day that the flyers were first found. Everyone was just memeing on them, talking about how easily they would be to lose and how basically unnecessary the concept really was. But as time went on, the negative hype kind of died out, and for a little while it seemed like nobody was talking about AirPods. So if you couple this with the fact that iPhone sales were steadily starting to decrease, it seemed like Apple was in a bit of a funk. And when they were approaching the 2018 holiday season, it was clear that they needed a big comeback. But what could inspire this comeback, and what could bring them out of this slump? Memes. That's right, as you all know, AirPods have become one of the most viral memes of the year. But after 2 years of production, why all of a sudden did they just blow up and become a meme like this? Maybe it's because Apple started these memes. The theory goes that Apple started these AirPod memes in order to increase AirPod sales for the holiday season. And honestly, it seems kind of believable. For starters, just think about how much these memes have helped Apple. Over the past 3 months, AirPods have hit record sales and they are just selling out all over the place. And the term AirPod has been more searched this month than it was the whole entire month of its release. And that wasn't the only benefit of these memes. Like I said before, the original memes used to be about how stupid the product was, but now those are all out the door, and all the recent memes are all about how AirPod owners are wealthy and how they're above everyone else, and how they're kind of a douchebag. But you know, that doesn't even matter, because the only thing that matters to a lot of people in today's society is status, and AirPods gave you that. Now, is there any evidence that shows that Apple did this? Well, for me, the biggest thing is timing. I told you they needed a good holiday season, and it just so happens that these memes started the second week of December. That timing is definitely a little suspect there. And because of these memes, AirPods literally became the #1 item on many people's Christmas lists. So personally, I really think that this was just the case of smart marketing. And it was done in such a way that we didn't even realize we were doing the marketing and that we were being marketed to. And it's worth noting that this new style of marketing could start to become a trend, and I think it already has. I mean, just look at Bird Box. All the Bird Box memes helped that movie to become the most popular Netflix movie of all time. And it wasn't even that good. I mean, no movie that mediocre deserved such fire memes. And many people believe that Netflix was the one who started these memes. And that is one that, take it to the bank, I believe it. And I think it might be the same situation with Apple and their AirPods.
So we all know Starbucks with their Ventes and their Grandes and their pumpkin spice lattes, but here are a few things we don't know about America's favorite place to go for coffee.
So it's becoming obvious that social media has brought about this new age of marketing, and all these companies are trying to find different ways to market to you. And many people believe that one of the first companies to capitalize on this was Starbucks. The theory goes that Starbucks baristas were told to intentionally misspell your name so horribly that you take a picture and send it to all your friends. And when you do this, you're actually showing that Starbucks logo and showing that Starbucks cup to all your friends and basically doing the advertising for Starbucks. Okay, so as I'm editing this video, I started to think, I've never seen a Starbucks commercial before. And so I looked it up. They've literally never released a single commercial. So I'm starting to think that this whole method of misspelling the names is their primary mode of advertising. I mean, how else would a company become so popular and gain so much traction? This is deeper than I thought. Okay. This is real. That is totally real. I mean, there is no other way that they would misspell those names so horribly. Like, either they're doing it just to troll us, or this theory is true. I mean, those are the only two options, right? So when I first heard of this theory, I was like, you know what? Let me go to Starbucks and see if they mess my name up horribly. And I went, and guess what happened? Nothing happened. They spelled it perfectly. Yeah, I'm triggered. Don't they know I'm trying to film a conspiracy video here? But this is one that I really, really believe. But you'll have to let me know in the comments if you believe it too.
It's earned the nickname zombie deer disease, and experts say it just keeps spreading.
It causes these holes to form in the brain.
Alright guys, so this next theory is literally the scariest one that I've heard in a long time. Like, this one messed me up, and it has to do with zombie deer. Now, if you don't know, there is a new disease that's ravaging deer populations all across the United States called chronic wasting disease. And what this disease does is it rots the brain of the infected deer until it eventually dies.
And it causes these holes to form in the brain.
And when these deer are infected, they become less afraid of humans and they stop eating normal food. And instead they switch to a diet of urine and feces. It's fucking gross. But what makes this disease so scary is scientists still don't really know how it's spread. So we still aren't sure how humans can totally avoid getting it. And we also have no idea what effects it would have on humans. Would it rot our brains out? Would it make us eat pee and poop? Oh, I hope not. So because of these unknowns, scientists have told people to avoid eating any infected looking deer, or even come in contact with them in general. But here's the problem. This disease can lie dormant in deer for years without them showing any symptoms at all. So you could kill and eat a perfectly healthy looking deer that's actually a carrier of this disease, and therefore you would get it too. And worst of all, some scientists believe that deer actually spread this disease through bodily fluid. So if you eat an infected deer, and then let's say you kiss your wife or you share a drink with your friend, then you could be giving that to them too. So there's a good chance that multiple people in this country have this disease right now, and they don't even know it because it's lying dormant inside of them. And once the symptoms start showing, well, who knows what happens next? I mean, this literally sounds like the start of a zombie apocalypse. I mean, this is exactly how the movie Train to Busan started. It started with an infected deer. It's literally the same situation that's happening in real life right now.
Privacy experts say people participating in the new 10-year social media challenge may be unknowingly sharing sensitive information.
All right, welcome to the rabbit hole. This next theory has got me thinking more than I've ever thought in my life. And that's not really saying much, but still. So there are twists and turns and holes to this, so guys, stay with me if you can. And if you can't, I don't blame you. This shit is crazy. So a lot of us have seen the recent trend called the 10 years challenge. I mean, virtually everyone is doing this challenge, from A-list celebrities all the way to your weird Uncle Joe. Everyone is hopping on this. And even if you didn't do this challenge, most if not all of us have done a flashback Friday or a throwback Thursday. But where did these trends all come from? Well, there's a theory out there that claims that social media companies actually created these challenges so that you could post pre-social media pictures for their company to see. And for this, I'm going to focus specifically on the 10 years challenge because personally, I think that's the most compelling one. So let's look at why companies would want to do this. Well, the most prominent theory is facial recognition.
Thanks to this meme, there's now a very large data set of carefully curated photos of people from roughly 10 years ago and now.
I mean, here's a challenge that clearly displays your age progression throughout 10 years. It's literally clearly marked for them, with the exact amount of time in between. This information could be incredibly useful for facial recognition, and it's all willingly being made available by millions of people. So hypothetically, Facebook could take these two pictures 10 years apart and plug them into some sort of algorithm to see what we used to look like, what we look like now, and what we're gonna look like in 10, 20, 50 years, whatever, so that they would always be able to track and recognize our face. But for me, there's another company that scares me a lot more that would have access to this public information. Google. So stay with me here. So there's a company called 23andMe where you spit into a little vial and tell you exactly where your ancestors came from and what sort of health problems you could have in the future. And many people believe that this company is hoarding our personal genetic information, which is pretty spooky considering how valuable genetics are and probably will be in the future. Okay, so what does this have to do with Google, and what does this have to do with the 10 years challenge? Well, for starters, Google is an investor in 23andMe, and not only that, but the founder of Google is married to the founder of 23andMe. So if our genetics are being hoarded, then they could probably be shared with Google because of that connection. So that would mean Google knows our genetics, Google knows how we think because of our search terms, what we watch, what we like to do, virtually everything about our personality. And if they really wanted to, they can go onto Facebook, search up the 10 years challenge, and see what we used to look like, what we look like now, and what we're going to look like in the future. Now, I'm not saying that Google is doing this for sure or is definitely going to be doing this, but my point is if Google really wanted to, they could literally access every little bit of information on us. What we're going to look like when we're older, where we live, what we search for, who our relatives are. They could hypothetically know everything. And just the thought of that alone is terrifying. Alright, so we've discussed some lighthearted theories, some terrifying theories, and some deep theories. I probably sound crazy after the last theory, so I want to end on a short one and a light one that has to do with the Mandela effect. This one literally messed me up, and I didn't realize that this was already a popular thing, but I just discovered it a couple weeks ago. It's got me shaking. So here's my question, alright? What is the adult diaper brand that is heavily quoted in comedy? Always jokes about it, especially growing up. I remember hearing tons of jokes about this company and about these diapers. And these diapers were called Depends. Okay, that's it, right? Where's the Mandela effect there? They're not called Depends. They are not called Depends.
Unsurpassed protection with stronger Depend.
They are called Depend. Depend. No. Literally no. This has got me heated because I know it was Depends, damn it, and you're not gonna convince me otherwise. I mean, even if you look back, there are tons of like old comedy sketches on YouTube where it's like Depends commercial, and these are from like 12 years ago, 9 years ago, 10 years ago. But if you actually look at Depends commercial, they all say Depend.
I can get back out there doing what we love most.
It just doesn't make sense. No, it is Depends. It always will be. How demoralizing is that? The mystery of the ghost blimp began on August 16th, 1942, when Flight 101 was preparing for takeoff. On board was Ensign, how the hell do you pronounce that? Ensign Charles Ellis Adams, a 34-year-old pilot, and Lieutenant Ernest Dewitt Cody, a 27-year-old pilot, both of whom were considered highly experienced. An interesting note is that there was actually supposed to be a third member aboard the blimp that day, mechanic Riley Hill. However, Hill was mysteriously ordered off the flight just moments before takeoff. That makes me angry, because had this mechanic just been on the flight that day, maybe they wouldn't have gone missing and we wouldn't be talking about this. I would feel so guilty if I was him, so I feel bad for him. Shouts to him. He's probably dead right now, which is a very morbid thought. The beginning of their flight was relatively uneventful. However, roughly an hour and a half in, the blimp spotted oil slick below, a potential sign of a submarine in the area. They radioed flight control and told them of their findings, while also adding that they would investigate further. However, the crew never radioed back with any other findings, and were never heard from again. This last transmission came in at approximately 7:42 a.m., and just minutes later, the crew dropped flares in the water, potentially to mark the location of a possible sub. So they radio in, they think they see something in the water, they're gonna go investigate, they drop some flares to mark the location, and then they were never heard from again. From there, a nearby fishing boat watched the blimp circle the area for well over an hour. At times the blimp would get as close as 30 feet to the water, but did not drop any bombs or radio in. When the blimp left, the fishermen claimed that they were able to clearly see Adams and Cody through their binoculars. And that's actually a key point of this case. Most of what we know of what happened that day is solely based on eyewitness testimony. That's what makes this case so annoying and frustrating, because you really don't know what to trust. Sometimes people are wrong and sometimes people just lie. From there, the balloon wasn't seen till 10:49 when a pilot spotted the blimp at an altitude of 2,000 feet, a potentially dangerous height for blimps of this kind to be flying at. This is because the air in the blimp can't handle the pressure of being at that altitude. So that involves a lot of physics and science stuff that your boy doesn't know. But the key takeaway here is that the blimp was actually seen, and it wasn't just the blimp. The pilot also claims to have seen both Cody and Adams in the gondola. The gondola is apparently like the cockpit almost, a little place underneath the blimp. I kind of like the ring of gondola, so I'm going to start saying that for the rest of the video. The balloon then descended towards a nearby beach where it touched down on the sand briefly and then was lifted back up, causing the gondola to strike the side of a hill. The blimp was then lifted again until it eventually landed in a nearby suburb, crashing into rooftops and finally setting on top of a car. The story about the car that it landed on is actually pretty funny, because it was like a freshly washed, freshly polished, sparkling clean car, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, this big old blimp just lands on it. At this point, a large crowd had been following the balloon, and they gathered to watch its crash landing. But they were all left shocked as firefighters opened the cockpit and discovered that it was empty. Yeah, this is kind of crazy, but word of this balloon spread all across town apparently, and people were following it. Like, they were actually watching it in the sky and waiting to see where it would land. So by the time it crashed, there was a huge gathering of people already there. Despite a massive search effort and investigation, the men were never found, and to this day, the incident is still officially labeled as 100% unknown/undetermined. What this investigation did reveal was that the blimp was in total working order. Aboard, they found out that the radio was fully operational. Also, all 3 of their parachutes were left on the blimp, and the blimp's only life raft was left untouched. And finally, on the control panel laid one of the pilot's hats. So in summary, everything was normal in the gondola. So with a case this mysterious, there have been a ton, and I mean a ton, of theories offered as to what could have happened to these men. Here are just a few. Our first theory also happens to be the most innocent, and that is that both men simply fell out of the blimp. Although this may sound far-fetched, there actually is a scenario where this may have happened. Perhaps one of the pilots was working on some repair over the edge when he slipped and plunged into the water below. In an attempt to rescue his crewmate, the other pilot may have lowered the blimp, and when trying to rescue him, may have also fallen out. This theory could explain why the blimp had been surveying a specific spot for over an hour, and could be the reason that the blimp dropped flares and was lowered to just 30 feet above the surface. It would also explain why everything was in perfect working order in the gondola. Oh, if this truly did happen, it would not be a good look for those pilots. Like, it's kind of like, should I say it? It's kind of like a Dumb and Dumber situation, you know? Like, the one slips out and then the other one falls in after him. That is a rough look, but is it possible? Well, let me start by saying there are plenty of issues with this theory. For starters, remember that fishing boat that I told you was watching them through their binoculars? Well, they didn't report seeing any of this, and they likely would have caught on if it was a rescue attempt. And they probably would have seen somebody in the water too. Also, neither their bodies or clothes or belongings washed up onto shore or anything like that, or were found in the water for that matter, which just kind of adds more doubt to this theory. And then you throw in the fact that the pilot who saw them 2,000 feet in the air also claimed to have seen both of the pilots in the gondola. It makes this theory seem not totally impossible, but very, very improbable. The second theory is that the two soldiers were captured by Japanese forces. After all, the Japanese did pose a big threat to the United States at the time, and the blimp was actively searching for these Japanese submarines. Now, I'll admit, when I first heard this theory, I really liked it. Like, it makes sense. You know, this is World War II, like the two sides are going at it. It wouldn't be hard to believe that something like this could potentially have happened. But then I realized this. The blimp was seen with the pilots on board so many times throughout that day that there really was no time for this kidnapping to have happened. And because of all this eyewitness testimony, there's no way that blimp would have had time to have landed anywhere for them to be captured. And that's the other thing. How would they get captured by a sub that's in the water when they're up in the air? And the final nail in this theory's coffin is that Japan later released all its files from the war, and there was no mention of this capture anywhere, which all but disproves this theory. Now, the third theory is where things start to get really bizarre. The theory is that there was a hijacker aboard the blimp. On the day of the crew's disappearance, a credible witness claimed to have spotted the crew in the gondola. But what makes this testimony so unusual is that the witness also claimed to have seen another man. So 3 men were reported in the gondola rather than 2. Based on this testimony, it has led some to believe that this mysterious third person may have been a hijacker who hijacked the blimp and forced the men to jump off. Adding more fuel to this fire, a man claimed to have seen someone parachuting to the ground just moments before the blimp's crash landing. Given that none of the parachutes were missing from the gondola, it can be assumed that that wasn't one of the crew members. So maybe a hijacker had hid in the blimp with their own parachute. Now, I've read a ton of articles on the ghost blimp, and when it comes to this theory, nobody seems to really take it seriously, which I understand, but at the same time, I find it really interesting. However, where it falls flat for me is that this is a theory entirely based on eyewitness testimony. Only one person had claimed to have seen 3 people in that cockpit, and only one person saw this man parachuting down to the ground. So can we really base an entire theory off of what 2 people think they saw? And further casting doubt on this, the Navy actually came forward and said very adamantly that there was no way this could have been a hijacking. So unless new information comes forward, this theory is pretty much dead in the water. Oh my god, that was a pun! Am I becoming a dad? The next theory is based around a rumor that Cole and Adams were involved in a love triangle. This love triangle may have caused feelings to grow bitter between the two, and while in the blimp, one of the men murdered the other. Believers in this theory say that the body was dumped, and then when the blimp crashed, the surviving man simply escaped into the crowd. Nah. I mean, I like this. There's a nice flair to this, and I feel like it would make a very good movie. I don't know. I don't like this theory because it is solely based on a rumor that by most accounts is untrue. And what I also don't like is the explanation given to where the other person went. There is no way that that blimp crashed with all those people around and nobody saw the man get out. It's a no from me on this one. But then again, can I rule it out completely? No. Our final theory is certainly out there, but has recently become one of the more popular explanations. And this theory is that the blimp was actually testing secret government technology. It's theorized that the crew was tasked with using a brand new type of sonar technology, one that relied heavily on the use of microwaves. And maybe these microwaves were poorly shielded and eventually caused the crew to get lightheaded and pass out and potentially fall overboard. Now listen, I am not sure about this theory, I will be honest. It is definitely the most popular one as of right now. Let's just be real, I could be too dumb to understand it. Because when I hear microwaves, I'm thinking of like microwaves that I cook my food in. I just can't comprehend this stuff. But this may explain why the Navy never came forward with any reasoning as to what had happened. Potentially they were covering it up. Very bold claim, I know. And it would explain a lot of things, but I also think that the gondola would be in a state of disarray if this was really the case. You know, things would be knocked over. It wouldn't look so neat and so perfect. And that's what's so crazy about this case. Every single theory has its flaws, and they're all pretty glaring flaws if I'm being honest. And the lack of plausible theories has led people to believe that maybe this was a case of alien abduction. But the unfortunate truth is that we'll probably never know what happened aboard that blimp. Hopefully someday new evidence will come out and we will finally get closure on this case. But until then, it's really anyone's guess. Talking 30 or 40 miles. At some point, we'll find a staircase in the middle of the woods. It's almost like if you took the stairs in your house, cut them out, and put them in the forest. I asked about it the first time I saw some, and the other officer just told me not to worry, that it was normal. Everyone I asked said the same thing. I wanted to go check them out, but I was told very emphatically that I should never go near any of them. I sort of just ignore them now when I run into them, because it happens so frequently. So after reading that, I'm not surprised that it has captured the attention of so many people. It's intriguing, it's different, and it's scary as hell if we're being honest. But at first, not many people believed it. And that's because this story was actually posted on the No Sleep forum on Reddit, which in case you don't know is a fictional thread. However, other SAR officers, as well as those who frequently spend time in the woods, have come forward since reading this to share their own stories of seeing these stairways in the woods. And amongst these stories, there is no clear correlation between the size, the look, the style of any of these stairways. They're all just randomly in the woods, and they seemingly lead to nowhere, but they also all seem to exude some type of dark energy, which makes those in the area feel a sort of paranoid feeling. And I should also mention that out of all the stories I read, I never actually read one from someone who walked up the stairs, which could be a dark indicator as to what these things can really do. Now admittedly, I am skeptical of this whole thing, which I will get into later, but I will say that there has been actual photo evidence that all but proves that there are actually some stairs in the woods. So they are in fact out there. Now the real question is, are they just some rotting staircases, or are they actually something paranormal? So for such a mysterious topic, there are surprisingly few theories offered as to what these things could really be. The first of which being extremely simple. Theory 1 is that these stairs are just left over from previous buildings. Though the original poster stated that they would see these stairs over 40 miles into the woods, most of the photo evidence we have today has come from within 10 miles or even less into the woods. This could be an ideal distance for a cabin, so potentially these stairs are all that remain of a rotted away cabin. After all, most of these stairs are often made of brick or iron, which would likely last longer than the typical wooden build of a cabin. Plus, I've read that these stairs could also be left over from old mining houses or even sketchy businesses who may have burned their buildings to the ground to cover up them ever being there. And all that would remain from those would be the stairs. So we are driving to the woods, not necessarily a national forest like it's supposed to be, but you know, there will be trees there.
There are trees right here.
Shut up. So I think in like a shallow surface level kind of way, the first theory makes sense. I mean, they were just stairs left over from a rotted away home. That's where my brain initially went. But also, it just doesn't seem to explain everything. Like, I take a look at some of the pictures, and I don't know if there was necessarily room for houses to have been there in the first place. And also, that doesn't really explain the feeling of dread. Intriguing, but I don't think that's necessarily it. I mean, would it make sense for a whole cabin to just rot away without a trace and the stairs be perfectly preserved? And that's another thing. In a lot of these cases, the stairs have been just that, perfectly preserved, almost as if nothing had ever touched it before. So I can see where this theory was going, but at the same time, I can't see it accounting for all of these stories. Theory 2 is short, but very terrifying. and that is that the stairs were made for cult rituals. Oh, God. So the idea that they would build a staircase in the woods to maybe do some sort of sacrifice or some weird initiation thing, it really doesn't sound that far-fetched. So I'm not going to pretend to know what cults do in their spare time and in their free time and what these rituals entail. So this theory is definitely possible. However, are they really walking 40 miles out into the woods? I don't know. What do you think about the cult theory?
I think it makes sense in a way, but I also don't think that, you know, your average cult member is going to be able to find a random spot in the woods 40 miles in every single time.
Yeah, I'm assuming they're unmarked and very hard to find. So you're right. These places are very obscure. Again, surface level makes sense, but there's really quite literally no evidence to back this up. The third and most debated theory is that these stairs are something paranormal. For starters, those who encounter them all claim to have felt the urge to flee the area due to its dark presence. So one of the big things for those who kind of explore the world of the paranormal is that gut feeling. That sort of dark energy that you can't help but feel that tells your brain that we gotta get out of here, something isn't right. And I felt that in extremely haunted places. So for me, the fact that everyone who sees these stairs all claim to have this exact feeling, it actually adds some validity to this theory for me. Also, some people claim that these stairs are not permanent structures and that they only appear every so often in certain locations, including one person who claims that she sees a specific set of stairs in an exact location only about 1 in every 5 of her hikes. The other time she's in that area, there's nothing there. Now, when being near these stairs, people will also report time slippage. 1 minute it's noon, and the next it's almost sunset. So I'm not opposed to the idea that this could be something paranormal, but I'm left wondering, what is their purpose then? What about these stairs is so paranormal? Some believe that these stairs are actually used by aliens and UFOs in order to abduct people. Hell no. No. Okay, I'm not going back into aliens on this channel. Hell no. I've had too much of that for the time being. I mean, from what I know about UFOs and stuff like that, they can shoot down that little beam that sucks people up. What do they need these stairs for? Get a couple more feet off the ground? Are their beams not that powerful? Do they have weak beams? But perhaps the most popular belief is that these stairs serve as some form of portal. To where? Well, no one knows. Maybe another dimension, another world, or maybe even hell itself. Although in that case, wouldn't the stairs be going down? I'm thinking about this too literally, aren't I? This might potentially be the reason why the stairs are typically seen by SAR officers looking for missing people. This is also interesting given the extremely high number of people who disappear without a trace in national forests. Maybe these missing people were intrigued by the stairs and climbed up them and slipped into some sort of other dimension. Here's why this makes sense to me. When you hear about these stories of people who go missing in the woods, most of the time it's children. And children are kind of dumb. So obviously a young kid would be intrigued if he saw a stairway in the woods, and he would go run up it and slip away before his parents could even see, and he would be gone without a trace. Maybe far-fetched in some instances, but these disappearances are never explained, and they really do just disappear without a trace. Maybe we're onto something. But despite that, I still feel like this theory, along with the other two, they're kind of soft. And I say that because I haven't had an experience with these stairs. In order for me to really believe in them or not, I feel like I have to go into the woods and search for myself. So let's go into the woods, kids. I'll bring candy. Alright, we made it. Let's look for these stairs. Alright, so we're starting our trek into the woods now. Well, I'll be honest, we're running out of daylight already, which is always a bad sign when you're starting off a hike. Thoughts on us potentially dying today?
I'm ready for death.
Jesus Christ. Same. Well, we're about 2 feet into our hike, and there's just a kind of a lake going on here. If I saw a set of stairs out here, just hearing that third theory, let's just say I would not go up there. I don't even think I would get close to it.
I'd poke it with the stick.
You would poke it?
With a stick.
With a stick. What if you were transferred into another dimension? Or possibly hell itself?
would get me away from you, so.
Jesus Christ. Well, I'm already living in hell, so. Look at our shadows. Oh my god, goals. I kind of look like Slenderman. What the hell? Do I really look like that? Oh shit, yo, I thought these were stairs. These are most certainly not stairs. This may be the closest we get to stairs today. This is a very extreme hike so far. Lots of puddles. Wait, do you see this? These are not stairs, but these are looking sketchy. It's like a tarp. What do you normally associate tarps in the woods with? Bodies. If this is a dead body, or rich. Oh my god, no, it really looks like something's in there. Well, I need a stick to poke it with. Do you have a stick? That's the stick?
Your stick for you.
It's hay.
Your hay.
Oh my god. Jump scare. Nope, it's just a tarp. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my god. Listen, there was one fleeting second there that I thought there might be like a little child's body in there.
Jesus.
I don't know what it was. Fear took over. Tim Hortons cup. That could be a sign of the occult.
People that like coffee.
Do you see the claws on that thing?
Yeah, that's a bear.
That is at the very least a mountain lion. This does look cult-like. I'm scared. Oh, it's garbage. And a seat cushion. It was weird. The wind just kind of stopped all of a sudden. We got a little deeper out into the woods. This is the first time I felt kind of creeped out. Okay, no. Okay, yeah, you're right. Second time. Forgot about the body bag. Oh, I'm not going in that way. Okay, no, I'm not even trolling now. Don't these tracks look fresh? And there's no human tracks. That's how you know it's not a dog. Admit that, right?
Yeah.
We're fucked. So this is about as deep as we're going today. Not trying to lose my life. The sun is setting. It is getting colder. Hypothermia is not a joke. So we're gonna head back. We will investigate this further some other time when we're actually in like a legit forest. But for now, between the theories, I can't confirm any of them. I just didn't see enough today. After our search turned up empty, I couldn't help but think of one last theory, and that being that this whole phenomenon was made up. I mean, the original story was posted on that non-fiction forum, and it's possible that people read the story and were really interested in it and made up their own to kind of build up this legend. In the very few places where there actually are stairs in the woods, this could just be a total coincidence. And also, this legend has really grown so much that I feel like a ton of people know about it now. So that being said, if you know about this theory and then you see these stairs in the woods, you're probably gonna feel that gut feeling of effect from Michael, with some other images and various memes sprinkled in here and there, cultivating into a rather inconspicuous page that for the most part flew completely under the radar. Or at least it did until that final day of August, when Michael would encounter one of the strangest moments of his entire life. The post he'd share was just a single image, showcasing what appeared to be one of the tracks he had been working on, with a strange glowing cross at its center. For more context, Michael would write, "It's the first time this has happened to me while I'm balancing the rail. The crucifix came out. God definitely wants to tell me something, even though I've been calling him every day lately, because it's not a good time for me." It was quite the strange coincidence, especially considering that Michael himself was known to be very religious and a devout believer in God, and he had been calling out to God for months looking for some sort of sign to help him out of this dark patch that he had found himself in. And in his mind, this inexplicable red cross was it. It had to mean something, but he just couldn't figure out what. And so we posted the image to TikTok to share it with the world before continuing on with his work, likely having the vision of this cross looming in the back of his mind all day, trying to figure out what exactly this could be foreshadowing. And just 24 hours later, he would get his answer.
An investigation's underway after 5 railway workers were killed by a speeding train in northern Italy. They were working on replacing parts of the track at the Brandizzo station near Turin when the locomotive slammed into them.
On the 1st of September 2023, just one day following Michael's post, he and 6 others had been continuing their maintenance on the tracks, when, out of nowhere, a train would come hurtling towards them, at a speed far too great to properly react to, as according to reports, the men had been working late at night welding train tracks. As they were busy going about their job, an oncoming train headed straight towards them at 100 miles per hour. killing most of the team of workers and throwing their bodies hundreds of meters in the air. Within that group, 5 of the 7 men would tragically perish, with the victims being named as Kevin Legana, Giuseppe Sorvillo, Giuseppe Lombardo, Giuseppe Aversa, and Michael Zanera, who was pronounced dead at the scene, passing away on the very tracks that just one day prior had yielded what he and many others believed to be a sign from God. The cause of this tragedy is still currently under investigation, with early reports hinting at it being nothing more than a tragic accident. And whether this glowing red cross was some sort of divine intervention, or just simply an eerie coincidence, Michael's final post remains haunting nonetheless, and has now found a permanent home in the internet's darkest corners.
They know that the only right track is away from the tracks altogether.
One of the most startling facts about witches is that there are more of them today than ever before.
Before we dive into our next rabbit hole, I want to first thank today's sponsor, Grammarly, for making this video financially viable. For essentially all my life, I dreamed of one day becoming a YouTuber, but now that I've been lucky enough to do this as a career, there has been one unexpected downside that has haunted me for years: business emails. My online communication in general is absolutely abysmal, and I am nowhere near professional enough to be sending out some of these emails, which is why I am so thankful for Grammarly. Grammarly is an AI-powered writing tool that helps you with your writing from start to finish so that you can hit send with confidence. Okay, so we all know that responding to emails can be a headache, but now with Grammarly, you can click on their logo and it summarizes your emails and provides you with suggestions on how to reply within seconds. This alone has already saved me so much time and effort, as I'm able to respond much quicker, since I don't have to sit there and overthink everything that I'm typing. And Grammarly doesn't just apply to your emails either, as it helps with basically all your writing needs. It can even help you rephrase some of your writing that just doesn't come off right. And craziest of all, you can click Set Voice to personalize your tone to perfectly convey whichever message you want to send. And whenever you're stuck on writing in general, you can ask Grammarly to help get you started with some initial ideas, which is a huge time saver as a content creator. You'll be amazed at what you can do with Grammarly. Sign up and download for free at my link, grammarly.com/NeoCrowley. And if you want access to some exclusive features, you can use that same link for 20% off premium.
To her husband, she must be a companion, a sweetheart, a wife, and a mother. She must know how to make her home comfortable and inviting.
Our next case takes us to Japan, where 18 years ago, one of the strangest websites that I've ever come across would be launched for the world to see. Now, to properly understand its context, it's important to note that, in large part, Japan is a country that culturally looks down on the practice of divorce. So much so that in most cases, a partner can't separate on their sole discretion, and it must instead be approved by both parties, making it a difficult thing to achieve in general. And those that actually are able to go through with it are often judged in an extremely negative light, especially by their family members. For these reasons, couples will often wind up being stuck together regardless of their feelings towards one another. And it's this very sense of being trapped with someone that you don't actually love that can lead to emotions turning sour very quickly, with many eventually reaching the point of pure hatred for their spouse. Hatred that has led to the rise of one of Japan's darkest websites, Danishin.com, or in English, husbanddie.com. The forum takes inspiration from the manga Death Note, a series in which characters write a name in a book which ultimately leads to their demise. It's a manifestation of sorts, and on Danishin.com, users are given an outlet to manifest death upon their husbands. But this goes far past just typing their name out and hoping that they eventually perish. Instead, each post contains some sort of description as to why their husband is so hated, and how they wish that they would just die already. What do I have to do to get you to die? Hurry up already. I pray for it every single day. You're the most selfish person I've ever met. Even the kids hate you, so there is no need for you here. My life started its downfall because I met you. You should have never become a husband or a father. I'm the one who is the biggest fool in all of this for not being able to see that until it was too late. Just disappear from this universe. Just disappear. I keep telling myself that I will be patient until my child becomes of high school age, but every day is nothing but pain. Don't you understand that when you say you won't show your smartphone, you're admitting it? Reserve insurance. full expectation, die before that, and make amends. Posts like these are littered across the site, with thousands of women venting their allegations of infidelity, neglect, and even abuse at the hands of their own husbands. Allegations that society would likely frown upon if they were said out loud, and allegations that would likely lead to divorce, which would be considered far too taboo. And so, with nowhere to go to with these issues, this site has become a space for women to share their dark feelings with others going through these similar issues. Though this goes far past just venting, as users will go as far as to outwardly celebrate the deaths of their husband when it finally does happen. My husband died. Finally, he died. Thank you for granting the god of death my wish. I will spend a lot of time laughing from now on. To which a user responds, congratulations, I envy you. I want to sleep too. I hope that your future will be wonderful. God of death, I also want to be freed from my damn husband. Please take ours with you as well. This concept of the god of death is one that is mentioned countless times across this forum, making it apparent that users genuinely believe that their posts are manifestations, and essentially prayers to this god of death, in the hopes that they will then kill off their troubled husbands. And the Donna Sheen site leans into this too, taking credit for the numerous deaths with a monthly counter that's proudly displayed on the site's homepage. It's this very god of death that so many place their trust into in order to end the lives of their spouse, praying for things like car accidents, heart attacks, and a variety of other terrible health conditions. But while many eagerly wait for their manifestations to come to light, others aren't so patient. I want to somehow find a way to kill my husband without getting caught. I'll pretend to be sad when he dies, so please, really die? I hate him from the bottom of my heart, and if I make him shut up, I would win. I hate myself for why I married such a person. This post in particular has become one of the more notorious entries on the site, given its users' outward admission of their murderous desire. Though truthfully, it's one of thousands, as many others even take this a step further. Like one post that was so disturbing that YouTube made me remove it from this video, as it quite literally gave step-by-step instructions on how to poison your husband without him noticing, mentioning how they slipped up to 1,200 milligrams of this certain drug into their husband's drinks every single day, a drug that would slowly cause the liver to fail, but would likely never really be noticed by regular hospital staff, making it essentially a foolproof way for them to kill their husbands. And this is one of many posts like this outlining how to murder your husband and get away with it, with many even reporting their progress as it happens, due to the fact that poisoning someone in this manner takes months and even years to successfully complete. Everything about DonnaSheen.com is terrible, as the posts themselves are twisted enough, but you also have to factor how bad these women's lives are at home, many of whom are quite clearly stuck in abusive relationships. And beneath all the darkness of this site is another layer that's honestly just very sad, as there are many users who call to the god of death to take themselves, accepting that there is no escaping their situations and not wanting to deal with it anymore, manifesting accidents and health issues onto themselves as to not shame their family by intentionally ending their own lives. Despite the depressing and concerning nature of this entire website, DonnaSheen.com still remains relatively active all these years later, and stands as one of the darkest rabbit holes that I've gone down all year.
Its engines are warming up, and inside the cab sits Mr. Schroeder, the engineer who has driven locomotives for many years.
The safety of all the passengers depends on his skill and watchfulness.
Fire Department paramedic on 58, what's the address of the emergency?
Yes, I'm on the Metrolink train. We just left Northridge. We had a collision with something. We had a whole bunch of people going out bleeding and on the floor.
Is it a train?
It's the Metrolink train.
This call was placed to 911 on the afternoon of September 12, 2008, by a patron trapped inside a derailed train. Inside the cart, there was no way to fully understand the traumatic event that they had just survived, as around them stood nothing but mangled debris that once comprised two large trains that had violently collided at a combined speed of 83 miles per hour, head-on. It was gruesome, as trapped within that twisted metal were hundreds of passengers who had taken the commuter train in California's San Fernando Valley, and as the smoke would eventually clear on the tragedy, the question was quickly posed: how could this have happened? A question that wouldn't take long to answer. According to the NTSB, the Metrolink passenger train responsible for carrying over 200 commuters had been given a red signal alerting them to merge into an oncoming track in order to avoid an oncoming Union Pacific freight train, which at the time only had crew members aboard. Based on their positioning, the Union Pacific freight train had the right of way, though despite this and being given the clear signal, Metrolink's engineer Robert M. Sanchez failed to adhere. In fact, despite the impending collision seemingly being imminent, the brakes were never so much as tapped. A startling phenomenon that is only really understood when sifting through the man's phone records.
Meanwhile, authorities are now confirming the engineer had been text messaging the day of the accident.
In the minutes leading to the collision, Robert Sanchez had sent out numerous texts, including some to friends of his who were fellow train enthusiasts, and these messages seemingly distracted him to the point of not just missing the signal, but failing to notice the massive hurtling train coming directly towards him. In the end, Robert would be killed instantly in the wreck along with 24 others. All the while, 135 people were left with serious injuries. But despite how notorious this collision has since become, thanks in large part due to Robert's behavior leading to it, it has since gained additional notoriety on the internet thanks to a key detail centered around another cell phone. Following news of the collision being broadcast all across the area, Andrea Katz, the fiancée of 49-year-old Charles Peck, immediately began to panic, as she knew Charles was on board the train at the time of this collision. Her nerves were initially quelled, however, as she would realize that on her phone were multiple missed calls from Charles. Realizing this, she quickly called him back, though there was no answer, which was made a bit more unusual as, only minutes later, Charles would call her back once more. Upon answering the phone, nothing could be heard but the low sound of static, before they would be disconnected. This very same thing would happen once more, and then again and again, all the while occurring at various intervals, as Charles seemed to be desperately calling, yet saying nothing. And when Andrea would try and call back herself, she would be sent straight to voicemail. And things became even more alarming from here as numerous other family members began to receive these very same mysterious calls, to which not a word was ever spoken. This led to the whole family believing that Charles must be trapped somewhere in the wreckage, and was likely unable to speak due to his injuries, but was somehow managing to send these calls as a way of letting them know that he was in fact alive and just needed saving. Because of this, his family members would cheer him on and give him words of encouragement every single time he called, assuring him that rescue was on the way. And sure enough, authorities would use these calls to pinpoint Charles' exact location, with the coordinates being right at the very center of the debris. And using this, rescuers would clear the way until finally, after 12 long hours, Charles Peck would be found. Which leads us to the strangest part of this story. Charles was dead. And not freshly dead either, as it was quite obvious that he had died directly on impact, meaning that there was no physical way that he could have possibly made these calls, as he quite literally was not alive for any of them. And yet, that day, his son, his brother, his stepmother, his sister, and his fiancée all received numerous calls from him, 35 in total, and all spread out over the course of numerous hours. To this day, this bizarre phenomenon has never fully been explained, with some theorizing that it must have been some sort of phone glitch, or maybe even another passenger who had found his phone and was placing calls to all of his recent numbers, though an official conclusion has never actually been given. And even stranger, Charles Peck's phone was never found.
Welcome to Oz, Ride Along. Room to Oz!
Boy, I've never been so glad to get rid of somebody in my whole life.
September 19th, a man is crushed and tortured to death under the suspicion of practicing witchcraft. September 22nd, 8 individuals are hanged on the same charges. And October 17th, 4 elderly women were hanged upon the belief that they too were witches. These stories will likely ring a bell with many watching today, especially those who are living in the United States, as back in the 1600s, in the small town of Salem, Massachusetts, a bizarre mass hysteria had unfolded, leading to the deaths of 25 people, all of whom had been incorrectly labeled as witches. The Salem witch trials are one of the darkest and most notorious tales ever told, given just how unusual the whole event was, as it just seems so hard to imagine a situation like this actually occurring. And most would understandably believe that something of this nature could never happen again, failing to realize that it actually already has. In fact, of the opening 3 executions, only 2 happened during the Salem witch trials, with the latter happening just 2 years ago. The practice was first reported to the Western world back in 1993, when the LA Times would feature an article titled, "Kenyan Villagers' Suspicions Fear Spark Deadly Witch Hunt. Evil Lurks Beneath the Tranquil Facade of 2 Highland Districts, where vigilantes have burned to death 44 men and women accused of practicing harmful witchcraft." The article goes on to explain how, since the previous summer, 44 men and women accused of practicing witchcraft had been burned to death in Kissy, as well as other nearby towns, a number that's nearly double the entirety of the Salem witch trials. In most cases, village mobs had formed, some several hundred strong, locking the suspected witches in their home and setting fire to the structures, as they were trapped inside. For more context, witchcraft is known to have deep roots in African culture, and despite many not having an issue with the practice in general, in the county of Kissy, a deep fear had grown over black magic in particular, with the villagers becoming paranoid that members of the community had been using said black magic to negatively influence the area. Despite the shocking claims made within the article, not much would be spoken of these witch trials following its release to the public, and remained relatively unknown until the rise of the internet.
Witches in Kenya resulted in 11 people being burned to death. 8 women and 3 men were attacked by an angry mob and set on fire.
They burnt down over 60 houses like this and brutally murdered 15 people. Most of them were elderly women.
The charred corpses of 11 elderly Kenyan villagers accused of practicing witchcraft.
In this incident 3 months ago, villagers watched as a group of youths torture 5 suspected witches.
Nowadays, incidents from the Kissy area involving witches being killed are heavily documented by villagers with cell phones, capturing images and videos of beatings, public shamings, and eventually the killings of these alleged witches, providing some of the most chilling imagery I've ever seen on the internet, and exposing the true horrors of this practice all across the world. And what's scariest of all is that it's not just 1 or 2 people doing the killing in secret, it's often the entire village, as anyone brave enough to step forward in support of them would be labeled as a witch sympathizer and potentially face the same punishment. And what makes this all even more disturbing is that in the vast majority of examples, the accused witches that are being tortured, set on fire, and beaten are usually elderly, and are far too frail to do anything but accept their fate. Which brings us to the biggest question in all of this. Why? Well, despite the practice of executing witches being ingrained in this area's history, it's supposedly only really within the past 40 years or so that things have progressed into the barbaric attacks that they've become today, prompting some to believe that the ingrained fear of black magic has led to some sort of mass hysteria among the villagers, causing them to react in such a crazed manner, which has remained persistent for years on end now. Though there is one other element to consider. In the Kissy region, land is one of the most valuable things you can own, and coincidentally, when these supposed witches are killed, it just so happens to free up their land for the taking, which makes it all the more interesting when you consider that most of these victims just so happen to be elderly landowners. And it goes even deeper than that, as not only are these elderly landowners killed, but due to their designation as witches, the family members they leave behind are usually exiled or even killed due to their relation to the witch, meaning that the land can't be passed down to their next of kin as there would be no family left in the area, making that land essentially open for the taking, thus allowing the accuser or accusers to take ownership. The incentive is certainly there for people to take advantage of this widespread fear of witches in order to essentially get free land with no real punishment, and I honestly think this greed surrounding land, at the very least, plays a role in this whole situation. Though truthfully, I wouldn't be surprised if this was some sort of combination of culture, mass hysteria, and land all rolled into one, leading to the worst of humanity being brought out. And though the local government has taken steps to help end this violence, these 3 factors may prove too much to ever see the practice fully end. And as long as it's happening, the internet will be there to capture it all.
Talk means danger, so get yourself seen at night.
Taylor Scrum began her TikTok account back in October of 2020. Being just 20 at the time, Taylor had fallen in love with all things motorcycles, dedicating her life and the entirety of her TikTok page to this hobby of hers. Through the following years, Taylor would post various memes and inspirational videos to her page, helping her amass a decent following along the way, with fellow riders appreciating the more niche aspects of her content and her attempts to break the stigma surrounding female motorcyclists. Though not all of her postings were without controversy. On various instances, Taylor would film videos of herself driving recklessly, soaring well past the speed limit and performing various dangerous tricks while on the road, with the stunts growing concerning enough to the point that TikTok began adding disclaimers to numerous of her videos, stating, "Participating in this activity could result in you or others getting hurt." Many of the things that Taylor had been showcasing on her page were downright reckless, and she seemed to acknowledge this all the while, joking about it across various videos on her page.
We need to do something super serious. Oscar, yes, stress sweat is getting all over me.
Leading some to believe that Taylor had a death wish, or she seemingly just couldn't believe that a rider of her caliber could ever get into an accident, hinting at this on numerous occasions and showing no signs of changing her behavior. And she continued doing so all the way up until the 23rd of May, when her most notorious video yet would be released.
Welcome to the Los Angeles perfect town, and we have some rules for us.
Flagler County fatal crash, 195 northbound at MM296, multiple motorcycles traveling together. Approximately 3 motorcyclists went down, 2 motorcyclists pronounced deceased on scene. Roadway is currently blocked at this time, please seek alternative route. While Taylor was riding with a group of 4 other motorcyclists, the group would inexplicably begin to swerve and crash into each other, hurling each and every rider into the air and down onto the pavement below. With it all happening so randomly and so quickly that a large SUV heading straight for them was unable to stop in time, running over each of the riders. 22-year-old Taylor Scrum was pronounced dead on the scene, along with one other 29-year-old man, with this crash occurring just a single day after this final TikTok post. Taylor's story is tragically ironic, though here on the internet you can find numerous other similar examples of final postings that led to unforeseen tragedy, with one of the most haunting coming from all the way back in 2008. Alright guys, I'm new here and I have a question. As I'm driving in M mode, with the car set to P500 Sport and everything set to max, as I shift with the pedal shifters, it sounds like the transmission is banging into gear, like there is a thud that comes from the trunk when I upshift. Could this be due to the way that I'm shifting, or is this normal? And if so, is there any trick to working the shift? And let me say I am a beginner when it comes to high performance cars, as I'm only 18, so take it easy on me. This post was made by the user American M5 on the website m5board.com, a forum dedicated to drivers who owned BMW M5s, a pricey sports car revered by many thanks to its high speed. In the thread, some users would leave genuine advice for the young driver, but many others responded with disdain, doubting that he actually owned this expensive car at such a young age, along with some who blamed his age on these issues that he was having with his vehicle. Maybe your 2 years driving experience in your whole life is the problem. This is the internet after all, and so for whatever reason, it seemed that many in the group took great offense to his youthfulness. But through it all, there were a select few who expressed concern for the young driver, as based on his posting, it was apparent that he had been driving the car very fast and potentially recklessly, with one user writing, "I would much prefer an 18-year-old with brains to have an M5 than spend his money on some other piece of junk that could kill him and his mates in an accident. My only bit of advice, matey, if you crash in a big way, expect to be on the news. Enjoy and resist the temptation to drag others at the lights. As well as another user who commented, please be careful driving balls out. 18-year-olds and M5s don't mix well. Following this, American M5 would leave a comment thanking the entire forum for their input, even those who reacted negatively to his post. Thanks guys, don't get me wrong, I never said I didn't respect your wisdom. Thanks for the welcome, and I am looking forward to getting to know you guys better. Josh. And I plan to have all the pics up tomorrow. With this last line referencing taking photos as proof that he did in fact own the car that he claimed to. These photos, however, never came. As a matter of fact, following this comment on January 25th, 2008, American M5 went radio silent, which is when things started to take a concerning turn. The very next day, on January 26th, news would break of a high-speed accident having taken place at 3:54 in the morning near Jacksonville, Florida, involving a car filled with 5 occupants, all between the ages of 18 to 20. According to the report, the group had driven their car onto a private airstrip in the area and had been driving at dangerously high speeds before the driver lost control and ended up soaring off the edge of an 85-foot-high embankment, leading to the instant death of all 5 inside the vehicle. With the driver being identified in the report as Joshua Amarato, an 18-year-old who happened to be driving a BMW M5. The news immediately made its way to the thread, where one user commented, "Hey, American M5 lives in Florida, is 18, drives a gray M5, and signed one of his posts above, Josh. OMG, I hope this is not him." And another saying, "American M5, you better respond to M5 board ASAP, we all worry now." Though Josh would never post to this thread again, and from that day on, no activity would ever come from the American M5 account, making it all too likely that he was the one behind the wheel of that terrible accident. Behind the camera, stalking different women. I've had many people reach out to me and ask if there's been any updates around this channel, but unfortunately, there hasn't. However, I have become aware of another channel that shares many similarities, specifically when it comes to filming and stalking women without their consent. The channel's name is Dan Silly, and it's run by a man of the same name. And the content within his channel is disturbing. His very first upload is a 3.5-hour video entitled, "I Will Grab Woman Soon." For the first portion of this video, Dan is filming himself walking the streets of LA, critiquing different women on how attractive they are.
Okay, there's a woman up here that's like 30-something, 32 or more. Her trying to speed up so I can get an image. Her hips were narrow, not wide, you know, I mean, that's the catch, right? She was just sitting by herself. I could have said, hey, she just looked Asian, an over chubby Asian, you know, Americanized.
Now, though this isn't illegal by any means, it obviously comes across as a little creepy. And throughout the video, it only gets creepier as Dan shares his belief that our society is made too safe for women.
But in this place, the place is too safe with police. In other countries, it's way less safe. In order to get a bodyguard man, you know, that will protect you, you need to be a good woman. You need to act well. But in here the women don't need to act well, so therefore, they're disgusting. You know, they're not good women.
But the most disturbing part of this video comes within its description, where Dan writes a lengthy rant about how badly he wants a woman for himself, because I guess the 3.5-hour runtime it wasn't enough to squeeze it all in. The rant starts with Dan saying, "I'm going to grab women. Don't you want to grab them? Squeeze them? I am going to grab them, but only if they want me to. It will be annoying asking so many times, but they could get me arrested if they happen to not want me to grab them. And I do." Later on in the rant, he says that the woman he ends up with cannot drink caffeine, eat dairy, wheat, etc. She also should not be on social media and desire for you to impregnate her. The rant ends with a chilling line, "I will have live footage shortly of me causing women to feel very high amounts of pleasure. I will show you exactly what you need to do in order to achieve a similar result as mine." From the first video alone, it seems clear that Dan's view on women is concerning. I mean, the video title is literally "I will grab women soon," and in it he's scouting women on the streets, judging them solely by their appearance. And in his own description, he admits that what he's planning on doing could get him arrested. The insinuation on what he's referring to is clearly there.
I'm looking around, I'm looking for what I want. I'm shopping for what I want. I'm shopping for food. I'm shopping for sex, okay? This is not bad. Why is this bad?
And the content only gets worse from here.
Hi. Why are you ignoring me? Why exactly are you being, tired of being sexualized? Isn't it good to, be valued for something?
After the initial video, Dan switched his style to approaching random girls and filming them. It appears that he does this in an attempt to pick them up. Typically when approaching them, Dan says lines like, "Hi, I like you," or "I saw you over there and I want to kiss you." It's hard to watch as the people he's approaching want no part of it, but for the most part, it seems that Dan is unable to understand this, as he continues to follow many of the girls even after they tell them that they aren't interested.
They think I can't run or something? Hi, how's it going? How are you? Okay.
Don't report my friends either.
Why not?
Because we don't give you consent.
You don't have to. I mean, I don't need consent. Right? That's a myth.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Through all the hours of content, there are also multiple instances when Dan is filming where he clearly focuses on the private areas of these women.
Oh, well, do not.
The more that Dan films these girls, the more you'll start to notice that some of them appear to be very young. In fact, some appear to be much younger than 18. Meanwhile, Dan is in his 30s. This is something that is pointed out in many of his comments, with one comment writing, "You should make sure that they're older than 18. A lot of the girls you've been approaching look like kids, dude." Now, just from looking at some of the reactions of the people that Dan are filming, it seems genuine. But as it turns out, there's actual proof that all of this is real. And it's proof that makes this channel and these interactions even darker.
I don't think he could be supervised 24 hours a day.
Daniel Patrick Silly is a high-risk sex offender who has moved to Rohnert Park.
As it turns out, Dan Silly is actually a registered sex offender, as he was arrested back in 2017 for harassing a minor in a sexual manner. It's just another piece to an already dark puzzle, but the arrest did lead to some good. It appears that once Dan was released, he stopped posting videos of him approaching and harassing random girls. And in fact, his channel has seemingly been dormant since then. But that isn't quite the end of Dan's story. As it turns out, since his arrest, he has been actively posting on 2 separate channels. There he posts videos such as 15-year-old white girls served me food and all looked me in the eyes. Marriage material? I saw a 14-year-old who had a round. And how to marry a 14-year-old girl. All of these videos are currently on YouTube, and all of these videos are being posted by a sex offender. It's truly one of the darkest sides of YouTube that I've ever encountered, and it makes me wonder how much stuff like this is going on unnoticed.
Because I literally do feel like freaking like destroying these women when I accost them. My reptilian brain literally feels like attacking these women. Just strangling them and stuff, honestly. And making them submit to me. I feel like these women, like, seriously, you know?
But before I conclude Dan's story, I want to add a disclaimer that it is very likely that he is suffering from some type of mental illness that doesn't make his actions right in any way, and it doesn't absolve him of everything he's doing. But I want to ask you to please not go to his channel and leave nasty comments, because feeding into someone's delusions like that will only heighten his current mental state, and that would honestly just make things worse for everyone. YouTube has its fair share of dark channels, but there are countless others that are more mysterious than Dan's. Channels whose entire purpose seems uncertain. Channels like David Sardison, a page likely run by a man of the same name. Throughout David's 2-year span on YouTube, he has posted 8,431 videos to his channel, which roughly evens out to be 11 videos a day. Posting that often alone seems like an impossible feat, especially for someone like me that likes to take their time. But it's what this channel is uploading that has spurred an internet mystery. The first video that David posted came back in January of 2018, and it simply showed a TV playing in a bare room.
Pleasure doing business, Steve. I'm Leanne Ford, and this is my brother Steve.
Oh yeah.
From the looks of the angle, it appears that Dan was recording this while laying down, likely on a bed. The title of the first video is Restored by the Fords, January 15-1, which is in reference to the television show that was playing on the TV. Every single one of the 8,000 plus videos posted since then has followed the same exact premise. David is lying down on his bed, recording the TV in the same room. Now, the fact that David was posting so many of these videos throughout the entire day of every single day shows that David must have spent the majority of his time simply lying in bed watching TV. It's something that seems very mundane, but also slightly off-putting at the same time. Each video more similar than the last. Just the same thing, over and over again. Who is this content for? Why was David posting so many times throughout the day? And why was he always in that room? Well, for the first year of this channel's existence, these questions were left unanswered. Nothing changed. The same room, the same content, every single day. But roughly a year later, David's videos changed.
Months go by, and a year goes by.
And then what happened?
The content stayed the same, but suddenly he was posting from a different room. There was no explanation given to the change in scenery. David was just now posting in a different location. But there's something about this room, something that looks familiar, something unmistakable. That curtain next to the TV. A clear indication that David wasn't filming at a house anymore, and that he was likely filming from a hospital room. At this point, another switch in David's videos was starting to become apparent. It seemed that with every upload, David's camera work got shakier and shakier. Because of this, and everything else that we know, a theory can be put forth that explains what we might be seeing here. It seems like David may have been bedridden at home, and he used YouTube and watching TV as a means to pass the time. This would explain the upload schedule and why he had seemingly devoted his entire life to posting these videos. But maybe David's health got worse and worse, something that the shakiness of the camera could signify. Maybe this led him to be transferred to the hospital, where he continued being bedridden and posting his videos to YouTube. It's an incredibly sad theory, but it wasn't confirmed or denied, and though it seems likely, David's channel still remained a mystery. But a twist was coming, and it was one that put the entire situation to rest. 6 months ago, David inexplicably stopped posting his videos. The channel that once put out nearly a dozen videos every single day was halted altogether. Some reached out to ask if David was okay, while others speculated that maybe he got better and that he was no longer stuck in bed. David's disappearance further deepened this mystery, as no one knows where he went and why he stopped posting. But once this happened, I immediately feared the worst, and for the sake of this video, I did some research. Sardison David Glenn, 1966 to 2019. It is with heavy hearts that we announce the death of our beloved David. Our appreciation to the nurses on the second floor of St. Vincent's for their care of David. This obituary was posted online 23 days after David's final upload. The middle name is even consistent with a second channel that David ran, called David G. Sardison, and the mention of his time in St. Vincent's Hospital is consistent with him being switched over to a hospital bed. So it appears that our initial theory was correct, and unfortunately, David was unable to recover from his failing health. It's a tragic end to what was already a very sad mystery. And the saddest part is that this is far from the only case of a YouTuber inexplicably passing away.
Hi guys!
In the summer of 2013, Tamisha Glashan, also known as Misha Ridge, began her YouTube channel. The focus of it was on fashion, and many were captivated by her kind and cheerful personality. Watching her videos back, they are very reminiscent of old school YouTube, back before the fancy editing and the camera work. And truthfully, they're very refreshing to watch, especially at a time like this. Misha's talent and personality makes me truly believe that she would have found great success on the platform today. But unfortunately, she'd never get the chance. On August 6th of 2013, Misha posted a video called How to Make a Maxi Dress with Cutouts. She concluded the video by saying,
And I shall see you guys in a few days for another sewing tutorial. Hope you guys enjoy. Bye!
That next video would never come.
We start with some breaking news in Sacramento right now. Police are investigating a deadly shooting.
In May of the following year, as Misha was sleeping in her Los Angeles home, her ex-boyfriend snuck into her room and shot her at point-blank range. Misha was pronounced dead at the scene. David and Misha's story are heartbreaking and terrifying to hear, as they reflect one of the darkest parts of YouTube, that out of the blue a creator could just be gone without the opportunity to say goodbye. The final channel that we'll be looking at today is one that I've been fascinated by for a few months now, but truthfully, I was concerned about discussing it on the channel, and I still kind of am, so let's just say that I'll be treading lightly with this one. As of recording this video, our world is still very much being ravaged by the current virus. But in the very start of 2020, things were much different. The virus was centralized in China, and specifically in the city of Wuhan. At the time, it was hard to tell how bad things really were over there, and many claimed that China was censoring the truth from the public. This is something that freelance journalist Li Zuoha seemed to believe, as he wanted to get the truth out about what was really happening with the virus. He traveled to Wuhan and began filming his experiences and posting them to YouTube, as well as on other Chinese social media sites. On YouTube, he posted his videos on a channel called Chris Lee, and in his first upload, he explains that
我的一位在主流媒体工作的朋友告诉我，现在在武汉所有的主流媒体，他们都被安排在一个现在所有关于疫情的坏消息都已经被中央收归统一的报道， 而地方媒体只能报道关于
If this truly were the case, and China was censoring information, then what Li was doing was incredibly dangerous. He was actively showing and discussing the very things that China was trying to keep concealed, which means that every video he would make would put a target on his back. In his following 3 videos, Li would go on to interview some of the residents of Wuhan, as well as discussing the theory that China could be covering up the number of infections and deaths. His videos proved to be incredibly insightful thanks to the fact that here in the United States, it was difficult to find trustworthy videos and stories from the area. What Li was doing was very important, and in his eyes, he was standing up against the flawed and overbearing Chinese government. But his videos were about to catch up with him. On February 26th, an unmarked car drove alongside Li's vehicle. The passengers within the car told him to stop immediately and surrender. Feeling shocked and scared, Li instead decided to speed away because he wasn't sure who exactly these people were. As he drove off, Li would record a frantic 30-second video entitled SOS, where he briefly explained his latest encounter. At the time of him filming this video, he was actively being pursued by the unmarked car. Eventually, Li was able to make it back to his hotel, where he immediately started live streaming. The stream lasted over 3 hours, with most of it taking place with the lights off and in silence, in order for Li to avoid detection. Throughout the video, multiple police officers knocked on his door to see if Li was in there. After roughly 3 hours and 45 minutes, Li finally opened the door and surrendered. He was arrested that night and taken away. Months would go by without any word from Li. Some speculated that the government had killed him for speaking out against them, while others assumed that he was locked in prison. No matter what you believe, it is still incredibly concerning. A man arrested for trying to share the truth and to warn the world on what was to come. And with Li's disappearance, this channel has truly become a mystery. But Li would post one more video, a video that would prove to be the most mysterious yet. Over 2 months after Li's apparent arrest, he posted a 6-minute video. Here is a brief excerpt.
开门之后，他们进来了，向我表明了他们的身份，他们是公安。在整个过程中，警察文明执法，保证了我的休息时间和饮食，对我也很关心。感谢所有照顾和关心我的人，愿天佑华夏，愿世界人民团结。这些日子，无数纷乱的思绪满溢于我的脑海，有的转瞬即逝，有的只可缄默，唯独这一句不堪之论，铸印于心，不可磨灭。人心为微，道心为微，唯精为一。允直绝中。
2 months ago, Li was going against the government to expose their wrongdoing of the entire situation, and suddenly now he was praising them and thanking them after presumably being held captive for 2 months. According to Li, he was treated well by Chinese officials, and they were simply keeping him isolated because he had been exposed to the virus, but many have their doubts. And what could have happened in such a short amount of time that would make Li flip his core beliefs to the complete opposite side of the spectrum. Plus, not to mention the act that this speech he gave was clearly scripted and well rehearsed. As I said, this is one mystery that I'll tread lightly on, but it's not hard to imagine what they might have done to Lee in that span of time. And whatever he endured to make him switch sides like this, it seems that he didn't even get the worst of it.
我是害怕。
Even before Lee had started posting his videos, another journalist by the name of Chen Kuishi had made videos exposing the wrongdoings of the Chinese government in their handling and coverage of the virus. Previously, he had also been outspoken for the Hong Kong protests, and he was an adamant supporter of them, which means that he was likely already on the bad side of the government. And it seems that he too may have been punished for this.
One citizen journalist documenting the outbreak in Wuhan, that's the city at the center of the outbreak, has reportedly been arrested. Another has just disappeared.
On February 6th, Chen would go missing without a trace. His mother made a video pleading for information about his whereabouts. She posted it onto his channel to see if anyone could help.
之后呢，晚上7、8点钟到现在。
But her attempt proved unsuccessful. Unlike Lee, Chen has not been heard from since, and despite immense speculation on what could have happened to him, we still don't really know where he could have gone. Maybe he was arrested, or even killed. That's as deep as I'll go on these mysteries, and for now, we're just gonna have to wait and see if any more information comes forward, and if Chen is ever heard from again. This concludes our dive into some of YouTube's darkest channels, but as I mentioned at the start, these are just a few. Out there across our platform, there are bound to be more channels like this, just waiting to be discovered. For that reason, I'm sure that this will become an ongoing series on this channel. But for now, let's talk about something a little more upbeat. Thank you guys so much for helping me reach 100,000 subscribers. I mean, I'm so lucky to be able to share my work with this many people, and to celebrate, I